Hello, Oh, hold on. Wait, no, hold on. Shit. I ruined my own intro. It's okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Tubcast. I'm here with my friends Arch and Lilith. How's it going, guys?
Hello, Dev and Arch. Excuse me. And hello, everybody.
Hello.
I'm going through another case of cold again. Very sad.
How come you always have colds?
I don't know. It could just be the place I work, or it's just like, I don't know. Probably because California is fairly crowded, so there's lots of people, and I do work outside, so...
You're trying to maintain that stuffed nose aesthetic you have going on. It's your brand now.
Even if I'm not sick, I always have that stuffed nose.
Yeah.
Voice that lots of people complain about. Maybe I just need to get like some sort of operation to fix that, if it can be fixed.
I think it's a result of your accent.
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, you just noticed that, eh?
Oh yeah.
I had to put like Arch in somehow, so I did the live Arch reaction.
Be the accent. Like I was born and raised in Taiwan. So.
Yeah, let me quickly tweet the stream out. So I forgot to do that.
And my first language was Mandarin Chinese before I learned English.
Can you still speak it?
Age 10. Oh, I can still speak it. I'm probably not as good as I used to be because I've been in America for like around a decade.
Right. All right. Let me just ping you guys. Hey Arch, how come your Twitter is TArchcast?
Reasons?
Oh, okay. It just is.
I think I tried to spell the, but it wouldn't let me because there was already a profile. So I was like, G. Plus, when I made this, I didn't expect that Twitter would be worth anything. And then Elon bought it, and now it's actually somewhat worthwhile.
Oh, Jesus. 2 super chats right off the back. Thanks, guys. From Xylon Doppelganger for $5. First time I ever got you live. Prepare for my hot takes to get your channel banned. Oh, I'm ready for it. Thanks, buddy. And then this is a question for you, Arch, from Zontar. Which possibility is worst? Coach Red Pill believing the lies he's been saying for the past 2 years? Or knowing it's all lies but saying it anyway?
I mean, that's a complicated question. Because on the one hand, they both boil down to Coach Red Pill being remarkably stupid.
Mm-hmm.
On the one hand, he either believed all of the Russian propaganda, despite evidence to the contrary, or he knew that it was fake, but continued to spout it, even whilst continuing to live in a country that was currently at war with Russia, and was probably not fond of Russian propagandists.
Yeah.
Like, they're both bad. But I lean towards that he actually believed it, because he even denied a offer for Russian citizenship. Russia Today wanted to move him to Russia because it was really useful to have an American spouting their propaganda.
Yep.
And he didn't. So I think maybe he thought that Kiev would be Russian in just another few weeks, and it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. See, I think that's why Sophia Narwitz stopped writing for Russian Today as well. Because she was doing, like, back in 2020, she was reporting for Russia Today. She was, I think George Floyd happened in Minneapolis, right? She was living in Minneapolis at the time, and she did like a bunch of reporting, and we interviewed her for the channel. It was really interesting to just hear her on the ground stories of running around during the riots and trying to get footage of it. And she was doing it, I think, for Russia Today. But I think ever since the war, she's kind of backed out of that. Which,
the thing is, Russia Today was a valuable news source before the whole war because they gave us relatively honest reporting on the West because they had no dog in the race.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, that has changed.
Yeah.
Because they were always state media, but you can look at CNN as well and going, well,
Yeah.
Or the BBC, etc.
Yeah, the CBC. It's all kind of the same in that regard. Oh, I don't know if you two know this. It's a Canadian-only controversy. Did you know that the Conservative Party leader here in Canada pinged Elon and asked him to put state-funded media underneath the CBC's Twitter account, and Elon agreed and did it. And now there's a huge line of attack from the Liberals and the NDP here in Canada, saying that the Conservatives are butting up with American billionaires and all this stuff. It's like, well, hold on though. Isn't the CBC literally state-funded media? Like, it's not wrong. What are you guys complaining about?
I guess
They don't like the label.
they would. Go on. I would guess they would use the same line of argument as the BBC, saying that we're not state-funded, we're publicly funded via taxes.
And run by the state.
Yep. I did quite enjoy that. I was like, we're not state-funded, we're funded via a tax levied upon all the people of Britain by the state. Like, no. I believe this was what we call the differential without a distinction.
Yep. 20 shekels. What is your opinion of the Crowder downward spiral? Probably inevitable. A lot of the populists, whether they're left-wing or right-wing, they kind of burn out really quick, and Crowder's no exception. I'll probably do a video on it eventually. But I just saw it as like, yeah, this is going to happen eventually, Oh, Willison asks...
Being a populist is that you've got to go with the populist take, no matter how stupid it is.
Willison, for $5, says, when will Arch and Lilith join you on the gaming stream? Listen, you both already have. We play Barotrauma.
Yeah,
technically,
in some ways.
That's Kyle's stream. That's not a dev stream.
Well, hey, I stream it too.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't qualify.
Oh, okay. Actually,
I think it counts if dev streams are on his end.
So
it's kind of his stream as well.
If you want another multiplayer game, Redfall, what do you two think? It is hot garbage. It's really bad.
Yeah, but I don't really want to spend $70 on garbage.
You can Game Pass it for $12, and we'll finish it in a month.
Okay.
Here's the thing. It's a really bad game. It is all the worst parts of Borderlands, and all the worst parts of hero shooters, and all the worst parts of like open world RPGs, and then all the worst parts of like city sims. You're like a GTA where you're running around a city. Take all the worst parts of all those games, put them together, make it an unfinished piece of shit that is very clearly trying to push a woke message, and that's Redfall. It is a glorious train wreck.
It's really sad too, because like Arcane Studios was responsible for Dishonored and like a bunch of other good games.
They made Prey,
Yeah, but then how come they just thought pushing out something this like comically bad was a good idea?
I don't know. There seems to be a shelf life on studios where, for a while they'll make decent games, and then they'll either be like pressured to rush something because of like the corporate side of it, or they'll have like diversity hires that ruin things or something, right? Like something goes wrong and they start making garbage games. Happens to every studio. I can name like 3 studios it hasn't happened to. Like it hasn't really happened to Nintendo, hasn't really happened to Atlas, hasn't really happened to From Software. Other than that, pretty much every studio has gone through this boom and bust cycle of being good and then being shit. But yeah, Arch, did you want to play it? Were you convinced by the pitch?
It was an awful pitch, though. I definitely don't want to play it now.
Have you been following the controversy of the game?
No.
There's actually quite a lot of controversy, and I was surprised how much there was. It's one of those games where, like, it was supposed to be the big Xbox exclusive for the first half of 2023, and it is borderline unplayable. And so it's Forspoken levels of... I might have actually had more fun playing Forspoken, at least initially, than playing Redfall.
Right, like Microsoft was responsible for making this like exclusive too, so it's like you would think that they would have like better oversights before they allow this to be released.
Yeah.
Once it's released, it's out there. The review scores are cemented.
Yep.
You can't just patch your way out of it.
Sketch is saying that Nintendo went out of their way to say that they didn't want to engage with politics like 7 years ago. Yes. So I know when the Pulse nightclub shooting happened, it was right before E3 of that year, and everyone kind of, even Nintendo did like a little memorial thing at E3. But beyond that, beyond well wishes during bad events, Nintendo has explicitly said we're keeping politics out of our games. And I think that's why they're still good. Probably the main reason why they're still good.
Fair. Not everybody wants to talk about like contemporary events.
Yeah. So
like, not everybody are just like political YouTubers.
God. Yeah, that's true. So we've come together today to watch as much of the Tubcast stream where it's Tim Pool versus the Surfs, as much of it as we can stomach. As for me personally, like I don't like Tim Pool that much. I think he kind of goes overboard sometimes. He, especially his doomerism when it comes to like the inevitable American Civil War that's totally going to happen right now, guys. Make sure to buy all your survival gear from me, He goes a bit too far with that.
Any day now.
Yeah.
It's been saying that since freaking 2014.
Yeah. I don't think that early. I think he's been saying it since like 2018. But yeah, he's been saying it for a while.
I remember him saying it for a while, but you could be right.
However, though, even though I don't agree with Tim Pool that much, I really don't agree with Lance. Like, I can at least find some things that Tim says reasonable. Lance just seems to be like a 75 IQ brainlet every single time I've ever seen him talk about anything ever. And now, Lilith, I know that you're a big softie. You don't want to burn any bridges here, but what do you think about Tim Pool and Lance?
Oh, Tim Pool's been saying lots of stupid shit lately, and I don't mind calling him Dim Tool.
Dim Tool? Okay. What about Lance?
And Lance, yeah. he's a commie. I obviously disagree with a lot of the shit he says. And he's like a horrible debater. He would lose a debate even against JF Garrity.
Well, hold on. JF Garrity can actually debate quite well. He's like fundamentally wrong about a lot of things, but he can debate. He has like rhetoric on his side for sure.
Yes, but like if your opponent is fundamentally wrong, you would think if you're a good debater, you should be able to poke holes in what they're saying.
Yeah,
and
if you're a good debater.
Lance is just pretty much incapable of doing that.
Yes. Fuck. What about you, Arch? What are your takes on these two internet titans?
I have no idea what a Lance is.
Wait, are you serious? Have you not seen any of? Really?
Nope.
I thought I've shown you like some of it. Really? Okay.
I ignore most of the things you show me, Dev.
Oh, okay. All right. So.
I don't even think you've shown me this guy. I have no idea who this person is.
Well, I've posted him in the super secret chat, and Sargon's laughed a bunch about it, and some other people in there have laughed a bunch about it. But I thought you were involved in some of that. I guess not. Okay, so Lance is you take Vosh, pretty much the same opinions, both in terms of progressivism and in terms of economics. All right, the same opinions. Actually, I think Lance is probably more woke than Vosh is, because Vosh can be pretty edgy sometimes, but Lance is very woke, and he's very much a socialist. And then let's say you remove all of Vosh's charisma, and you remove, maybe half of his IQ, okay, and you have Lance.
That's pretty harsh, Dev.
Because Vosh, for all of his failings, he has charisma. He can speak relatively well, and he's not like a complete idiot. He has at least thought through a few positions. He is capable of doing some thinking. I don't think Lance is capable of doing any thinking whatsoever. I think he just regurgitates whatever filters down through the lens that he adopts. Yes. Someone in the chat just pointed out, I did that video, I think it was 2 years ago, where Lance raised a bunch of money and donated it to Palestinian terrorists.
Oh, hold on. I think I've heard of that. That might be something I've heard about.
Yeah.
Mildly.
Yeah. Because there was a bunch, it was something was flaring up with Israel versus Palestine a couple years ago, and a bunch of the lefties were doing charity drives for Palestinian charities, And pretty much all of them ended up like donating to Palestinian terrorist fronts that were operating as charities in the West. I was like, good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. Where it's just like because of all those charities are just intrinsically tied to Hamas in one way or another. So
Mm-hmm.
or Hamas affiliated groups. And then yeah. So all those money probably went to bombs that got shot into Israel.
Yep. Good job, guys. Now, you could go hyper.
Which, depending on your opinion on the conflict, could be a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, see, you could go hyper bad faith and say that they actually wanted to fund explosives that are being launched into Israel, but I don't like. That's kind of funny to think about, but I'm pretty sure that they don't actually feel that way. I think they're just exceptionally stupid.
Yeah, I probably think a lot of people are they're probably just well intended. They want to help people of Hamas. Sorry,
Help the people of Hamas.
Oh my God,
help people
Lilith.
of Palestine. I mentioned Hamas earlier, and in my brain is like
Lilith has staked out a claim.
Wrong. The problem is that Hamas is the Palestinian government right now.
Yeah,
they are.
That's the issue, right?
There is very little distinction.
Mm-hmm. And I think we'll get into democracy a little bit later because Lance brings up democracy a bunch at some part. But like, I know.
I don't know who Tim Pool is, by the way.
Wait, yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. I like Tim Pool because I too would like to see a third American Civil War.
A third? What was the second one?
Yeah. I consider the one against Britain to be a civil war.
Oh, you're taking
Civil War.
Oh,
Britain versus England, America. America. They were all Britons. Then we had the second one. That one was fun too.
Yeah. You're taking up the mold bug position on the Civil Wars then, eh?
Yep. I'm taking on the pro-British position on the American Civil War.
So I've been doing
throw away the tea again.
I've been doing a series of streams with Adam and Sitch where we read over a bunch of Mencius Moldbug's writing. For those of you who don't know, he's a neo-reactionary blogger who got big basically coining the term neo-reactionary. And he wrote a book called The Open Letter to Open-Minded Progressives, which is basically meant to take a person who is progressive and make them into a reactionary. And so we're reading through this book, and the arguments, he has some very good points, but the arguments ultimately they aren't very good, and they kind of remind me of some lefty arguments. They're kind of structured the same way, but it's from the point of view of the extreme right. And Moldbug, he views the entire Enlightenment project basically. The TLDR is he views it as being a civil war between the Whigs and the Tories for the past like 400 years, and that the Whigs and the Tories have explicitly gone to war 3 times. And the first time was some civil war in the UK, the second time was the American Revolution, and the third time was the American Civil War. So it's a very similar point of view that like and he actually he makes a very similar argument. The only reason that we view the Civil War, the American Civil War, as a civil war and not a revolution is because the revolutionaries lost. The ones who were leaving the states, they lost their war. If the Confederates had won, then we'd see it as a Confederate revolution, right? So it really is just how you view it.
No, it is literally the case. It's the definition of the term. The Spanish Civil War, the same thing. The Spanish Civil War is considered a civil war, not a revolution, because the revolutionaries did not win.
Yep.
It is literally the distinction of the term, which is why I like to say that this will be the third American Civil War.
If it ever happens. Do you actually believe in Tim Pool's imminent civil war any day now, guys?
No, America. The thing is, I don't believe civil wars in Western nations is a feasible concept. Not in the way we view a civil war. Mass civil upheaval and a rapid transition of power, a la what happened in Ukraine, sure. Actual armed conflict, I don't see it being possible in fully westernized modern societies.
I mean, even Americans with all their guns, I don't know. It
takes a lot of organization for a civil war and a lot of destabilization.
And the plebs aren't professional soldiers, so they can't fight quite the same. Like it's not the same thing.
Yeah, like there is not just the organization, that's a good point as well, but it's also the fact that the only way for the American civil populace to wage a war against the presumably American government via guerrilla warfare, which is the example they bring up, like Afghanistan, etc., you now need to train a bunch of overweight Americans to go into the hills and fight against their fellow countrymen guerrilla style.
Well, I think what the view of it from, let's say, the right wing libertarians who are really they want to basically do this, they're like, break off from the state or whatever. Their view of it is that the various soldiers that are stationed around America, they will not fight against their countrymen. If they're ordered to shoot Americans in the street, a lot of them won't do it. That's their belief. And I don't know, maybe not.
See, I can value that belief, but the thing is, that's also then you got to turn it around. Okay, so the American soldier will not fight against the American populace. What makes you think that the American populace will fight against the American soldier?
Exactly, right? Yeah.
Because the thing is, soldiers will often just do what they're told to do. Like, why do you think... let me flip it further. Why do you think the police shoot people? Do you think they're like, oh no, he's an American, I can't shoot an American? No. He's a criminal. I'm going to shoot the criminal. These are dangerous revolutionaries rioting the streets. Open fire.
Yeah. All you have to do is tell the soldiers that these people are dangerous, and they're actually they're going to start killing people. Like you can very easily feed a partially true story to a soldier to get him to kill, to get him to fight any sort of revolutionary movement in the States. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, but again, if some guerrilla fighter fires upon American soldiers, they're gonna fire back.
Yeah,
they will. They're not gonna be like, anyway. "Ooh, yeah. But they're American."
Mm-hmm. It's we're taking fire from that sort of building over there. Quick, check his identity before you shoot back.
I also just think it's not going to happen because people are they're pretty comfortable, despite all the doomers from literally all the doom pills from everyone right now, from the left, the right, doesn't matter, whoever. People are actually doing okay, society isn't actually collapsing. Things are not bad. We have problems, but we're slowly fixing the problems. This idea that things are worse than they've ever been, and so we need to revolt now. It's ridiculous when I hear socialists say that. It's ridiculous when I hear libertarians say that. I don't see it. I don't see the average person's life being terrible right now. Even a poor person has a big screen TV nowadays. So
I feel like a lot of these people who are claiming we're gonna have a civil war any day, they really just want society to collapse. So because they think their unique form of political beliefs will rise from the ashes, and only theirs alone.
I've seen. I think both Taftadge and another person I know named Anna both posted that. They were both like, "Yes, I want to accelerate the collapse so that my ideas can be the ones that win in the post-apocalypse." And it's like, your ideas aren't going to be the ones that win. No one's ideas are going to be the ones that win.
Well, the likelihood the most violent ideology is going to win, so I hope you enjoy fascism again. They tend to be good at their shit. Fascism has yet to lose a civil war. I just want to point that out.
That's true. They tend to lose external wars. I know. Somebody on 4chan posted the Nazis hyped themselves up as the most violent, militaristic, superior belief system ever, and they just lose one war. And it's good job, guys.
Wait, what about the Confederates?
Well, the Confederates weren't Nazis, though.
The Confederates were not fascists. In fact, if anything, they were more libertarian than the Northerners.
Yeah.
I don't feel like slavery is very libertarian.
Oh, the thing is, they weren't making the argument from slavery. Some of them were, but the majority of them were making it from the argument of state rights. You even have, of course, the general.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Have you read Lee, for example?
Lee's actual writing? No, I haven't.
Yeah, Lee was not.
Yeah, but
he did not view slavery as a moral good.
Yeah,
states' rights over independence, states' right over their militia, states' right over their borders, states' right over their trade, states' right over their infrastructure, their buildings,
and also their slaves, and also their slaves.
The slaves as well. Yes, their property.
Yeah.
So you got to remember, the federal government of today is nothing like it was back then. They genuinely viewed America as an actual union of states rather than a nation.
Yes. So I'm probably gonna have to do something on the states' rights argument at some point, because there actually is a states' rights argument you can make. And the Civil War was not only about slavery. It was about slavery, but it was not only about slavery. The issue is
not only about slavery, but it's a pretty huge part of it.
I think it's a pretty huge part of it, yeah. But there are other components that you have to consider, like if you have like an increasingly centralized, increasingly powerful federal government, and the only thing that you want to do is not be under its thumb. Like let's say that you had a civil war that wasn't over slavery at all, right? Let's say the Confederates weren't actually slavers. Do you think the North would let them secede then? Probably not, right? Because that's what federal governments do. So,
but if it wasn't about slavery, the South would be a lot more sympathetic.
Exactly, right?
One must also remember that Abraham Lincoln is an incredibly bad fucking person if you start looking into him, and there's a lot of valid argument just to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm. Well, someone did it.
Indeed.
But basically, there's a streak of libertarianism that just wants to break away from a centralized, federalized government, even if that means that they intend to break away to do some bad things. So there's definitely a libertarian streak in the Confederate movement for sure. It's just a different type. It's just a different type of libertarianism than like the "I want guns and weed" Lamau libertarianism, which is basically yours, Lil.
I just don't really see the Confederates as like a force for libertarianism.
There's like a partially libertarian bent to them, but they're not all libertarians, you know. There's like the Mr. House. Yeah, it's Mr. House, right, from New Vegas. Was that his name? I think it was. I forgot his name now. Shit.
He's Mr. House.
Yeah,
You're
Mr.
talking
House,
about the
yeah.
robot, yes.
Yeah. He was like a libertarian, but he wasn't like a Confederate, nor was he like a stoner. He was more like a businessman libertarian. He was like Andrew Ryan from BioShock. You know, these are guys that just they wanted to be left alone to kind of build their own civilization.
Well, he was an autocrat.
Lots of libertarians are.
Like he basically saw like New Vegas as like his property in some ways, and he wanted to rule over it in the best way possible. In essence,
yeah.
Much of this boils down to the definition of the much abused word libertarian.
Yes. There is an autocratic streak in libertarianism, because if you actually are interested in your own liberty and you want to be separate from other power structures, you necessarily become the autocrat of your own domain. You know, like I am the autocrat of my house, right? It doesn't matter if 10 people come in and squat in my house. I can tell them all to get the fuck out. I can remove them with force. It's my house. You know, so there's an inherent autocratic streak in libertarianism.
Right.
I
guess it really just depends on how far you're willing to extend that.
I am earning Dev a tremendous amount of
suggestions
as I'm looking through them
here.
Are
probably Thanks, complaining that we're not talking about employees.
Yep, Civil War, gun rights, yep.
Okay, should we actually get to the stream then? We've been dicking around for half an hour.
Maybe that might be a wise decision.
All right, let's see if I can actually. So, by the way, this is Watch Together. So here, I'll bring it in for them too. This is Watch Together, so you guys can pause it as well. So let's begin. Let me know how it sounds to you guys, chat. Okay. Oh shit! How long does this take?
So we got some protests in New York City. After a homeless man named Jordan Neely died, he was put in a chokehold. The man, 3 people were trying to subdue him, and then in the effort to subdue him, the guy died. It was ruled a homicide, and now you have protesters calling for charges of this Marine. And things are starting to get a little hectic. Police are calling for help as things kind of heat up. But we're going to get into the nuances of that discussion. So I'll save a little bit. We do have news out of Russia.
Lilith, you got to put on headphones. It's echoing back through.
Oh, I am not putting on headphones. It's just really loud. Let me put it a little lower.
Okay.
All right,
let's roll.
They're blaming the U.S. for the assassination attempt, so they claim. And we've got some news. Barstool Sports fired one of their hosts for rapping lyrics that contain an offensive word. I don't necessarily think it's fair to call what he said a slur, because he wasn't calling anybody the word. But, you know, he said the word, and then Penn Entertainment was like, "You're fired," and now Dave Portnoy is like, "I don't know.
Sorry. I was just reminded of that.
So we'll get into that, plus a whole bunch of other stories.
I'm just reminded of the meme with like a Elmo with like 2 black Muppets.
Yes.
So if it's a part of the song, can Elmo?
Yeah, if it's a part of the song, can Elmo say it then? Fuck. Okay.
And we'll talk about the news. Banks collapsing. We got Paul Stanley, the lead singer. I'm sorry, the frontman for Kiss, is kind of walking back his statement on transgender kids. And a lot to talk about. Before we get started, my friends, today's episode
People
is
are saying 1.25.
Take a look at this bag right here. This is Cast Brew Coffee over at castbrew.com. And you can get your...
You know what I've noticed? Everyone's doing coffee. Like, Jeremy from the Quartering does coffee shit now. Everyone has like a coffee sponsorship. Is that like the next big thing? Ridge Wallet's out, coffee in?
So see people sponsoring Ridge Wallet.
Yeah. Let's start a coffee company. That's what we can do it.
People like coffee. It's a legal drug.
To be fair, I drink a lot of coffee too. I really enjoy it. It's my
very non-controversial as well.
Yeah.
For the most part. As far as
I drink no coffee whatsoever. I'm cleaner than both of you, and therefore inherently morally superior.
Oh, you're going full teetotaler?
Yep. No, I don't drink tea. Tea is awful.
Oh, you don't drink tea? Okay. What do you drink? Just water?
Sugary beverages.
That's even worse.
Yes, and so?
Well, then you're not cleaner.
It is. It is cleaner.
Well, what sort of sugary beverages? There's like a big difference between like sodas and like fruit juice.
Oh no, the worst kinds of sodas. The colas and the Pepsis of the world.
Wait, don't they have caffeine anyway?
Yes, but you see, I have a moral argument for why I drink Coca-Cola. It's because they drain rivers in India of clean drinking water.
Unbased.
That's the moral argument?
I guess.
Yep.
Is fuck India?
Yep.
Wait, that's why they shit in the streets constantly. Because they don't have any more toilets.
That India doesn't become a superpower by 2020.
I have a personal and strong dislike of the Indian accent, and thus I must do my part.
Really? I figured we should be pro-India just to be anti-China.
India fairly pro-China now.
Ah, shit. Okay, never mind.
They're part
India
of the
cannot be
BRICS.
counted on to be anti-China. Their military's garbage.
They have some nice-looking women, though. Very good.
But if they are more pro-America, then a case could be made to protect the Indian waters from Coca-Cola.
Maybe.
All right, so I'm trying to skip over Tim Pool's coffee brand coffee here. Is that too far?
Yeah, no free advertisement.
Smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Lance from the Surfs.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm tripping balls being in this room right now. It feels like I took evil acid or something because I've been watching this show so much. Yeah, just like everything is here. It's wild.
It's bigger than it looks like, right?
It's bigger than it looks like, and when you're actually sitting in the room, it's actually there's a lot more props than you ever give this place credit for. I thought there was just like some samurai swords and like the occasional gun or something, but there's like
that's a real Civil War rifle.
There's a real Civil War musket in the
That's right, rifled musket. Yeah, yep, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's a Union Civil War.
Rifle is the correct term.
Very cool. Yeah.
So, okay, he's a Vancouverite. He doesn't know shit about guns. All right, he's a Canadian. I know more about guns than him. I know barely anything about guns. So, I'm actually surprised that Lance got on the show. Because Lance's channel is, what, like 50,000 subs? Like, he's a small channel. There's a reason that he's a crumb tuber, not a bread tuber. Because he's tiny. But I think he's well known on Twitter, you know?
Yes. And Tim probably had him on because, like, you probably figured this would be an easy debate. Because
maybe.
Not a big fan of Tim. He says a lot of stupid shit, but to give him credit, he is fairly like competent when it comes to debates. He speaks fast. He's able to speak over people.
Yeah, he knows the tricks, yeah.
He gets to control the narrative or the flow of the debate.
So just out of curiosity, what really bad takes do you think Tim has? Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait. Bad takes that he has aside from trans stuff, because I already know your biases. So, what else?
Well, he has some really shitty takes when it comes to the Colorado shooting. That was like the most recent thing I remember.
Which one was the Colorado shooting?
The Colorado Springs with the quote-unquote non-binary shooter who shot.
The Club Q shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There are times when like Tim Pool really does seem too Twitter brained. He'll be like, well, we have to accept that this person is non-binary because of the self-ID rules. Like, okay, I get it, fair enough, but we can also be reasonable here and not simply do what the left does just to show them to be hypocrites. We can also hold to our own morals and say, no, that's dumb. Like, clearly he was just saying it just to try to get off on the murder, obviously, right?
Yeah, and another one is obviously his the Civil War is going to happen any day.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, okay. No, there are some times when I don't like Tim Pool, or sometimes when I do like him. It really depends. But I don't think I've ever had a take that Lance has had that I've fucking agreed with. Oh, I know that Lance has called me a Nazi on his show several times, though. Apparently because I want illegal immigrants deported, I'm a Nazi. Oh well. Very normal opinion, you know? Okay, let's go.
Very cool stuff. So what do you do? Who are you?
I am a leftist commentator. I do politics comedy from a dumpster fire perspective, and I have opinions, and sometimes people like to hear those opinions, and then they tune in to listen to them.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah. All right, well, thanks for joining us. I'm sure we have a lot of opinions to go through. Yeah. We also got the exact inversion of Lance, Seamus Coughlin.
That's how they describe me on the streets. My name is
Anti-Lance?
Yeah, exactly. I thought, no, they call him the anti-Seamus, I thought. But my name's Seamus Coughlin. I make cartoons. We call them
British.
Freedom Tunes.
Yeah, this is the Freedom Tunes guy.
Is that? Why you always got to take it to an ethnic place with me, man? Always ripping on me for being Irish. I was born here, but I make cartoons. I have a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. I'm also a podcaster. We uploaded a cartoon today, by the way. Y'all might want to check that one out. And I also have a stream on Rumble called Shamer, if y'all want to take a peek at that as well.
And we have Moon Lord himself.
I am the Moon Lord.
He knows.
No longer Weed Lord. I have evolved. I have become
He knows.
one with the essence of the vibration and the fabric of reality. So good to see you, Lance.
So good to be here.
And if you don't know, you don't know. But I am the Moon Lord. Let's get hot.
Well, I guess another recent thing, like a Tipple has been like recent stupid shit, and he's been saying it. Like he's been coping real hard over the Texas shooting too.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that on Saturday. That the Texas Latino white supremacist shooter.
Yes.
What a weird situation, man. Yeah, I've seen some right-leaning people really cope hard about this, saying like, "Oh, he's not actually white supremacist. Oh, those tattoos aren't real; they're temporary. Oh, maybe he just got them. Oh, like just come on, dudes. Like, sometimes people just trip all over themselves to give the worst possible take on Twitter. Listen, I know that's coming from my mouth. I get it, all right. But sometimes people trip all over themselves giving the worst possible take. It's like, what the fuck are you guys going? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, sometimes it's just like rather than twist yourselves into pretzels, maybe just acknowledge that sometimes Nazis do shitty things.
Well, also sometimes it's more like sometimes you get people who are interested in Nazi stuff that aren't like, extremely white. They're
allow
yeah,
me.
Nick Fuentes, for example.
Yeah, go ahead, Arch.
White supremacy was a portion of Nazism. It was not the only portion.
Yes.
And that also depends on the version of fascism. Mussolini, for example, said that race was a feeling, blah, blah, blah. They let the Japanese into the alliance, disclaiming of the Aryans of the West, etc. Hitler himself had a massive fascination for Islam. White supremacy equals fascism is too simplistic a explanation. So you can absolutely have Nazi blacks, you can have Nazi Latinos, etc. But it does not necessarily make them white supremacists.
Yes. I mean, when I did all that reading for the 3 Forms of Fascism video, I was surprised to learn just how many Jews were in the Italian fascist party, because a good chunk of them were, because the Italians didn't care about Jewishness the way that the German Nazis did.
Yes.
Actually,
calling fascism white supremacy is the same. It's the problem with the lacking understanding of the term Nazi and fascist.
Here's what's really funny, though. So I didn't put this in the 3 Forms of Fascism. I'll probably get around to it at some point. I'll get around to another video where I talk about this. But the various socialists started up the Socialist International, if you know the term. Basically, a meeting of a bunch of socialist parties from a bunch of different countries to try and put forward some united front of what socialism should be. And Marx attended these, and later Lenin attended these. Lenin and Gramsci, they were at the Third Socialist International. Mussolini, being a socialist revolutionary for a lot of his life, he decided to try to make the Fascist International, and there were 2 Fascist Internationals before the whole project fell apart.
I wants to get a move on.
Oh well, I'll say this real quick then. The reason the Fascist International project fell apart was because the various fascist parties of Europe were split down the middle on whether or not anti-Semitism should be a core component of fascism. Because the Germans thought it should, and the Romanians thought it should, but the Italians and the Spanish didn't really care. And the British didn't really care. The British fascists, they didn't really care either. And basically the entire idea of an international fascist movement fractured over the Jewish question. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, let's continue.
And I am Surge.com as always, guys. Let's get to it.
Let's jump into this first. Wait,
actually,
pressing the wrong button
this
over
is
here.
I gotta flag this. This is the first time Ian and I have done a show together in almost a year.
Since we screamed about, I was yelling at you about religion or something.
Exactly.
Oh, is that a UFO?
Yeah, that's our first
UFO's
show.
neat.
Yeah,
It's
it's
great
good to be here, man.
Yeah, I've evolved on my stance on religion.
We've also talked off air. We've talked off air a good bit, but it's just funny that it's like I just realized it's our first episode we're both doing together because I've been seeing you for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. We went last time we talked. We were talking about like I brought up Vice. I was talking about alcohol. It's your vice or whatever. I said I think that was the real point of contention, and everyone's like, Ian, you're such a dick. I was like, I was just talking to Seamus. We were just talking. Like
Yeah,
we were
but he's
talking.
Irish. You can say that.
But we were talking about.
That's racist.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I don't really care. Do you?
No, yeah,
what
well,
was it?
I was just, it was a discussion about alcohol because I was saying that alcohol is not inherently sinful. Like Christ turned water into wine. It was his first public miracle.
I've gone through. His blood was made of wine, right?
Well, no, with transubstantiation, the properties of bread and wine remain, but it actually becomes his flesh and blood.
I've had like serious problems with alcohol personally, which is probably why I was projecting issues. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just asking, like, when you actually eat the blood of Christ, is that Christ is inside you? But like his blood is alcoholic. Is that why it's wine?
So the properties of bread and wine remain, but what we believe as Catholics is that it's his literal flesh and blood.
Okay.
By his body, blood, soul, and divinity.
But he's not made of bread and wine.
No, he's not literally made of bread and wine. No.
Get crunk.
All right, let's read the news. Here we go.
Wait, we also have Serge Dupre.
Serge.
We already did say what's up. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Man, Moonlord.
Okay, real quick. I know that Lance has publicly shit on the Tubcast a lot over the years. I wonder how awkward it is to be in the same room as all these guys and just be chumming around and like everything's cool. We're all just gonna hang out here in real life and do a stream together. When he said some pretty rough things about these people. When he thinks that they're not watching because he's on his own stream,
He started out like a good socialist by going, "Oh, I'm a huge fan. I watched a lot of your stuff. I'm so thrilled to be here." So, I think. I don't think he thinks about that. I think this is a person who is very aware of what he's doing, just playing the part.
Yeah. Because I've seen, I think, Vosh did the same thing when Vosh was on Tubcast. He was like, happy to be here. I watch your show, the whole thing. But like, I've seen Vosh clips talking about Tim Pool, and he just lays into him. Like, stuff you would not say to someone, like, things you wouldn't say to someone to their face, Like, just... All right.
There is also an element of charitability to be given there as well, called basic civility.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because
like you're not just gonna instantly go at each other's throats like you would on the internet.
It would be a weird thing to start out like, yes, I fucking hate you and everything you stand for.
Well, that's interesting because...
I wish your mother would die.
I know Sargon shared DMs that he had with Sean and Jen, now just Sean, and Big Joel. They're both, socialist content creators. And he basically said, like they were complaining that Sargon was being polite while trying to set up a debate with him. And it's like, Sargon was just like, listen, I know that we disagree. I know that I think your ideas are bad, and and you think my ideas are bad. So why should I just be an asshole to you when we're trying to like do the logistics of setting up a debate? We are like, like, what's the point of it? And they were like, and they were hardcore, like, no, these people are vile, and we should always treat them badly. It's like, well, then I won't talk to you then. I won't have the debate with you. And then they didn't have the debate with Sargon. So I don't know. Maybe some of them have learned that you can't just be an asshole all the time just because you disagree with them.
It also, I'm sure they understand that the optics of that is extraordinarily poor as well.
Yeah.
Like you've got to be able to behave like a human being, even if as a communist, you technically are not one.
Thanks, Doc.
All right, here's the story. We got this ABC 7 New York police issue call for help. Outrage continues to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. So the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former Marine on the train has been ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed. They have planned several protests and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson impersonator who regularly danced in the Times Square Transit Hub. On Monday afternoon, he was yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean criminal. So what they're trying to say is, though the death was ruled a homicide, it does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is investigating. But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can, they're not being clear here. You can make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide. And so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said. They're going to say, as a part of our rigorous ongoing investigation, we'll review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records, read a statement from a spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests. And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Elad Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism. But let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about this one.
Real quick, what did you two think of this event?
I am unaware of it, so.
Oh, really? Is it, you don't know what's going on here? Okay, well.
No, I'm expecting to be told by Tim.
Oh.
I know a little bit of it. Like, I know, like, there was like a 15-minute chokehold. Like, that's a big thing that a lot of news articles like repeated a lot. And
was it 15?
From what I can tell, yeah.
Okay, so
from what I can tell, it seems like a bit disproportional what the guy did, and even if he didn't intend to kill him.
So here's the TLDR of it, Arch. All right, you have a crazy man who's known in New York for being a bit out there on public transit. I guess he's having a real bad day. He finally snaps or something. He's on a subway, and the subway's moving, so you can't escape. And he says, "I don't give a fuck. I don't care if I die. I'm gonna start hurting people. I'm gonna start killing people. I don't give a shit." You know, and he's going nuts.
Did he say that?
Yes, he did. He did actually. I watched the video. Yes.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
I didn't see the video. From what I understood, there wasn't video for the beginning of it.
No,
but, I could be wrong.
He did absolutely say that he did not care if he died or if others died, but he was kind of going. He was clearly having some sort of.
Did he say he was going to kill people?
I'm not sure if he said I'm going to kill you. He might have, but he did say I don't care if I kill others. He did say that. That's for sure. And he was clearly having some sort of a mental break on the subway, and he was starting to act erratic. He was starting to pick fights with people. So a Marine comes up behind him and puts him in a chokehold and chokes him out. And some people in the chat are saying that it wasn't a 15-minute chokehold; it was a 3-minute chokehold. But either way, the Marine ended up. A lot of
news reports said it was 15 minutes.
The Marine ended up accidentally killing him because he started a fight. He was fighting other people, and the Marine jumped in.
The video was 3 minutes long.
Oh, the video was 3 minutes. Okay, yeah. He was starting fights with other riders on the subway. The Marine jumps in, chokes him out, and the guy dies. And so everyone is saying that this Marine is a murderer, and because the guy he killed was black, this was like a race thing. Black Lives Matter's involved. You know, they're trying to do another George Floyd, basically. That's the situation, Arch. But it's backfiring on them because people are just kind of tired of this stuff. And also because this is like a more clear-cut example of like with George Floyd, he was like he was being held down and then kneeled in the neck for 8 minutes by a police officer. Regardless of what the talk screen says, the optics of that event were just kind of bad. They're actually very bad, but the optics on this event aren't nearly as bad because like the guy was like actively fighting people, and then the Marine was trying to stop the fight by choking him out. So it's like they're trying to make it a George Floyd 2, but they're failing right now. So that's the TLDR of the story, Arch.
Okay.
How's that sound to you? Should we have more riots and protests and burn some buildings down over this?
No, it sounds to me like, well, I will say this, the Marine definitely acted beyond the scope of his authority, because he doesn't have any authority in this case. Being a Marine does not allow you to step in and do the job of the police, unless he's military police, in which case maybe.
I don't think he is, no.
But a chokehold it's one of those things. It's what we call less than lethal, isn't it? 9 times out of 10, that shouldn't kill somebody, but there's always that 10th time.
Yep.
But this should have been left to the police, from what I can hear right now, because the guy doesn't sound like he was an immediate physical threat to anyone. Because saying you're going to hurt somebody isn't legal, but it's not assault either, if you get the difference.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to pull up the video right now, because that will get this stream fucking struck. Like it will, because it is a violent video. But I think he started choking them after he started a fight. Like the guy started a fight.
Okay.
After then he jumped in to like defend. But
because that would be different. Like if he's actually attacking someone, then yes, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. But
he was attacking people, then yeah.
Yeah.
But from what I've read, it sounded like he threw a coat down, and then a fight ensued, and that's when the chokehold started.
What I do know is that the Marine was not the one attacked. He stepped in to defend someone else. And he later said that the reason that he felt like he had to do that is because they were on a moving subway. There were no stops in the next few minutes, so it's not like the cops could show up. He felt like he had to do it like right now. So, let's keep playing.
This is a story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown. I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer and his mental health collapsed after his, I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it. And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once
that's right.
6-7-year-old
he had 40 arrests for like
like
misdemeanor crimes, like
reportedly threatening people, saying that he would
like
take
minor batteries
and
thefts and stuff.
Hurt people. This is when the 3 men subdued him. Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911 and get the police down there. And then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left, like AOC, whether or not people, I don't know if you consider her left, but AOC.
Yeah, she's progressive.
She said this was a public murder. And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder. And I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny, in that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get raped on a train in Philadelphia. And we don't hear a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these activists, until someone actually stops the guy. If you go back 7 years...
Kills him, right? Killed him. He killed him.
You can pause it, Lilith, if you want. Yeah.
There's did he push those people into the subway tracks? From the way he's phrasing it, makes it sound like
somebody else.
He was going to do something like that.
Well, those were other instances, right?
Those are other instances, but then he relates it to this one. Like, yeah, threatening people and potentially starting a fight isn't good. It's illegal, but like it's this big leap from pushing people into train tracks and
here's what's going on.
And raping a woman.
Here's what's going on here. So Tim Pool says anarcho-tyranny. All right, and anarcho-tyranny is he uses this phrase 4 or 5 times throughout this podcast, and it goes completely over Lance's head because Lance has never read any political theory, let alone any political theory from outside of the socialist bubble. Right. So the concept of anarcho-tyranny comes from paleoconservative political theory, and the idea is basically it is an authoritarian government that has strict rule of law, but only applies it selectively where it's in the government's interest, right? So you don't even get the safety, the relative safety of, let's say, a fascist state where you're following all the rules, because the fascists, for all of their evil, if you were a member of the Nazi Party and a true believer, there was a decent chance you would be left alone.
I don't think the Nazis applied their laws consistently across the board, Dev.
No, of course not. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, basically, hold on. Let's see if I can look this up, because I'm butchering this right now.
I would word it slightly differently.
Okay,
if I may.
Sure.
Because the way I would understand it is that anarcho-tyranny, as I'm presuming he talks about it here, is that the politicians are first and foremost interested in making sure that the electorate, the voting class, the normal people, don't mess with them, and that they will use everything in order to make sure that they don't do that, whilst ignoring crimes. Like they're less interested in a crime being committed than if the crime can be used to control the populace.
It's kind of like that. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Here, I looked it up. So this is Sam Francis, paleoconservative writer. He uses anarcho-tyranny to refer to armed dictatorship without rule of law, where the state tyrannically or oppressively regulates citizens' lives, yet is unable or unwilling to enforce fundamental protective law. Commentators have invoked the term in reference to situations where governments focus on weapon confiscation instead of stopping looters. So basically, the governments will come after law-abiding citizens for, let's say, minor infractions or things that the government doesn't like. But when actual criminals commit crimes where the government isn't the victim of the crime, so like looting a store, the government doesn't care. So anarcho-tyranny is basically selective enforcement of an extremely oppressive law such that if the government is the victim, the government will act. But if it's regular people that are the victim, the government doesn't give a shit.
All right.
And basically Tim Pool, because he's more right-leaning, I think, he brings up this concept several times, and it just completely goes over Lance's head because he doesn't do any reading.
I mean, that's the thing too. Like, ignorance is not a crime, but he should then have stopped him and gone like, okay, I'm not familiar with that term. Could you explain it to me?
Lance is never going to do that. He is never going to do that. Okay. Yeah, so someone in the chat gave a good example. Anarcho-tyranny summed up as, you fuckers can kill each other, but don't you dare look in our direction, right? So basically because...
That's an excellent synopsis, yes.
Yes. So because certain crimes can be used by the left, while similar crimes, other subway crimes, can't be used by the left will only drum up some sort of public outrage on some of those crimes. So that's what they're doing here. That's what Tim Pool is claiming. And there's probably some truth to that, I think. There probably is some truth to the fact that there's other crimes happening on subways that leftist politicians and leftist talking heads just don't talk about.
It's also the fact that, like, let's say that these other crimes happen, like, the police will still look into them, I presume, but it won't become news. So I don't think it fits the strictest definition of anarcho-tyranny in that case, but I get what he's getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like, this case only really became popular because, like, there was, like, a video and it was widely publicized.
Yeah. And also there's the optics of, a strong white Marine choking out a homeless black guy, right? Like, there's that kind of shit is going to go viral on Twitter for sure.
So when someone is being violent and then someone else acts in self-defense of others and the person dies in the process, now there's all of a sudden calls for, okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed on the subway tracks. That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
I'm never going to sit here and try and defend people pushing people on the subway tracks. That's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly, especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of...
It's also like, yeah, pushing people at the subway tracks is bad. Like, there's no real controversy when it comes to that.
True.
Yeah, it should be stopped.
But you don't see riots in the name of it, though. You don't see protests. You don't see Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, but like, what is the riot going to accomplish? Like,
what does it ever accomplish?
No, I mean, how is it going to stop like crazy people?
It never does, though.
It depends on the reason why. Like, are these just crazy people, or are there motivations behind it? Because we have seen a fair few videos, for example, of people of melanated skin color acting remarkably aggressive against other races for no reason, and nobody ever talks about it. So I guess that's what he's getting at.
Oh, so
that's worth talking about it, but like, I don't know if like protesting is going to solve the individual cases as long as the people who are pushing people into the train tracks are arrested and charged.
If they're just crazy, then
that could happen. What else could happen?
Because if they're just crazy, then that clearly means that somebody's not doing their job in mental health. Like, if there's enough crazy people to push people onto train tracks to the point where it becomes a statistical, recognizable phenomenon, you probably should hire more psychiatrists, I guess.
Yeah, there should definitely be more, like, problems to deal with the mental health crisis of America.
Oh, for sure. I think even right-leaning people agree with that, is that something's going wrong with America's mental health situation, and if that needs government intervention, then it needs government intervention. I think the issue ultimately is that you see a lot of left-leaning people who, like the advocate... Okay, God, how do I want to word this? I want to be very precise, because this could be really spicy really fast. when it comes to mental health, there's a lot of advocates on the left who are saying, we need to invest more in mental health. We need to, these people need treatment. They don't need to be arrested by the police and tased and thrown in jail. Okay, fair enough. But who among us was it that tries to destigmatize having a mental illness, and also has been fighting very hard to do away with various asylums where people can be locked up against their will if they're having a bad enough mental health episode, right? It seems like that stuff also comes from the left, where they say we need to fix mental health, but also it's completely okay if you have all of these various disorders, put them in your Twitter profile, and also committing somebody to a mental health institution because they clearly need health is oppressive. Like, it's not the right wing doing this stuff, as far as I can tell. The right wing wants to lock these people up. It seems to be the left wing doing this.
I mean, there's an entirely separate argument for like our current mental institutions that we have today and how much that helps people and who needs to go and who doesn't.
Yes, there's also that.
So
too,
that's
right?
like an entirely separate debate, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I think I just think that at some point, if America is going to tackle its mental health situation, one, that's going to require a lot of taxpayer dollars sunk into the system, and the right's not going to like that. But two, it's also going to require a lot of forced institutionalization of a lot of homeless people, and the left's not going to like that. But both of these things are true, and they both have to happen. In my opinion, anyway. That's how I see it.
Well, as someone who lives in the cities, like, I would not mind like some of these people screaming. Some of these people that are homeless and out in the streets, they do need help, and as long as they're placed in the right facilities, I hope they get the help. No problem with like getting them the help they need. Yeah,
let's continue. Jesus Christ, we're only 10 minutes in. We're gonna be here forever.
Yes, gonna be here.
The guy who just got killed isn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, doesn't, in self-defense, the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional. Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke him out to death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
But you stepped up.
No, you fucking brainlet. You've skipped a few fucking levels there.
Okay, let's hear it, Arch.
He's not saying that it was proportional to kill him, because choking someone does not necessarily mean you are trying to kill them.
Yeah. You see people say, this is a different conversation, but the idea still applies to this. You see people saying that you shouldn't be able to shoot home intruders because human lives are not more important than property. They say something like that, and it's like, well, I get the point, right? Because if it were some sort of natural disaster and someone was about to die from something, and you had to sacrifice property to save someone's life, anyone can see why you'd have to do that, right? You have to like sacrifice something so you can pull them out of the way, and then something gets destroyed. It's like, oh, but the person's saved. Okay, I get it. But in a situation like that, there's no blame to be laid on anyone. No one's responsible. It's a natural disaster. But when someone breaks into your house, there is actually responsibility, and that is the person who's breaking into the house. But people on the left tend not to like the concept of responsibility. When it comes to this thing, is like, the situation here is like, well, it doesn't matter if he was being violent, but like, he's a victim of capitalism or of society, whatever. So if you choke him out and you kill him, you're the one who's morally culpable. And it's like, well, you still have to defend yourself. You don't suddenly lose the right to self-defense just because your life is better than his, and he's like acting out on the subway.
This is circular, but they jump off at the first bend. It's like, okay, so he was being violent, but that does not allow you to be violent in return. Okay? So violence is okay so long as you are the victim of violence.
I mean, kind of.
That is what that becomes. Like, it's okay to be the aggressor so long as you do not aggress back.
Yeah,
that's retarded.
Yes, and that's where you get the anarcho-tyranny thing, right? Because you have homeless people who are aggressing upon everyone because they're kind of crazy, but then you're the one at fault if you punch back, right?
Yes.
I don't think that's necessarily what they're saying, though. Like, you do have the right to defend yourself, but your defense can't be like in a way that's like you have the right to neutralize the threat and to make sure that you are no longer aggressed upon.
You
but,
mean
like,
proportional
to go
response,
further,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To go further than that, like if someone is no longer a threat to you, like if they're limp and like they're no longer fighting back, and you're still having them in like a chokehold, then for extended periods of time, then that would be like a different story, like as we've seen with George Floyd's case.
Right.
Like George Floyd was no longer a threat, but Derek Chauvin kept his knee on him for like prolonged periods, even after like
that was clearly
it's
like
long
that was
past
too
the
much.
point where he was no longer a threat.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I agree with you there. The thing is, God.
you do have the right to self-defense, but like any more than that.
The problem with the proportional response is that there is no such thing as a proportional response. It doesn't exist. It's a nice theoretical concept, but it doesn't exist in reality. What will hurt one person will kill another person. And unless you are a physical expert, a doctor, with this guy's fucking medical record in front of you, nobody's actually qualified to make that judgment. So you just need to use the least amount of force that you think you can to neutralize the threat. And the chokehold is a relatively small amount of force compared to what a trained U.S. Marine is capable of exerting upon you.
Yes. Oh, well, there are like some instances
like,
where you, hold on. There are some instances where you can tell, right? So, for example, if someone accidentally like he trips and he falls onto your lawn and now he's trespassing and you burst out the door and you blow him away with a shotgun, right? you can tell.
Which I added in the qualification of the least response.
You're like
you think.
So like
like an argument could be made like, oh, he is a Marine, like a former Marine. He should have received like training on this. Like,
oh yeah, he has. You know what
normally,
that training
like,
is? You know what that training is?
How to kill people.
It is to kill him in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, and he didn't. He killed him in 3 minutes. So, the thing is
50 minutes.
That sometimes you can't tell what might kill the other person, and I don't think you have a responsibility to, go half-ass on it and then allow them to get back up and fight you again. Like, I think it's reasonable. I think it's reasonable. Like, you shouldn't try to kill the guy in this situation, but if you do, that's a tragedy and probably not murder on the Marine's part.
It's the example of like American History X, right?
Go on, Arch. Now, go on.
Well, if the Marine had first choked him out and then dragged him over to a curb to stomp him against the curb,
yes,
then I'm like, yes, this is a bit fucking far.
Yeah,
but again, like the chokehold, relatively speaking, is not the greatest amount of force this guy could have exerted upon him. So I doubt he wanted to kill him, but again, it's very difficult to tell.
Well, to go back though, like, yes, he was trained to kill, but like, you would also be trained on how much force and the period it would take to kill. So he would probably know a lot more, like, about like how much force and it would take to kill someone than the average person.
Not really. He's just a Marine, right? Because that's a bit of a broad term. But if he's just a Marine, he's just a grunt that swims. His education on human anatomy is if you shoot this part, he's probably going to die. If you crush this, he's probably going to die. Like they don't receive a whole lot in the way of anatomical training.
Okay, let's see here. I pulled up the story. The actual like description of events. Okay. So he put him in a chokehold. 2 other guys grabbed his arms and legs. He was moving throughout the chokehold, stating that he was, and that where the guy gave him the chokehold said that he was defending himself all the time. All the time he moved, he tried to remove his arm, and when they had it on his side, he kept kicking. So we thought that's him defending himself.
Yeah, because he didn't recognize that they were spasms.
Yeah. A witness stated that at some point during the chokehold, he relaxed his grip, and then the guy coughed up a wad of blood and mucus. So basically, it seemed like he had him in a chokehold. He had a feeling like from his point of view, he was just trying to control the situation until authorities arrived, and he kept and he kept feeling him kick and roll around, so he thought he was still trying to fight, but it may have been the case that he was actually just struggling and dying. That's what it seems like it was. Yeah.
When we can't breathe, they tend to like try to struggle to be able to breathe.
Yeah. So I mean, that's why I wouldn't call this guy a murderer, right? I would call this a tragedy. He clearly did what he thought was right, and he ultimately was right about it. It's just that he didn't think he was killing him. He thought he was restraining him. Let's continue though.
You made a big leap right there.
Which
I still feel like 15
you're
minutes
ascribing
is a bit
intent to the
long
Marine to
for-
kill.
Oh, I'm not saying he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him, right?
So that's immaterial.
Well, no, but what
You're making
what has to be material, Tim, has to be is
Are
he
you
doing
making
what
a
he's doing?
proportionality argument, or are you making?
Yes,
an
I'm
intent
asking. Well, I'm
argument?
asking you that because is what
is
he
proportional.
did proportional to the threat?
Yes.
So the threat that he was going
It
to
is
do,
proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
and end up killing him, even if that was.
So see now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm saying the results. This
Yes,
is what
you
happened.
are,
Guys,
dumbass.
Results are material to proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
He held the guy on the ground while he said call
and
911.
killed him and choked him until he died.
You're doing it again.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is
You
the
are.
end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart.
So-
Maybe you. None of us know what he meant to do that day
yes,
when he woke
absolutely.
up.
If someone is threatening,
Real quick here.
So Lance is actually pretty dumb, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yes, exceptionally. Well, the thing is that is like both Lance and Tim right now, they're in like debate mode. So like neither like they could probably come to some sort of consensus and right now they're just arguing over words. That like Lance doesn't like the fact that Tim used a certain word and they're gonna argue over the word. It's like it's one of these debates, you know. Like they're both in like debate bro mode, and neither of them wants to like get to the heart of the matter. I quickly looked this up. Okay, I do not think that he was choked for 15 minutes, Lilith. I think that was fake. Okay. The reason why is because let me see here. Approximately 2:30 p.m. Okay, yeah. So arrived before 2:30 at 2:29. Yeah, I'm looking at the timeline of events, at least the official timeline of events from the cops. There wasn't even 15 minutes in between when the fight started and when the police showed up. So like maybe it took them 15 minutes to get there, but it was not a 15-minute chokehold.
Wikipedia says the chokehold lasted for 15 minutes, and Butcher Duke's article is also the NBC News, the New York Times. Yeah, they're all reporting like the chokehold lasted 15 minutes.
Okay.
Like Google,
you know what,
how long was Jordan Neely choked for?
Okay.
The response is 15 minutes.
It could be one of those situations where like he thought he was just holding them, and it turned out he was actually choking them. Because again, he is like this is like we're talking, you know, this homeless guy versus a Marine, right? So that's what I mean. Okay, no, fair enough. Let's continue though.
threatening other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then would it be like an involuntary manslaughter?
So see,
No, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal.
It's not. I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's the difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that, was that proportional?
Yes.
Okay, wait a second. So yeah, the chat's currently ripping into you for Wikipedia. So I checked Wikipedia as well, and they link. Let's see, AP News.
This is the top result, but like
Hold on.
a bunch of other news articles.
Yeah. They link
and,
AP News.
Reports have said 15 minutes.
They link The Cut, AP News, and The Guardian. Now, you can say that you don't believe Wikipedia and you don't believe all the various mainstream news, right? Like, there's reasons to not believe those things, but like, what else do you have? What else do you got? You know. Also, it comes from the 15-minute number. Seems to come from the guy who choked him. Vasquez was his name. The Marine said that he was choking him for 15 minutes. So I mean, like, I don't know. It's like it's completely reasonable to disbelieve Wikipedia sometimes, but you have to like have some sort of counter source. Like what else? Like what else do you guys have?
If it was the Marine who said it, I would probably say that a chokehold. What he means then, in all due likelihood, is that he was on his back with one arm around his throat and the other used to brace his arm, which is a subdual move. Like you are meant to continue that. It is not a chokehold like you've got both hands on his neck or something like that, for example.
Yeah. So people are saying the raw video. man.
The raw video was 3 minutes.
Yeah, the
but
raw video
chokehold lasted
ends.
15.
Yeah, the raw video ends while he's still choking him. So like, you can't say, oh, the event was 3 minutes because we have 3 minutes of recorded footage. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It could very easily have kept going after someone turned off the camera. You know.
And we don't know when the camera was turned on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, someone's saying check the police report. Let me just look it up real quick. Check the police report. Police report of his name was it Jordan Neely. Where's the police report? You know, I can't find it right away. If someone can DM it to me, I'll pull it up. But let's just keep watching this for now.
He needed to be killed.
No,
or he could have killed someone else.
Hold on, stop that. You can't. You keep trying to say needed to be. No.
But that's what happened.
The Marine.
That's the end result.
You're saying the Marine tried to kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why would
you are saying that?
Why would
you're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying that's what ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say needed to be killed?
Because what he did to him, his chokeout ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out. Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chance. We'll leave it up to chance.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no leap, Tim.
Yeah,
what he's doing is
that
proportional. Is choking someone with the possibility of death. With the possibility of death.
So the thing is, the way that Lance just described it is like, this guy is going nuts on the subway. I'm going to choke him out, and he might die, but we're okay with that. That's actually it, and that's actually okay. It's actually fine, in fact, to defend yourself in such a way that somebody might die. That your attacker might die, or the person who's attacking somebody else might die. Like, that's unfortunate, but it is acceptable. And I think Lance, he put that forward, and Tim didn't just like Giga Chad yes it. They just kept, like, they're both in debate bro mode right now. You should have just been like, yes.
Because they're quarreling about the thing, because Lance says that killed him, and Tim is saying that wasn't his intent, and that's what they're dancing around, because yes, no, all forms of self-defense comes with the risk of killing the person you're applying it on, unless you're hitting with the wiffle bat, and even then they could be allergic.
Okay, so good old Artemis came through. Let's see what Artemis has given us.
An Artemis source, wow.
Yeah.
I think I trust that less than the mainstream media.
Extended video shows Daniel Penny appearing to ignore a person who warned you're going to kill him while he had Jordan Neely in a chokehold. Okay. And we're not going to watch the video because that'll... A bystander can be heard telling people that Jordan Neely may die in a longer video. So there's a longer video now. Okay. That the bystander noted that Neely had defecated, which indicates someone may be close to dying.
Yes.
Yep. Marine veteran Daniel Perry as the man who put Neely in the chokehold. Okay. Daniel Perry, other bystanders who pinned down Jordan Neely during their fatal encounter on Monday were warned by another person on the New York subway they were going to kill him. Penny did not heed the warnings. While Penny, a 24-year-old Marine veteran, put Neely in a chokehold in a New York subway car for several minutes as bystanders helped pin the man down till he went limp, the extended video shows a person emerge from the side of the scene, noting that Neely defecated and those restraining him should be considered about a murder charge. Okay, but where's the length of time that he had been... Is that in here? No, it's not in here. So this doesn't show us that he had been holding him for less than 15 minutes. And the included video clip is only 1 minute and 21 seconds long. So this is evidence that people, after he defecated himself, that's it. You got to let him go. A bystander has been heard saying in the video. So this is the Marine being told, "Hey, let him go," by a bystander. This is not talking about how long he's been holding him. So I don't think this proves that he's been holding him less than 15 minutes. Sorry, Artemis. I appreciate the link, though. Let's keep going.
Yes,
okay, so
absolutely. I'll tell you this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
sure,
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegally entering my home, right? I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home illegally. Now you can't invite someone in, and there's actually some legal barriers here. Like if someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in, that's actually not an illegal entry. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass. It's like your door was open, there was no obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered 4th-degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary, and you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from illegally entering your house. That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of we're out in the street, someone is threatening someone else, you are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
even if that's even in the act of doing that, you could kill them.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind then? Like holding his hands tightly?
One that doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say. Because
give me one in your martial arts expertise.
Zero, absolutely.
Okay, so
Tim is correct here. Is that like you could like punch someone in the face and they fall back and they smash their head and they're dead. Right? Like there's no action you could take to defend yourself that has a 0% chance of killing the other person. It's just how it is. That's just the messy nature of stuff like this, you know?
Yeah, that appears to be the point he's making, as Lance is now going to have to explain in his significant martial arts expertise, how you subdue someone without hurting them.
Yep.
And I think I can contend that no one here has any, right? Am I in a judo room?
I just watched a lot of movies.
No, but
sharp elbows.
That is a UFO.
None of us
I
have
want
black belts.
that.
We don't know this shit.
Yeah.
We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet,
but now going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done some kung fu, taekwondo.
So once again, there's no experts here to talk about this.
Yeah. So certainly will contend I am not an expert. However, if someone is threatening harm against another person, and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him, and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the process of committing a crime, I'm not going to blame the victims for this, right? Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying victims, you mean the people who killed him?
The people who are being attacked.
But were they attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him?
Do
we have footage before the event begins?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime, right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by threatening them and going up to their face. Right.
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Yeah, actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces, and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so. So this is what I'm talking about in narco.
Well,
but like, I've seen that video, and the guy didn't appear to be having him in a chokehold for like a very long time. Like,
yeah, he didn't die. Is the point? He didn't die. Okay, so Artemis sent me a second link real quick.
Stopped the confrontation, and nobody died as a result, and that's kind of why he was celebrated, and this guy isn't.
This is a video that I cannot show on YouTube, but I will show it to YouTube. Sorry, chat, you don't get it. Is it this here? Yeah, it's this. Here, you guys should be able to see that. So Jordan Neely was breathing after the Marine releases the chokehold, and he is seen helping move him to assist in his recovery. Where are AOC, MSNBC, CNN, and others? So this might be a video that I can't show on YouTube, but we're just gonna quickly watch this clip right now. Let's just see.
My wife is ex-military. You got a hell of a chokehold, man. Just like
don't put him on his back, though, man. He might choke on his own stick. He might choke on his own stick and put him on his back. Put him on his side, man.
Maybe he wasn't planning on getting the same chokehold that you got. So that's nice.
Yeah, so it does look like they're trying to help him after he's been KO'd.
It's just a storm. Military. Ring. You really got him in the chokehold.
Well, I don't know what he's doing with his leg there.
He didn't send his old low, but he'll be all right.
Stable side posture.
What to do today, homie? Huh?
So there we go. Yeah, that does not seem like he was just choking him until, he turned into a skeleton, right? It seems like at some point they let him go and they were trying to do something for him.
It does look pretty fucked up and limp in that video, though. Like,
well, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
I can't show it. I'm sorry, YouTubers. I can't show it to you guys, chat, just because you can't show corpses on YouTube. So okay, someone in the chat is saying
a dying man.
someone in the chat is saying that the chokehold didn't kill him. We don't have any evidence of that. Like maybe a drug report, like a tox screening will come out and we'll see that he actually overdosed. Maybe. Right now we don't have information on that. Right now it seems like the chokehold killed him.
Maybe he touched a weed a week ago and that killed him.
Week old weed. Okay, let's continue on though.
Tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this completely from a point of you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual. No, so this is what I'm talking about, anarcho-tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this.
Anarcho-tyranny count 2.
You don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual.
Where Lance doesn't get
the legal expertise. But see that's kind of an absurd thing to just outright. Well, look, I'm going to say this guy committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you, therefore he should be convicted.
I never said that. I'm actually asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes. That's why he wasn't
proportionally legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't charged. He was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is anarcho-tyranny. People go out in the streets, they protest.
He wasn't charged by the police arrived on the scene, but like
he wasn't. No.
The people like it's usually like the district attorney that does the charging in America.
So it was revealed on May 5th that a grand jury was going to be called to determine whether or not he should be charged.
Yeah, it's usually that or like a district attorney, someone usually higher up. Like,
well, so police officers can charge and district attorneys can charge.
Yeah, they can also charge, but like a lot of times they're just like first responders. They take notes, they assess what's going on. And that's why people usually are sent home and then they can be charged like days later.
Yeah.
Not being arrested and charged right then, there isn't like a presumption of innocence.
So I think that if they're bringing on a grand jury to determine if charges should be pressed, that might be because it's like a publicly high profile case. And they don't want it to be like, oh, the cops are corrupt and they're just charging him. Oh, the district attorney is corrupt and they're just charging him. They're going to get a jury to determine whether or not the charges should be brought. Because then they can at least say, oh, hey, people decided on this, not just officials, you know?
Yeah, which makes sense.
And the police say for political reasons we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
But I don't know. It depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening and they're like, yo, he was threatening all of us, then I think the cops are not going to mess with that guy.
And that's what was reported. And there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he fought back. So there's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people and even said he was prepared to die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat. I think if a guy got on a train and screamed, I'm going to cause harm to people, and then said he was willing to die, you'd probably want to stop him because there's signs all over the subway saying if you see something, say something. And I suppose we could go the route of when Luke Rutkowski had that video, there was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, we're not going to get involved at all. And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny, that guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was, I think, oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandra Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're gonna hurt somebody? You just sit there and wait until they actually hurts the person and then you respond? And
I'm just curious, honest question. We have a story from the Daily Mail from October. 25 victims have been shoved in front of subway cars so far this year. 2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
Well, where was the video footage of it?
There is video footage of it.
Is it public?
Yes.
Public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube. But there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And where's AOC? Where's any of these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that when criminals do it, as explained
Anarcho-tyranny count number 4. So this is a whataboutism, but the important part of whataboutisms is that it points to an obvious hypocrisy. Right? It's like, well, you have similar situations, and why is it that only one of them gets attention? That's whataboutism. Yeah, but it's also important to understand why only one of them gets attention. That's a legitimate question to ask. And that's what Tim's asking right now. Hold on a second real quick.
Probably because the people who pushed the people into the train track were presumably arrested and charged, like, right away.
It's possible.
IDK.
I have to look into it myself, yeah.
Archipelago, when a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union, that's just a criminal, that's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself, you knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing attention to this specifically? So as in, or are you saying that she's hypocritical? Because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying...
No, it's hypocritical, Tim. Just say it, you fuck.
Why now? Why only when people are victimized and they
You're
defend
describing
themselves
hypocrisy,
are we
Tim.
now
Just own
upset
it.
about what happened
Just
on Sunday?
victimized. We're
give
talking about a
Lance the
poor
small
homeless
win.
person
It's all he
who
gets.
may have been having an episode and died in what like ended up being the struggle. That's so. Why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So you have that on camera that he assaulted them first.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements.
Can we see the footage? I want to see. I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show the choke out.
Okay, so according to the news reports, the witnesses and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
right, but you're saying he specifically threatened violence against the people who subdued him. Do we have evidence of that? It's one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
I'm not trying to win an argument.
You're being awfully pedantic.
Awfully pedantic.
Yes.
Why would you use pedantic in this form? As in, like,
He
I'm
was
trying
getting
to get to the
heated.
root of this problem.
No, it's absurd to imply that
Like-
if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her,
Those are
that
fair
another man
questions
can't
to
protect her.
ask.
And so this is
Yeah.
why
Like,
they're they're just. I think they're just posturing now. Now it's just egos, right? They're not even arguing over anything substantive. They're just being like, I don't want to give the other guy even an inch because he's my ideological enemy. It's like, come on, guys, like have a real conversation here.
asking, did he say to the people who subdued him, I'm going to harm you.
Yes,
I'm
that's
going to hurt you.
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right? And then someone said, I'm going to stop you before you hurt someone, that is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others. That makes those people who are stopping the guy threatening people the victims of a violent individual who's trying to cause harm. I just find it fascinating that there's an effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance, right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped.
Yeah,
right?
I used to live in this area, by the way. I used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I've seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order to protect everyone else on the train. That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific footage
you're
of him?
a pussy, Lance.
Yeah, it sounds like he hasn't actually been around any really scary homeless people before. You know, you see a lot of progressives who are like, oh, they're just our unhoused friends. They just have drug problems. We should be compassionate towards them. You know,
Our unhoused friends. No, most of them are psychos. Like, unironically, most homeless people in modern society are so because they're cray cray.
yeah, like.
Oh.
There's a lot of
caveats. I don't know about America, but over here, I literally know a guy who works in the governmental agency that is intended to house homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
They'll give you a house. They'll house you. They'll do all of these things, but people just don't want to. Like they'll put somebody up, and a week later, they'll be back on the street again.
Yeah. From what I understand,
there are some homeless people that are just like that. Like
in your area.
Oh no, yeah. Well, that, and as well as just some people just choose to be homeless because like they like the lifestyle of not having anything tying them down. Like
Yeah, there was that one viral video of like a progressive talking to a homeless black guy, and the homeless and the progressive was like, "You deserve a house, you deserve money," and he's like, "I don't want any of that shit. I just want to sit here. I enjoy it. I like the weather." And he's like, "All right, dude, sure." And like they got into a fight over the progressive wanting him to like have a house. And eventually the progressive immediately went into saying shit like, well, you're blocking the sidewalk. You're making things worse for everyone else. Like as soon as they heard that the homeless guy wanted to be homeless, the progressive immediately flipped and was like, we need to get you out of here. It's like, all right, dude, sure. But yeah, it seems like without doxing, I'm reasonably sure, based on Lance's like photos from around Vancouver, he lives in an okay neighborhood in Vancouver, right? I kind of know the ins and outs a little bit of what Vancouver is like where you can go, where you can't go at night. And Lance lives in a pretty nice neighborhood. A lot of these crumb tubers, a lot of these bread tubers, they don't really live in cities. They live in like either nice areas of downtown or they live in very safe suburbs that are like 20 minutes out from downtown, you know? And they don't see any of the homeless problems. They've never had someone come up, you know, ranting and screaming because they're insane, you know, pull a knife on them, demand money. They've never experienced any of this shit. That's why they're so like, it's fine to be sympathetic, right? It's fine to say, oh, we should help the poor. Okay, fair enough. Everyone feels that way. We should help the poor. Completely uncontroversial opinion, right? But these people don't understand the poor. They don't know what it's like to be poor, and they don't know like what the poor want themselves. And if they did, they wouldn't be lionizing, the homeless or the working class or anything like that the way that they do. They fundamentally don't understand. Let's see here.
Threatening the very people who subdued and ended up killing him.
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But, like, what is it?
All right, well then that's all I want to know.
But what does
All
that
right.
have to do with what I said? That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that, fine. But even if that was it, were they like threats to him in the immediate present? Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you.
I do
for you to act in
enjoy
defense of others.
Yes?
As a brief little interlude here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Lance, but I have a sneaking suspicion that in the past he has probably made the argument that words are violence.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly.
So I just find it particularly amusing that here he is being very well, are we sure he was threatening violence or being violent? There's a differential between threatening someone and being violent.
Oh, don't worry, because I want you to keep in mind Lance's takes right now and just kind of, file them away and think about them once we get to the abortion segment of the video and some of the stuff that Lance says is permissible in that.
I see.
Oh, by the way, Arch, if you want, I can send you some choice Lance takes later. He's a gold mine.
No.
He's a gold mine of nonsense.
No need. I have this suspicion that I can probably predict most of his stances on most issues just by reading the usual socialist playbook.
Right. So your question is kind of in an unnecessary direction, and I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box and someone is threatening violence, then yeah, you're a victim. Because
so I've been a victim multiple times. Then I was in these subways.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the craziest thing to me.
I don't feel like a victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who were going through those kind of episodes.
Other people have been.
Oh, this argument. No one else that I've watched several other people's commentary on this debate. No one's mentioned this. So Lance says, so Tim says you were a victim when you were in a subway car and a homeless guy was starting to get violent. You were a victim. Lance says I don't feel like a victim. Okay, Lance, you don't feel like a victim. Let's apply that logic to the feminist intersection when it comes to rape, or how socialists feel about employment. All right, socialists feel that employment is inherently exploitative because it's trading labor for wages. And then when the worker says, "Well, I don't feel exploited; it's a pretty good pay," they say, "No. It doesn't matter if you feel exploited or not. What matters is that you are exploited per the Marxist analysis." And it's like, well, hold on, Lance, you've already dispelled the idea that feeling exploited is a necessary component of actually being exploited. Of feeling that you're a victim is a necessary component of being a victim. In other conversations, Lance has already done away with that. So to see him say it here, it just kind of it tickles the parts of my brain where I just hear Lance saying other dumb things in other videos where it's like, all right, okay.
Are you insinuating that a communist could potentially be a hypocrite?
Or lie, or not understand the what he's actually saying most of the time? Yes.
See, I would actually consider it a better defense if he was just retarded, because again, being an idiot it's a guiltless crime. You're just stupid. But lying, well, that implies you understand that you're doing it.
Mm.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying this is a good
25
thing.
people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people were pushed in front of trains. How is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless? Did they have mental illness?
I would say
what's the
anybody
correlation
shoving
here?
someone in front of a train at random is like going through an episode. You know what I mean? The correlation is that crime and murder on the subway has been increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press. But I don't see you caring about it at all until it's the aggressor who gets killed.
No one, I think, on the left is going to defend this stat that you're pulling.
Then why put a guy in prison for finally saying stop killing people?
This is like, Tim, if I approached you today and I was like, hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island? How they hold people in Rikers Island? Do you know what?
Not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay, do you know about bail reform and the fact that people die in Rikers Island waiting to have their day in court because they can't afford it?
And we talked about it.
And you've done entire shows on that. And we talked about how people literally die in prison while they're waiting for that shit?
We talked about
terrible.
Okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly arrested, lost his job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. The city owes him nothing because they considered the prosecution not to be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like, we talk about stuff like this all the time. But
see, that is actually genuinely a little, not even a little, that is a big fuck up for Lance, because he's like, hey, did you do this? And he just said, yeah. Oh, well, Shit, I guess that does make me look like the asshole. Yes, it does.
Yeah. And also there's just the conversation of, there's only a finite number of minutes in a day, and you only have so much attention. And you can say, well, why did you focus on issue A and not issue B? And that might be a legitimate question. Maybe issue B does need focus. But at the end of the day, there's just going to be some level of arbitrariness to it. Like, you focus on what is important to you,
Yes.
And to demand that someone focus on the other issue, that's like, that goes down the whole platforming argument. Like, shouldn't you use your platform to talk about issue B? It's like, well, no. At the end of the day, I should use my platform to talk about whatever I want to talk about. Like, that's my choice in the end, right?
The thing
There's
though
also
that's
the fact that humans are like there's also the fact that humans are like trend following creatures. See a lot of people already talking about something, you're more inclined or more likely to talk about that particular subject rather than something not a lot of people are talking about and might not get as much of attraction as other subjects would.
This is why I view Tim's argument far more charitably, though, because he's saying, why don't the politicians talk about this, first and foremost? And it is literally a politician's job to serve the people in whatever troubles might arise.
Yeah. I think you can make this argument. It's a more sound. I don't know if sound's the word. It's a more reasonable argument to make about a politician than it is to make about a random newscaster,
Yes.
The example you need was not me talking about the systemic problem of people who are poor being in Rikers Island before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released prior to that.
I'm giving you an example of a specific show we've actually talked about someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say, yes, people have died. Yes, the system is corrupt. And my point is this. When we talk about stuff like this, like, wow, in October, we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then finally, when three guys...
ignoring this. I told you, no one's on the other side of this. No one is pro-push people onto trains.
Where's your protest? Where's your protest?
Where's my protest?
Yeah, where's your protest?
Where's your Rikers protest?
We had it on the show, but you don't watch the show.
You did an actual protest. You guys stood up and then walked to the streets, or
we
what?
don't go on the streets ever,
but
right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about the Tim, because this is the problem of
you
you're
were
judging someone based on absence.
He was, yes, but also,
yes.
Oh, this is a great place to pause, Lance. This looks like he's gonna cry. Okay, no. The difference, though, and there is a difference here. It's that Tim Pool, he does debates with people who show up in the studio, and he also covers the news and gives his spin on the news. Lance, on his show, Lance tends to watch Tim Pool and react to Tim Pool, or he tends to watch like Sargon's videos, or he tends to watch whoever he is that he's watching. Lance he doesn't really react to the news as much as Tim Pool does. Lance reacts to other YouTubers reacting to the news. They exist in like different ecosystems, kind of.
Reacting to people reacting.
Yes.
We have fallen far as a civilization, I would like to say.
It's based on your absence.
Well, to be fair, that's what we're doing. We're doing that right now. We're reacting to their reaction of their news.
We're the third.
Yeah.
I am far from blameless in this either. I'm just pointing it out. Our civilization has indeed fallen far.
Of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that. That's not true, though.
That's not what I said.
That's the implication of what you're saying right now.
My implication is, instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
When have I brought up garbage about people pushing people to trains? This is the most random example.
I'm not talking about you saying. I'm saying you don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm saying finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not going to let this person hurt somebody, it's y'all saying that person should go to prison. It's like, how is that solving the problem? You guys are making it worse. Your protests, your support for the criminals make this worse.
So our solution to this, if you're asking, when you're saying you mean the left, right? Our solution to a lot of this
you're speaking in support of the criminal, so I'm saying you.
Okay, so I am saying that the solution to a lot of this would be investing very heavily in things like healthcare, like getting and making sure that people have access to it, and not cutting the restrictions, like allowing people to have access to healthcare, not as a requirement based on how much money they have, based on their income, but allowing them to get the care they need. That would have gone a long way to preventing a problem like this and future problems that are going to happen. I have no idea what's going on with the 25 people who've been pushed in front of trains. If it happens to be because people have mental illness, this is a tangible solution that we could work towards. This is something that are you against that idea about investing heavily into mental health care, public health care? Well, then...
See, in the healthcare conversation, this is, I think, one of the left's few consistent W's. It's very hard to get a right-winger to argue against the idea of healthcare for the poor. It's one of those things that
Yeah,
just
but
kind
at
of
that
makes
point,
sense.
it's not a W. It's just like, yeah, no, we should treat people with mental health issues.
Yes, exactly, right?
Like, that's not a win. That is a yes. I thank you. Welcome to the right-wing position.
Yeah, I guess the issue is that like Tim's framing it as support for the criminals, and there is, I don't think Lance will ever cop to it, but there, at least not on the fucking Timcast, but there is like a strain of leftist thought that is in support of criminality. That video is coming. I've currently finished the book In Defense of Looting. It's a pretty good book.
Well, yeah, of course it is, because take the George Floyd case, take this case.
Mm-hmm.
The George Floyd case was not open and shut the moment it came out. This case is not open and shut when it comes out. There could be a host of various things that affect this in negative or positive ways for both sides. But you won't see the left inherently going on, oh no, the Marine did nothing wrong. Like, they will go for the person who was the criminal in the case. Mm-hmm. Very rarely have I seen them lauding the law-abiding person.
Yes. I mean, you can kind of see the inverse of that with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, right? Where because it was Kyle who was defending himself against a left-leaning protest, Kyle had to be a murderer, even though he obviously wasn't. He was obviously innocent. Well, he killed them, but it was in self-defense, is what I mean. Hold on a second, real quick. Oh, Flamenco and Sammy G are both here. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Let's keep going.
There you go. That's a much better line.
So here's
right?
my issue. My issue is when this story came out in October, we talked about it. And we said, why is this happening? What are the solutions? What are the problems? When this story comes out now, you, completely ignorant of what's been going on in New York, side with the criminal. And so people like me are flabbergasted that we've been focused on the issue of crime, the issue of mental health, the entire time, going back several years. And this is why I left in New York, because two cops got murdered outside of my apartment. And then what do we hear? Protesters in the street defending the criminals.
You keep saying criminal. I have a problem with criminalizing people who are homeless or people who are poor or people who are mentally ill. And then suddenly,
I'm not saying he's a criminal for being.
He was arrested 40 times. I think criminal is a fitting description.
Yep.
Like, this is... I get his point, sort of, in that he was not necessarily provenly committing a crime at that point, even though he was threatening people, which is criminal actions.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it is an accurate descriptor.
Poor, I'm saying he's a criminal because he threatened people with harm. Like incitement to violence is a crime, just like AOC says, right?
I really want to see the start of this video footage. I want to see the moment where he was threatening the very people who tried to take him down.
But look, either you accept that the witnesses, the media, and the police say this is what happened, or we can agree no one has any idea, so there's no point even talking about it.
I think the interesting.
Okay, what's really interesting here is that Lance is being reasonable, and he is saying, "Well, I want to see more evidence. I want to see more video footage. Like, we have to see more." Okay, that's a reasonable thing to say. I promise you can go back and watch Lance's takes on Kyle Rittenhouse. There was no like, let's wait and see, let's get some more info. He was like, no, this guy is guilty. He's a white supremacist kid out there killing people. You know, when the knee-jerk reaction lines up with their politics, they're good with sticking with the knee-jerk reaction. But when it differs from their politics, then they have like the more reasoned approach. Like, oh, we have to wait for more information. I've seen the right wing do this too, but Lance is doing this right now, and it's kind of obvious.
Maybe confluences that you were mentioning, preventative measures are a way to go about it. What do you think about defensive measures? Like people should be
I really
armed
like
and
the
ready for this
UFO.
kind
I
of
would
thing,
like to
regardless
have
of the
that in my
prevention.
house.
I mean, when it comes to defensive measures and people should be armed, I'm going to probably be on the exact opposite as the rest of you, because you're probably very pro-gun here, right? I'm just making, we don't have the same problems in Canada that you do in the United States for mass shootings, for mass gun violence, for that kind of stuff.
You have 30 million people, don't you? Is it 30 million?
Okay, so by ratio of the population, Tim. So if you compare ratio of the population.
Someone said I might not call him a criminal. No, I don't have a problem calling him a criminal in this case. Like, well, he was like threatening to commit. I wouldn't call him a criminal over like his previous like convictions or previous arrests, because like because you're arrested in the past, it's like what I care about is what he was doing at the time. Mm-hmm. And what he was doing, if the reports are to be believed that he was threatening people, then yeah, he was committing criminal actions. It's not unfair to call him a criminal.
Also, someone says Lilith 100% thinks the dead dude died a hero. Was this guy a hero, Lilith?
No. No. I think it's tragic that he died, and I feel like maybe there were ways like that where he didn't have to die. But no, that doesn't make him a hero.
Mhm.
People think just because I'm like a little more left leaning than the two people here, that I'm just like a bleeding heart or whatever.
More left leaning than Dev. Where am I even at?
Listen, I'm not the actual communist in our group. You understand?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Actually, per the Canada conversation, Lance. Usually, the argument, especially coming from Canadian leftists, is like it's all a material thing. It's access to guns, access to guns, access to guns. That's all it is. The reason that the rest of the world doesn't have these problems is access to guns. That's probably partially true, actually. I know right wingers don't like to hear that, but it just seems self evident that if there's more guns, there's going to be more shootings. Just as a blanket statement, seems obvious. However, it's not only access to guns, obviously, right? There's also going to be cultural differences too. And some of that will definitely be, why is it that you see a bunch of black crime rates? What's going on there? Is it the genes? It's probably not the genes. It's probably certain subcultures in the United States. But also, the more general American culture is a more violent culture than the Canadian culture is. It's just kind of how it is. It's probably due to the fact that you guys won your independence from Britain through a war, and Canada won its independence through negotiation. Those are two. The founding political myths of the two nations are very different, and it probably leads Americans or American culture to be more violent. And that's not necessarily bad. It is what it is, right? I mean,
it is also that America is a very young nation that was done with killing its rebellious native populace only recently.
Yeah, in terms of like nationwide timescales, yes.
Yes. I am semi-jokingly saying that, but it is a fact that America was as they call it, the Wild West, relatively recently, and so it hasn't had the rule of civilization for quite as long as ye old Europe.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a pretty big place, and I guess it's not nearly as cold as Canada, since it's probably a lot harder to. There's probably a lot less natives to conquer.
As a Norwegian, I subscribe to the cold climate theory, in that cold climate makes people better to people.
You think so?
No. I say so because I'm a Norwegian.
Well, I actually believe that. Sounds good.
Better people? No. Yeah. But as for civilization advancement, yes, I do believe that a cold climate requires greater cooperation between people, and so will form civilizations better, presuming they can survive the winter.
Yeah.
It also can create very violent people, however, if the winters are cold enough, as seen by my own history.
Yep, the Vikings.
Turns out, when you don't have the ability to grow food, you go fetch other people's stuff.
God, who?
What Finland Saga?
What, dude? There was that one commercial. There was like a black immigrant, and he's like, our Viking ancestors, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The SAS commercial. Yes, I am aware.
Listen, Norway's not like Canada, all right? You can't become Norwegian by moving to Norway. It's not like Canada or America. It's a different kind of nation.
No, I actually do disagree. I believe that somebody from Somalia can become Norwegian. I'm more than happy to say that. Because I have met people who are black as coal and speak with heavier Norwegian accents than I do, and have, better Norwegian traditions than I do, who go skiing and shit. I personally viewed the act of strapping a pair of planks to your legs and then wandering out into the Norwegian wilderness to be de facto suicide, so there you go.
Okay, no, fair enough, right? Like, and I know there's the whole, I did a video on this about like what it means to be indigenous. There's the whole conversation of, well, like, if you move to the UK, are you then British? And then you answer that. It's like, well, if you move to China, are you then Chinese? The answer is obviously no, right? So like, there's certain conceptions of what being a member of a nation is. And it seems like there's a very new world focused definition of what a nation is. Very America, Canada, Mexico, Brazil. These are like immigrant nations, right? And they're trying to, and by there, I guess I mean the broader global monoculture is trying to impose that specific definition of nation on the nations of the old world, which don't really fit quite right with that definition.
Yeah. That's a good way of viewing it as well, especially as America is also far more of a cultural melting pot than many of these other nations, and so it has an easier time adapting to it. Like, if you're already a very, very multicultural society, which America is, then you probably have an easier time adapting to it than nations that tend to be very homogenous.
Yes. And also, it does seem to be the case that nations that are very homogenous, as long as you integrate, you're probably going to be fine anyway. Like, if you're like adopting their cultural customs when you move in, and you're not like making a scene, you're not being ridiculous. You kind of just you try your best to become part of the new culture that you've moved into. Most of the time, it goes pretty well.
Yeah, so like a person moving to China doesn't make them Chinese, but if the person moved to China and like integrated into their culture and became a citizen and like became just a part of their culture, then I would say it would be fair to call them Chinese.
I mean,
Also, Flamenco says enjoying the farmland arc. Yes, it's the latest episode is a bit traumatizing. I'm not gonna spoil much for people who haven't watched it, but it's yeah, it's a bit of a.
Are you and Flamenco watching a show or something?
Oh, we were watching Vinland Saga since the topic of Nords and Vikings came up.
Right.
The farming arc. I would like to get back to the killing part now, and you never do. You never do.
Oh, they're gonna get back to that soon. But
Fun fact.
Well, it doesn't have to be just non-stop violence.
Wait, sorry.
Arch,
wait, hold on, Arch, what did you say?
You have no enemies.
No enemies.
Well, they're dealing with Indians now. The Norse name for Indian was Skralling, which translates roughly into pussy in the modern-day language and vernacular.
Oh.
Are they dealing with like the Native Americans in the manga?
Yes, they are at this point, I believe.
Oh, I'm not a manga reader, at least not yet. I might start reading manga after season 2 is over, but for the moment being, try not to spoil myself.
Oh my god, someone just asked who you are, Arch. You sound like the Lightbringer. Arch, do you sound like Linkara?
No.
Here, let's continue. Let's continue.
Did I get Arch out of here? Don't give him his coat.
We'll have to invite Iron Liz back in and have her judge. Here, let's go.
The population, Canadians to America, we don't have mass shootings like you do. No one else does. It's a uniquely American problem. The mass shooting thing is a uniquely American thing.
Obesity is pretty heavy here.
Well, it's. I don't think it's fair to say uniquely American because there are mass shootings in many other countries.
Oh, there is, but it's a uniquely American problem that it's disproportionately happening here.
Well, mass killings are.
Okay, so Lance is actually correct here. Last time I checked, is that America does have a disproportionate number of mass shootings. The issue is that like. You can make the argument that's like, you know, I've seen some right wingers be like, no, it's not true, deny, you know, the numbers are wrong. It's like, no, guys, like, stop coping. It's obviously true. But you can make an argument that, like, listen, yes, America has a disproportionate number of shootings. That is the price that America is willing to pay to have the Second Amendment. You can make that argument. It's like, well, listen, yeah, it leads to a few more deaths, but securing people's freedom to own weapons and therefore be a bit more secure against a tyrannical government, that is a good trade-off. I would even say that's probably a good trade-off, personally. So
there's also just the fact that, like, the cat's already out of the bag. Like, there's no possible way for Americans to just take back, like, millions and millions of guns that are just in circulation, whether on the record or not. Like,
oh god. It's time to
at this point, it's probably better to just like arm people, or just for everybody to be armed to discourage. This is pretty controversial in some of the lefties that follow me, but I would say like we do have a lot more mass shootings. Yes, it sucks, but like, what could we realistically do about it at this point? And I do think it is a good thing that Americans are armed.
Yeah.
There should be more to do, like when it comes to mental facilities and like.
Well, hold on, like, Lilith,
making sure it doesn't happen in the first place, or prevention. But another thing is just like learning what to do once they happen, and to maybe deter it happening by just training more regular people.
Lilith,
mentally sound people to be armed.
remember, Lilith, the left wanted the government controlled by Donald Trump to round up all the guns. For 4 years, 2016 to 2020, leftists were screaming about getting rid of the guns when it was Trump who was in control of the government.
The libs were, and they were retarded for it.
I don't know if I'd say it was the libs. All right, libs are pro gun ownership. You're talking about like screeching Karens and stuff. They're progressives. All right, they're not liberals in the same way that I am.
Yes, like I guess which depends on what you mean by left. Like, if they're more on the left, they would probably be more for at least like gun ownership, like the
there's like a Marxist quote
under no circumstances.
Yeah. But here's the thing:
lefties.
If you actually
there's been more and more of those lately.
Yeah, but if you read those passages, you realize that Marx didn't want people to own guns so that they could defend themselves and their stuff. Marx wanted workers to own guns so that they could revolt against capitalism. And at the end of the day, he did want those guns eventually taken back after his ideal society was accomplished. Like it's not the same kind of pro-gun stance that like libertarians take. Where like libertarians,
it's not the same, but there's some lefties that take that as like a pro-gun stance.
I'd say they're lying, frankly. I don't believe them. I'm not giving them any benefit of the doubt. Not on this one.
Okay.
Were you saying something there, Arch? Sorry.
Nope.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say. Okay, all right. Let's keep going. The pauses are too long. We're like 2 hours into this.
To uniquely American.
Last time you started for a second and an immediate pause.
Well,
and now you paused again.
Well, I'm having fun. I don't know about you. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go.
The use of firearms is much more uniquely American. I don't think anyone's going to debate that countries that have fewer firearms are going to have fewer people killing each other with firearms. It then becomes a
Australia has more per capita than the United States.
Is that right? Per capita?
That is not true. No country comes close to the United States.
List of countries by no. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a mistake.
Sorry,
El Salvador, Venezuela.
Yeah. So is it right if I just finish my thought?
Sure.
Yeah. So my basic point.
Yeah, that was way off. The United States is not the most.
El Salvador.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
El Salvador.
And so of all the other countries in that list, which of them are considered part of the G20? You have to compare countries that have similar economic systems, similar economic societal structures. The United States places number 1 when you compare them to any other G20 country.
Yeah, no, so it's true that as far as developed nations go, the United States does have a much higher rate of gun violence. I don't deny that. My argument is simply that other nations do have higher rates, depending on the nation that you're looking at. There's still a pretty decently high homicide rate in a lot of developed countries, and there are a lot of mass killings. In the United States, those mass killings are generally carried out with firearms, but according to CDC studies, firearms are used to prevent more violent crimes each year than they're used to commit. So it's a much more complex argument than simply saying the U.S. has more firearm deaths, therefore restricting firearm ownership would prevent those.
Let me ask you too. Do you know what country has the most grenade attacks?
I only know the answer because I saw you type in it. I think it's Sweden, right?
I actually didn't type that in. I searched.
By the way, decently high murder rate was a very clumsy.
I don't want to cheat, so I saw you type in it, but yeah.
I didn't type in Sweden. I typed in most grenade attacks by country, and Sweden is the only thing that comes up.
Wow.
And yes,
that is because Sweden is one of very few countries that actually has grenade attacks as a separate statistics. They stopped keeping that statistic, mind you, a few years ago because it was making that immigrant community look really fucking bad.
Yeah, I recall seeing like a bunch of news reports coming out of Sweden where, all of their new Muslim arrivals were suddenly throwing grenades everywhere. It's like, what the fuck happened to Sweden, guys? Jesus.
That's wild. Like, where the fuck are they getting the grenades?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
The thing is,
they arrive in the country and then, well, here's their visa. Here's their free grenade.
Sweden has been a far more liberal, progressive, more correctly, country than Norway. Mm-hmm. And so it took far fewer steps in trying to integrate their immigrant population. Norway is actually a reasonably effective integration system. They were also far more progressive in that you couldn't say anything bad about them, so they gained a very prominent position in Swedish society. This then led to a situation where they brought a lot of their more spicy traditions along with them, including like honor killings and shit like that. And the Swedish police just had nothing to deal with it because the simple fact is that back in the day, like we didn't have crimes like this. Like a Scandinavian gang is like somebody who does a little bit of extortion, maybe, They maybe ask for protection money from like 2 or 3 wealthy people. Like it's like the lemonade stand of organized crime, you know?
Yep.
And so when these people arrived, the police were like, "But we're not literally, as from Demolition Man, we're not equipped to deal with this kind of violence."
Damn.
Sweden has more grenade attacks than any other country, but grenades are illegal there.
Okay.
I've got a feeling.
Why are there grenade attacks
okay,
in Sweden?
I would love to answer this question. So if we're going back to guns and the U.S. versus Canada, when I said that there's a G20, if we look at all the G20 countries, the United States disproportionately by ratio of the population has way more gun deaths, way more gun violence, and a lot of that gun violence, by the way, is people killing themselves. Just so we're completely clear.
Yeah.
But if you look at it in the framework of Canada has a very different set of rules for firearms than the United States does. You can still have a firearm in Canada. You just have to take a 2-day course and you get a license, and then you get gun training, and then you have the ability to buy guns. And that way, everyone has a license. They know how to use firearms properly.
Well, Trudeau took that away for some kind of guns.
And you can also control for that.
But that's not.
And I think he's actually going after hunting rifles soon too.
No, I'm not saying that it is. But I'm saying that is in my opinion, that is a better system. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Hell no. I think guns are fun. We all love shooting guns. I like having a second penis. I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, if you look at how it works with Canada, this could be applied to the United States federally. You could have a federal program where you have to have a 2-day gun training program. You tax the gun producers and
I will say this though. The thing is, once you start doing this, there is no stopping this. Like this is why they said shall not be infringed, because every country that has started regulating guns has never stopped at one thing. They've never gone like, no rifles of this type, and then stopped. No, they've always continued. Like in Norway, for example, we have some of the strictest gun regulations in the world. Second to Japan, mind you, because they have really ridiculously strict ones.
Mm-hmm.
And it started with, you can't own this and you can't own that. And now eventually we've ended up at, maybe you can have a pistol if you have a specific license and you pay a specific task and you go to regular courses, etc., etc., etc. Regulation rarely halts, if ever.
Right. I think the more American argument is just that they don't trust the government to be the regulatory body. Because the guns are meant the guns are meant to prevent the government's actions, right? So they just don't want the government to control guns. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough, right?
It's a good argument. Like, why do we have this? To protect ourselves against you. Maybe you shouldn't have them.
The weapons manufacturers, and then you get them to pay for it so poor people could afford this program.
Right, but you can't do that because gun ownership is a constitutional right. Or I should say, gun ownership is a human right, guaranteed, protected against government infringement.
I'm all about training in schools. I think the public schools should have gun training for kids.
Like they used to.
They used to,
absolutely, yeah. Gun clubs.
I would highly advocate for more training, but you're just suggesting that you can't force it on people?
The Constitution, clearly, and according to the writings of the Founding Fathers and to, I think, Heller versus D.C., gun ownership is a human right, and the Constitution protects against government infringement of that right. That being said, we got the NFA, we got the updates to the NFA in the 80s, so certainly gun rights have been infringed to an absurd degree. You know, not to mention, back in the days when they codified the Constitution, people owned warships privately, and Halliburton, Northrop Grumman. Well, I shouldn't say Halliburton; they're a construction thing, but the Northrop Grumman.
Wait, did people actually own warships back in the day?
Oh yes,
like a guy just owned a warship.
Well, yes, like it was a good way to make a living as a privateer, for example. Like,
yeah, no, makes sense. Yeah.
Not every warship was owned by a nation. In fact, well, it's also the definition of warship. A sloop with a cannon is a warship.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Boeing, etc.
Oh yeah, to this
these companies are private.
To this day, a lot of like warships that are in the Chinese Navy are just like civilian like fishing boats that can easily be converted into like gunships.
Okay,
that's why the numbers are so high.
I would also point out, Dev, the Somalis attempting the shipping.
Yeah, the Somali privates. Yeah, pirates. Yeah,
pirates,
yeah.
They were just exercising their Second Amendment rights.
Actually,
with one extra step.
Didn't they get like completely fucked up by India? In fact, like you don't really hear about. You don't hear about the pirates anymore. They seem to have basically been gone. I recall reading an article maybe 5 or 6 years ago that basically India got fed up with their shit, like running around the Indian Ocean. So they went out there with like their entire fleet and just destroyed them.
If you really want to talk about anarcho-tyranny, This is a wonderful example because they started fucking with the trade lanes and the entire world descended upon them. That area of water had more warship tonnage than anywhere else in the world, barring the Second World War. They were fucking frigates and destroyers, annihilating wooden boats.
That's pretty funny.
Yes, it kind of was. There's actual like footage of a goddamn destroyer opening up with this forward-mounted automatic like 150 millimeter cannon on fucking wooden ships. Like, this is unfair.
Well, you maxed out your Civ technologies.
Yes. That put a swift end to the privateering activities in Somalia because, well, it just wasn't worth it.
Owned warships privately, and Halliburton, Northrop Grumman. Well, I shouldn't say Halliburton; they're a construction thing. But Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc.
Lockheed.
These companies are private companies that build nuclear weapons. So we basically where we're at right now is that private corporations with no accountability can have the most.
Do private contractors build nuclear weapons?
Well, then, where do you think the nuclear weapons come from?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Like I could have sworn that the United States government builds the nukes themselves, and it's these companies that build like missiles that the nukes go on or something.
Yeah, but that is the nuclear weapon.
I don't know. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Whenever I hear about like nuclear delivery systems, missiles or whatever, I always hear them in the context of, oh, well, the American government has the actual nuclear material that blows up, and then they put it on a delivery system that is then made by a private contractor. But I don't.
You would say that a bullet is not a bullet; it's just the piece at the end of the bullet.
No.
It's very advanced of you, Dev.
No. What I would say is like
this.
I don't think any of these companies like have a fully working nuke just in a hangar waiting to be sold to the United States. Like, I think the actual nuclear part is probably somewhere else.
Well, they are ordered, as in I don't think they can produce them just willy-nilly.
All right, fair enough.
Powerful weapons of mass destruction in the world, but them and the government, and it doesn't follow. Either the people have the power or they don't have the power, right? We've abdicated it to corrupt organizations.
And corporations are not people.
Right.
Let's be clear. This regarding this dude that choked the guy out, I think what's going to come up is was it adequate force or was it too much? And I feel like if he had punched the guy.
Okay, yeah, someone in the chat, Shaker Silver says you're talking about the payload specifically, Dev. The weapons system is made by a private company. Yeah, so the payload, the thing that explodes, is made by the government, but the delivery of the explosive is a private company. Okay, yeah.
It's the cooperative effort.
Guy directly in the face, that would have been worse because. Although, if they got into a fist fight, because he could have fallen backward and hit his head. At least he was in control of the guy's body. It's really sad that the guy died, but I feel like this was like a very low level amount of force to apply to someone that was threatening to kill people or hurt people.
Why did 3 people find it necessary to try and stop this guy?
He was probably flailing and kicking and screaming. Who knows?
So it is hard because you mentioned there's no footage prior, but something happened that resulted in 3 New York people who are likely not conservatives to decide this man must be subdued. Yeah. 3 people. Yeah. So when it comes to the idea of proportionality, I'm like, if 3 New Yorkers of all people were like, this guy's got to be stopped, that's kind of crazy to me because look, I'm a gun nut, right? My view is people have a right to defend themselves with a lot more force than people in New York do. But if people in New York felt they had to stop him, these people, I doubt these guys are conservative. There's no conservatives live in New York. It's like 20% Republican, and if they are Republican, they're probably.
I have a feeling that if he's a Marine, he's probably more right-leaning than your average Joe. I would say. I don't think Tim's idea here that because he lives in New York, he must be left-leaning. I don't think that makes any sense.
Also, have you ever interacted with New Yorkers? They can be pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'm walking here.
Yeah.
Probably moderate right. Something must have happened. But I don't even need to sit here and say what could have or what must have. What we know, what we choose to believe, based on what the police, the media, and the witnesses have said, is that this guy was threatening people with violence and said he was prepared to lose his life over it. Three men then said this man must be subdued, and they subdued him. And then the guy died, which sucks. It's unfortunate.
Did he get a cause of death?
It was a compression of the neck. Yeah. Homicide.
So you've got a massive platform here. A lot of people watch you all the time. And so what you say, obviously, and advocate for is going to affect a lot of people's lives. If this is a problem that genuinely concerns you, why isn't it something that you would frame and want to advocate for more resources for mental health access and bring that up on a regular basis? And I'm not saying, and I'm sure, okay, hold on, Tim. I'm sure you've done it before. I'm sure you've had specials before.
We do it a lot.
Okay. Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't today, hey, by the way, everybody, this horrifying tragedy happened on the New York subway. We got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's our angle. Our angle is we need to invest in mental health. We need to invest in giving access to public health care for Americans.
First of all, when it comes to the issue of violence in this country, conservatives...
Here's my answer to that just real quick, all right? I'll bring back one of my old bangers. As a content creator with a large audience, you have a responsibility to use your platform. No. No, you do not. No, Lance. I'll do whatever the fuck I want with my show. Thank you very much. I like that this image is now floating around everywhere and everyone uses it, and I'm the one who made it. Every once in a while, it feels good to see your memes out in the wild, you know?
Have been screaming about mental health for decades.
Reagan is one of the ones that gutted the institutions in America.
Yeah, Reagan's one of the worst presidents this country's ever had. No fault divorce. How about that?
Yeah,
gun control.
Yeah.
I don't know why Republicans like that guy.
The reason that they like him is because of the way that he stood up to communism. But I totally agree that he had a lot of really bad policies. That's not a stand.
But conservatives have taken the stance of...
I don't know if it's based. I don't know about that. I'm like...
It certainly led to a lot less poison deaths in America.
I'm like half and half on that, right? Because marriage should mean something, you know? You should have some obligation to stick it out if things are going wrong. The idea that you can just leave for no reason, well, then marriage is just dating someone. There's no actual difference between the two.
The fact that a party is no longer happy and wants to leave is the reason. You shouldn't need to be because a lot of times with countries with without no-fault divorce, they just invent a reason, or they pretend. There are even cases where it's cases where husbands would hire a prostitute with the consent of his wife and be like, oh well, we both want a divorce, but the state won't let us. And then
no, I mean, I know what you mean.
That sounds to me like creative problem solving.
See, the thing is, if marriage is supposed to be a more serious type of relationship than just dating, and if the idea is that you're committed to this person, you know, what do the vows say, basically? You know, whether or not you're rich or poor, or in sickness or in good health, or any of this stuff. The idea is that it's supposed to be a commitment that goes beyond, oh, I don't feel like it today. It's like there's a larger ethic involved there than just how you feel moment to moment. So it just, you know,
it's not just how you feel moment to moment, but if you're truly not happy living with the person and you don't want to be with them anymore, because
why the fuck did you marry them?
Because people change.
Yeah.
People change, or sometimes you learn more about a person. And
well, then it seems like people should be getting married a lot less. Then, you know, I think it's because people want.
Oh, I don't disagree with that.
So people want the social status of being married because it shows them to be responsible and committed when they're not actually responsible and committed. That seems to be a problem, right? So I don't know how I feel about no-fault divorce. I'm 50-50 on it, really. I could go either way. But I do know that the more that you make marriage to be the same as just regular dating, the more I think you lose something. Because there is something valuable that is captured by marriage as an institution that is lost when you cheapen it like that. Which, by the way, that's my argument for gay marriage, right? Do you want to legitimize gay people, bring them to the table, let them get married? That's my gay marriage argument, is that there's something serious about marriage that should probably be respected on some level.
It's very romantic of you, Dev.
I am a romantic, yes. I have no problem.
No-fault divorces leads to more liberty, less government control, and that's a good thing. I feel like you shouldn't have to justify to a government if people genuinely don't want to be together anymore. Marriages should mean something, yes, but that doesn't mean there should be more government restrictions on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, would you like to justify it to the church instead?
No.
I guess that's the counter argument, because there's got to be an enforcement agency, otherwise marriage really is just like dating, because then it's just a thing you do and both parties agree to do it until they don't bother anymore. I haven't thought about this very, very much myself, honestly, but the institution of marriage has clearly been cheapened, and without some sort of added weight to it, I guess there's no real way to avoid it. It's like how do we revalue marriage?
Well, the divorce court. That's the added weight to it. Like,
I mean, maybe
there are consequences to divorce and not being together anymore after the contract is signed. Like, there are already consequences to divorce.
Just calling it a contract, though, like that too also kind of turns my stomach a little bit.
Arch, you're also a romantic, aren't you?
A little bit. Oh, call me a religious fanatic. I like that better. Makes me sound cooler.
Someone in
It's
the
well,
someone in the chat is bringing up there are people who will hold people in abusive marriages to continue the abuse, but people leaving from the reason is a huge problem. Yes, exactly, right? Like there's
Yeah.
clearly instances like this is why I'm not anti-divorce. I'm anti-no fault divorce. There should be a fault. You know, if your husband is beating you and you want a divorce, fine. Right? Fine. But I think that like there should be some gatekeeping. There should be some standard. There should be something where it's like, oh well, you know, have you hit a rough patch? Well, you know what, you did choose this. You should probably you should work it out before trying to leave, right? There should be some
gatekeeping good.
Yes. Hashtag yeah. Arch
usually
is the king of
try to work
gatekeepers.
that out before. Like, most people don't skip straight to divorce.
I don't know.
Like, I would
I've
imagine
seen
most
some.
people would probably like try to work things out between each other before resorting to that.
I mean, I've seen. I don't know.
You've seen with the
like-
Crowder tapes, like that wife clearly tried, and
Okay,
I don't know.
That's a whole extra conversation. I don't think you have time for that one. I don't think you have time for the Crowder tapes. Jesus.
Considering we're 30 minutes into this one, I don't think so either. No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's keep going.
Gun violence and mass shootings is an issue of mental health. And then the left takes the opposing.
But do they
issue.
invest in that? Do they vote for it?
Well, of course not. The Republican Party's garbage.
When I look at the votes of the Republican Party, they're not voting for amendments that are actually going to like give people more access to mental health.
But
Well,
look, man, you're
But that's where you have an opportunity.
But you don't want to
Yeah.
come onto a show where we say the Democratic and Republican Party should be dismantled and obliterated, and then make an argument that one side is bad. I'll sit here and be like, bro, if you want to have make a list of every single member of Congress who should be removed from office, I will put all of them, but like 4.
One problem is that when people advocate for mental health, a lot of that.
Real quick, what's going on here? I put in the title with Lance and Tim both with dunce caps on, superimposed from a clip or from an image from Dumb and Dumber. All right, and the title of the stream says "Whoever wins, we lose." And someone was saying, "Dev, you're fence sitting between the right and the left again." No. And I explained this in the chat before the stream started. What's going on here is that even though Tim and Lance, they're very clearly not on the same side in terms of left and right, they're both populists. They're not institutionalists. And you can see in their agreement here in that they both believe that the traditional mode of politics needs to be dismantled. They both have very different visions of what comes after that, but they both don't like how politics is currently run. Which is why you know they're both populists and they're likely to agree on disliking the way that things are currently. You know, they both dislike both parties. You know, for different reasons, but they both dislike both parties. They both dislike the way that the government currently operates. So that's kind of what I was getting. There's some people in the chat who were saying I was fencing again. No. This is two populists talking about different types of populism. It's not necessarily a left versus right thing.
Advocation is more drugs, that this new drug will fix your brain. But I'm of the belief that less drugs allow you to fix your, like sometimes for very short periods of time, you might need something to help, but then you don't want people long-term. I don't want them on psycho, crazy pharmaceuticals that make them go,
Right.
Well,
and we have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that. But I do want to answer your question. You said, why isn't that the subject of like the show today?
Or the premise or the framing of it.
Because when we do talk about this stuff, on like a normal day when news breaks of like 25 people pushed in front of trains, or a woman was raped on a train in Philadelphia, and we're sitting here saying like, what is going on in these cities? What are the failed policies that are resulting in this? We talk about it all the time. Today, we're talking about the fact that protesters went out in New York and physically assaulted one of our friends and reporter because he simply filmed them, and they are demanding criminal charges of the guy who tried to stop the violent offense. See, that is a narco-tyranny. That when you have ongoing crime, when you have victimization, people being killed, and a woman being raped on a train, we talk for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When the riots happened in 2020, we had Michael Tracy's reporting showing all of the riots across the country and the mom and pop shops that are putting up signs saying, please don't hurt us. We talk about it nonstop. And then one day, someone on a train, 3 guys, say, we must stop this man. Maybe because they were like, we've seen too many people die on these train tracks before. And now we've got leftist protesters saying that guy should go to prison for it. And AOC calling it a public murder. I'm like, yo, AOC, I didn't see you call out the public murder in the subway trains. And again, maybe it's ignorance. But the problem I see is, this is why I refer to the left as NPCs or a cult. There is complete ignorance to the problem ongoing, and then a hyperpolarization in a single moment in the wrong direction, which makes the problem worse.
You know what's so wild is the other side feels the exact same way. In
Except
the other
we're not
direction. In the opposite direction.
Except we're not conservatives.
In the exact same.
You see, that's the problem.
Is it all right if I jump in with something, right? Because I've been reluctant.
He's a conservative. He's a moon lord, and I'm a
Extremist.
I've been reluctant to interject because I don't want to just dogpile. And so I didn't want to get in on it.
Oh no, I'm
huge
here,
part of that
I'm here
argument,
for the dog
but
pile. I signed
you're
up.
not, I promise.
I'm sitting in
I promise
chair,
you're not.
right? This
I
is where
promise
Yates
you're
at and
not.
Yates in. No, I'm here for the dog pile.
So
come on, Lance.
I think when you
Jesus.
talk about mental health and trying to solve the problem of mental health in this country, that is a deceptively simple way of putting it, right? Every single person in this room would have a very different idea of how that problem should be solved. And I agree with you that right now Republicans aren't doing a whole lot to talk about mental health issues, at least with respect to whatever mental health issue that this specific person is dealing with.
But
that's
New
because
York is not a Republican place.
No. I totally agree with that too. But I'm saying he was saying, why don't Republicans do more to advocate for mental health treatment? My point, however, is that I think the kind of advocacy you'd see from conservatives on how to solve the problem of bad mental health in the United States would be a much different set of policy prescriptions than you would want. So one example of this, right?
Actually, what Ian said.
So what Ian said. And there's a number of different directions you could take this in. My fundamental belief is that we live in a culture that encourages man to live in ways that man is not meant to live, and you just see negative health outcomes from that, both mental and physical. However, when you look at traditional psychological definitions of mental illness and how we used to treat it, back in the 1950s, you had about 500,000 people in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first before they can be committed. Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However, what I do know is once we push the goalpost all the way in the other direction and say they have to demonstrate that they are a significant danger to themselves or others, oftentimes they don't get committed until after they've already hurt somebody. So it's a much more complicated situation than saying we just have to throw more money at this system when we don't even have a solid definition of what good mental health is and also at which point someone should be committed.
So here's the thing. One, I think he kind of gave the point that I gave much earlier, is when I said that the left had been pushing for, believing that people who have mental illnesses shouldn't necessarily be put into some sort of asylum or asylum-like place to get treatment for those illnesses. I think he's saying the same thing that I said. It's like, well, yes, now we have more crazies on the street doing crazy things, but also part of the reason that we have those crazies in the street is because of the destigmatization of mental illness. The second thing that he's appealing to here, this is the next book on my reading list. I haven't started it yet, but there's a book called The Therapeutic State, and the idea behind it is that psychiatry as a discipline isn't real, or is a lot of it is faked, and that psychiatry only serves to reinforce the politics of the people in power by labeling alternative methods of doing politics as being a mental illness. And so most mental illnesses are just fake in this person's view, and it's all kind of just motivated by power grabs. I think that is pretty bullshit, but it's an interesting idea that I want to explore a bit more. So I think he probably believes that too, that a lot of people he believes that this is what the left has done, is that people who clearly have a mental issue, they're not labeled as crazy anymore because that is a label with political weight, and the left basically the left believed that the right was labeling leftists as crazy for being leftists, so the left did away with the concept of crazy entirely, and so now we have crazy people running around everywhere. I think that's the idea. You know what I mean?
I also think that he is making the point that treatment in the traditional sense is very much so the whole like drugs to fix everything thing, and not necessarily adjustments of lifestyle. So even if you give them more money, if the solution is still a bad solution, then all we're doing is reinforcing a bad solution, which I agree with. But there's also the question, of course, of like, it's very difficult to ever figure out what the good solution is in that case, isn't it? and to figure that out, we do need more money and more investment, because we are never going to figure it out unless we put in the effort to figure it out. It's the same thing that why the oil companies are actually a good thing for the environment, because they're the only ones that have the money to put in the investment to figure out how to make the next to useless renewable energy useful.
Right. I think I know what you mean, yeah.
That was a long and messy explanation of my thought process, but
I think I get it. Is that basically you need to invest in mental health so that you know what the next good treatment is.
Yes. Because I get his point that our treatments aren't necessarily good enough, and they do appear to have many problems. Because drugs have a reason to exist, absolutely, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Because the entire body is chemical, so obviously there might be a chemical solution to many problems that the body is experiencing. But it does not necessarily need to be the only solution, and it very often
It
is.
doesn't encompass every case. Like, for some people, their mental chemicals might be fine, but it's their lifestyle or it's their choices that are causing the problems.
Well, the issue with that is that
drugs isn't gonna lift someone out of like living out on the streets or being stuck on drugs or being stuck on like illicit drugs, for example.
I think the issue with that is that one that implies that there are proper behaviors and therefore there are standards. And therefore, there are expectations that you perform the proper behaviors and live up to those standards. And the left really doesn't like that. The left really likes the whole all ways of living are valid point of view, even though that's not really that true. There are, in fact, worse ways of living. And I think we've seen that now. And that kind of goes back to the whole gatekeeping thing that I know, Arch, you talk about a lot. The gatekeeping section. Shit, what was the... I can't remember the second point. Oh, well, it's gone. I'm sure it'll come back. Let's continue.
So I think the important point, going back to what I agree, this is not a conservative show, but if you are in a cult, you wouldn't know that. You would only hear what the cult says.
So here's what I have to respond to that. If an objective person, say an alien, just showed up and looked at your channel, Tim, and went through all the videos, and you were to ask them, poll them, is this person and his views, where would you place them? Most likely they would say conservative. That's going to be my bet.
Actually wrong.
Yes,
but more because
okay. That is the most retarded hypothesis I think I've ever fucking heard.
If an alien...
What if this...
I think what he's trying to say is if like an apolitical person judged him. But it's stupid for Lance to say that because Lance doesn't believe in apolitical people. He's gone down the everything is political rabbit hole so many times on his show.
It's dumb because what he's saying is apolitical / 100% neutral. Like if somebody who is 100% neutral yet apparently still understood the definition conservative, progressive, etc. enough to judge someone, then he would totally say this because he's like. I mean, fuck, you don't even have a frame of reference at that point. Like, oh, somebody who knows nothing about this field will judge whether you are A or B. At that point, it's a coin toss, my dude.
Yeah.
It's a dumb example.
I mean, I do think that Tim's show is more right-leaning than average, but not in a conservative way, more in a libertarian way. He seems like he and his guys seem like solidly libertarian right. With the Freedom Tunes guy being more of a traditional conservative type, like a religious conservative type.
Yes. The problem is that you can't even say right anymore without it sounding like a slur.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Because the guests that come on
not just even the guests, but the way they're framed, the thumbnails, the words that you put in red, and the whether or not you're supporting or going against either the Democrats or the Republicans. But hey, you tell me that you guys don't like the Democrats and you don't like the Republicans. This is not a Republican stream. You don't want to even endorse Republicans in any way, shape, or form, or vote for them.
I don't.
Big no.
Actually, you know what it is? I think what it is that these are both populists, right? And they both want to undermine different sections of the system. So, for example, Lance and like Americans who are like Lance, they view the Republicans as being intrinsically evil. And they view the Democrats as being stupid liberals that they need to drag towards leftism. And if that means subverting the Democratic Party from within, so be it. Meanwhile, Tim, I think, he's never going to say this, but I think Tim probably views people like Lance, people who are on the left, as evil, but he views the Republicans as the group that he can subvert. That's why he goes on about the rhinos and stuff and the neocons, and he wants there to be a new Republican Party from a new faction of the right going forward. So I think the difference is that like they both have very different politics, and they both view the other side as just not being good, but they view their own side as useful idiots. I think that's how these two are operating.
That's a very good point, Dev. I give you applause.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, sure. But there's a lot of right-wingers who watch you, right? So that's what I mean when I say you do have a voice and you do have an audience of right-wingers who are going to vote at one point or another. 30% of your audience is right-wing.
Most of the people who watch this, the largest faction is libertarian.
Okay.
The next largest would be considered traditional liberal. Oh, no, I think...
but along party lines, who are the libertarians going to vote for? Not the
I don't
Libertarian
think
Party.
traditional
Most likely
liberals
they're going to vote for who...
Oh, they absolutely do. They absolutely do.
No, but I don't think they comprise as the main audience of Tim Pool.
Well, Lilith, you're caught in the American normie terminology where liberal means left leaning, in America land. That's not what it means everywhere else. I think Tim's using it in a non-American way.
But isn't Tim Pool American?
He is, but when he says traditional liberal or classical liberal, he's not talking about like a social liberal. He's talking about more of like a Lockean liberal, you know.
Fair enough.
One of the two, Republican or
Libertarian. Yeah, most likely,
usually.
yes, one of the two. So that's why I say, Tim, for the people who watch you who are Republican leaning, why not frame it that way for them so that they can actually start pushing more money into that?
That's why I'm here.
That's
basically true, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's what Moonlord does.
So here's what I think. I think you're in a cult, right?
Okay.
I think the cult is derived from algorithms
True,
on social
but
media.
funny.
So you only surround yourself with this loud noise. We saw a really good example of this with that Sisson guy. Is that his name? Harry
Sisson, yeah.
Sisson. Those two guys went on the Tim Dillon podcast, and he said, please, no, don't clip this. I will lose followers. I can rag on Trump all the time, and like people still watch the show. Seamus and I can have an argument over me being pro-choice and him being pro-life, and people still watch the show. And if I pull up all sides with 3,770 ratings, Tim Pool is a centrist. But you think I'm conservative because you live in a bubble, right?
Because
so
I'm too far left, the Overton window's too far away, is what you're saying?
Yes. So like when I go hang out in Washington, D.C.,
right?
And I go to National Harbor or I go to Baltimore, Maryland life. I'm in Baltimore.
I don't know why
places.
you do that. Washington, D.C.
The people who come up to me and are like, hey man, I'm a big fan, are not conservatives. They hate Donald Trump. In fact, I was at a poker table last week and the guy said, I just hate Donald Trump. Man, I can't stand him. I wish somebody else would run, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. I think you're surrounded. We talk about this quite a bit.
Sure.
If all sides has nearly 4,000 people rating me, and the end result is centrist. If I'm actively pro universal health care, not to the same degree as like Bernie Sanders, I believe in private health insurance, and I'm pro-choice, I am absolutely not a conservative in this country.
I've listened to your debates on pro-choice, though. You're pro-choice from a Tim Pool's perspective.
I'm pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective,
but not from what people who would define themselves as pro-choice would say, right? Like you concentrate very heavily on the 9th month abortions and baby.
This is where the next segment begins. Segment 2, and this is probably where Lance is the dumbest. This is the dumbest section, and right. I don't know if we can get through the entire thing. I don't know if we can get through the entire thing, but we got to watch the abortion segment at least because it's wild. I have to go to the washroom though, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. You two talk amongst yourselves. BRB.
No. Okay. Gosh. So what do you think? Do you think Tim Pool's like a centrist, or like where would you place him, Arch? Arch?
I have acquired donuts. I'm ready.
Fair enough.
Did Dev here? Did Dev wander away?
Yeah, he wandered away. So, wait, did you wander away before he did?
Yes, I went to fetch the donuts.
Oh, you should announce. I just spoke to nobody, I guess.
I did, but Dev was speaking.
I guess I asked, like, where would you place, like, Tim Pool? Would you say, like, he's, like, a centrist or on the right, or, I don't know, like, that seems to be, like, the argument for that segment.
I would place Tim Pool as a YouTube personality. And I say that because I think Tim will change his opinions a little bit with the wind, as he has done in the past. That is not to say that he's completely unprincipled, but he does seem to be influenceable. So I would say center populist.
Yeah, he does give off that impression, where it's like seems to go where his audience, where the wind goes, more or less. Like he obviously has some like positions that are more like, I guess he says he's like pro-choice, and I guess we'll have to see. I guess I don't watch his show on the regular, so it's like I don't really know what his choice what his position on pro-choice is. But I guess that's where we're gonna see next.
It has been like a couple of years since I watched him regularly. So, and I'm not saying he's a weathervane either, just to make that clear. But he does seem to be influenced by things a bit more, and he does have some, like, the whole Civil War thing. I did watch him when he was talking about that during the whole latest election and selling the survival stuff, and that always seemed very off to me. It's like, you're selling survival things and you're talking about another civil war. Is this entirely coincidental?
Yeah, it's like kind of makes this show a bit of an ad, doesn't it?
Yes.
Where it's like, oh, you need this. Oh, by the way, I have the solution right here.
Yes, I generally don't like to cast aspersions, but this is one of those where it's like, are you entirely certain this was a coincidence?
Yeah, Alex Jones does the same thing, whereas like he would sell like bunker supplies or like survival kits, and his shows would be nothing about like, oh, the world's gonna end, the New World War is coming for you. He does seem to have shifted a bit more to the right as the years went on, I feel like. Like, he used to be more to the center than he is now. Like, from what I recall. At least just, like, having watched his earlier content and his debates and watching his current positions now. He seems to have gotten a bit more right when it comes to, like, just like political and social issues, because that seems to be where his audience is shifting. Would you say that? Like, he's more right now than he was like several years ago? Like,
I would say that he's more right now than several years ago, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Okay, I'm back. Did you two have fun without me?
Oh, yeah. Apparently Arch left without saying anything. He left before you did.
Oh.
At least I didn't hear him say anything.
Arch does that all the time, though. We're kind of used to it.
Fair enough.
Say something. Say I was going to get donut.
I didn't hear you say it.
I didn't either.
That's because you're fat.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's...
I've got another about hour, then I've got a skedaddle, so bear that in mind.
All right.
Wait, is Flamenco still banned? Like, can we have him on?
Is Flamenco banned from YouTube?
No, I mean, he was like, I think he had some issues, like, where he was, like, banned or not allowed to be on.
I'm not sure.
And that's why he wasn't,
Here,
like, invited to our show last time.
if we only have an hour, let's get through the abortion stuff at least then, because that is the best part. Let's go.
Perspective.
I'm pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective, as traditional liberals
not
have
from
been.
what people who would define themselves as pro-choice would say, right? Like, you concentrate very heavily on the 9th month abortions and baby guillotines and stuff like that. Like,
what?
Yeah. I remember watching you debate
baby guillotines.
Yeah. Okay, so baby guillotines is my own personal interpretation and joke of it. But you were talking about how women, how like disgusted you are that women may have an abortion in the 9th month, right? Or even
a viable baby.
Of a viable baby. I wanted to scream at that time, being like, women who have abortions in the 9th month, they're not doing that because they got bored, or all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't care anymore. They do that because it's a fucking tragedy. Like, statistically, women who are getting abortions in the 9th month is because there's a medical complication that could kill them. That's why they have to do it. What do you
false
mean
argument?
False. That's the real world.
I already said viable. Try again.
What are you talking about, Tim?
I already said abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months.
This is ridiculous.
Do you know what viable means?
Okay.
Yes,
it means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Okay, it's time to watch Lance dance, all right? You ready? Let's go.
Absolutely. And
why legalize abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months when the baby could just
women are not getting abortions at the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to suddenly do it for kicks? No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the highest because there are medical operations that could kill the mother and they need to get an abortion.
Why legalize?
I just told you that's the reason why.
So all right, I'll try and break it down for you. Can the baby survive? Let's talk about a baby. The baby can survive on its own. Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Abortion is defined by Planned Parenthood and the law as terminating the life of the baby.
Correct.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So
see, either Lance is being slippery, or he doesn't understand, or maybe he just doesn't like. He's in debate bro mode. I don't know, but Tim's not saying. Tim is saying, if the baby is viable, meaning that there is not actually some sort of disease or some sort of deformation or some sort of problem, some sort of threat to the mother's health or life. Tim's saying, okay, because I think every reasonable person will agree that if you're at 9 months and something goes wrong and the baby has to come out because the mother's going to die, okay, I think every reasonable person will understand, right? No one's going to be anti-abortion in that case. If it's like either they both die or the mother survives, well, that's just how it is, right? What Tim is saying, we're talking about elective, viable abortion. So the kids could, the baby could survive. There's no health problem, and the woman chooses to abort it anyway. Lance is saying that never happens. It's always for a medical reason. And Tim is saying, well, then why is it legal? And Lance just doesn't engage. He just keeps going back to this point. The issue is this. I know this is just an anecdote, so like, who knows how common it actually is. But I know at least one woman who got an abortion actually at the 8th month, and it was elective. And she had to shop around for a doctor. She went to 5 or 6 different doctors to find one who would do it. And the reason she did it is because she had broken up with the guy that she was pregnant with. And she just said, I don't want to carry his baby anymore. I don't want him to have a child. We're not together anymore. Which was ghoulish, in fact, and I stopped hanging out with this person after that because that was pretty terrible of her to do. So I know at least one person in the world who didn't have a medical reason, had a viable child at 8 months, and had it aborted. So clearly, at least for one person out of the 8 whatever billion that we have on the planet right now, at least for one of them, Lance is wrong. One of them has actually done that. But Lance's opinion here is that it never happens. It never happens. Well, why is it legal? It never happens. Okay.
Well, I think it's because
Yep.
when they say viable and he says, yes, I understand what that means,
Mhm.
I don't think he understands what that means.
Well,
I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah, it seems like a misunderstanding between two definitions.
Maybe, but
Where Temple very clearly has like made his stats clear, where it's like if a woman was going to die, or if the woman and the baby were both going to die, like as Lance described, he would be for allowing that abortion at 9 months. But like,
you just need 2 different words. Call something where you're aborting a child because of a medical complication not the same thing as getting an elective abortion. Have 2 different words for it, and then the problem's solved. Like, differentiate them. But okay.
Correct.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So
how do you kill one or the other, and they have to make the tough decision at that point.
So how do you remove the fully formed 9-month baby at that point?
Oh, I don't know the science of it. I've never performed the operation.
So should the law then be, if the baby
You're
must
gonna hear
be
that a lot.
removed and it is alive and capable of survival, all actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother?
I would say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
And this is such a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived. You could have done it. Why did you choose the other option? It's like, this is a tragedy of the highest order because they want to have the kid. At 9 months pregnant, a woman is on her way to give birth. So it's like, it's the worst possible fucking thing that could happen to her.
That's not, again, I said
Okay. God. Any of you in the chat, do you remember the video that I did on abortion where I pull Lilith, I know it was a stream, and Lilith, you were there with me. I pull up that hidden camera video of a guy saying that if the abortion went poorly and the baby survived the abortion, they would kill the baby for her. Remember that hidden camera video, Lilith? You were there with me when I played it on the stream.
yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah. So
That was fucked up. Like,
Yeah.
if the baby was already out, then just
it was out
if
and alive.
the mother doesn't want it, then just give it up for adoption. Like,
Yeah.
at that point, if it's already out and independent and you kill it, then that's just murder. There's not an argument.
The doctor
Like,
on the hidden camera
yeah.
said that's what they're gonna do, and I played this on the stream because it was fucking disgusting. And here's Lance either being ignorant or being like willfully blind or something about the whole situation. So
didn't want to dogpile, but that's it's statistically
I mean, maybe
not
he
true. There have
just
been
didn't
surveys
watch
done
that
on women who
video,
had later
or
abortions.
he doesn't know it exists, or that's a possibility. But hey.
And for a pretty large sum of them, it's because they were not sure whether the father of the child was willing to commit, and then when they found out he wasn't willing to commit, they would have the abortion. And so there are different stats you're going to find for different points of pregnancy.
That was the story of my former friend.
9 months. I don't have the statistical
it's like 8
data
years ago
on
now.
that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medically necessary reason. For example, some people will say that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is depressed, they will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not the case, very obviously.
Oh, yes, that was another thing. So I think you were there for this one too, Lilith. It was a video of a lawmaker who was saying that for any medical reason, a woman could get an abortion at any time. And they included mental health in that. So if you have some sort of hormonal imbalance that causes depression because that is a result of your pregnancy, you can get it aborted anytime you want, which sounds ridiculous to me. I don't know about you, but that sounds nuts.
I feel like if a person just genuinely doesn't want it, it causes them such a level of distress where they're going to kill themselves. An argument could be made. It's not a very great one. Like,
you can still just have the kid and then put up for adoption and then it's done,
Yeah, it really. I guess at that point, it really depends on how late into the abortion or how late into the pregnancy they are. Like, if the baby can survive on its own at that point, then just have the baby.
Yes.
I would say, but
and to the point of what Tim is saying, when we say there's no such thing as a medically necessary abortion, the principle behind that is, if there is an operation which is necessary to save the life of the mother, and then she miscarries the child as a result of that operation, which was necessary to save her life, that's not an abortion because nobody's intent was to go in there and end the life of the unborn child. And so if a woman's having complications where she has to deliver early, you deliver the child early, of course. And if you're at a point in pregnancy where the child isn't viable, that's a horrible tragedy. You still do what you can to save the child, but you can't always save the child, and we understand that. But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is never something which is medically required, even though an early delivery may be.
But are there situations where if the baby is this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even trying to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother?
I've never heard of such a thing. So, and there are letters, by the way, signed by literally thousands of doctors who have said this.
Let me ask. Let me ask.
Can I just say one thing? So 88% of abortions are in the first 12 weeks. 88% of abortions. Less than 1.3% of abortions.
Someone says, let's just say you can kill a baby if the mother's sad. No, I am saying if a person's pregnancy causes them to be depressed in such a way that they were going to commit suicide anyways, like that would kill the baby as well, wouldn't it?
Yes. But then you might have like a weird loophole where women are holding themselves hostage to get abortions later on. Like you start to create weird incentives that way. I don't know how I feel about this. I got to think about it some more. I don't know.
It is a complicated thing, but like I'm generally more on the level of like it is the woman's body, and like a state shouldn't be able to tell them what to do. I'm not saying it's a good thing by any means.
Yeah.
Like every abortion is a tragedy.
I think it's one of those necessary evils.
But like
Well, so Lance said just now that 88% of abortions happen in the first trimester, right? I think most people are okay with first trimester abortions because there's no real development there. There's no brain yet. There's no. It's not a person yet. However, I think most people are against third trimester abortions because the baby's viable at that point and it looks human-like, So maybe the actual line itself is fuzzy, but there's still clearly parts of this conversation where most people are okay and most people aren't okay. And it should be easy enough to craft like some sort of a legislation that goes down that line, If most people think that
the problem is just like the line is so fuzzy and like, oh, is the baby more viable a week later or,
Yeah. Yeah.
But if the baby could just be like C-sectioned out and it's not the woman's problem anymore, then, that should just. Yeah. I don't feel like an abortion because she was depressed is justifiable.
Mm-hmm. See, I think maybe like at the 4th or 5th month, that's probably the time where you want to cut it off. So that's like week 16 to week 20. And a lot of developed countries have their cutoff somewhere between 16 weeks and 22 weeks. Canada has it that way. Lots of European countries have it that way. That seems like a reasonable compromise. America should honestly just do that at that point.
Yeah, doing what other countries, like other developed countries, are doing doesn't seem like a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Arch? Or are you staying out of this one?
As much as I hate children, killing babies in general is a pinch distasteful. So unless there is a medical reason for killing the child, no. I will say that if there is the question where if it has to be a C-section, then I would say that that would be a medical reason for abortion, because C-sections are not without danger. You are making a fairly large incision into the body at that point. But if this is a child who will just be carried normally, like there's no sign of anything that would be threatening the lives of the mother or the child, and you are that late, then yeah, you probably should just carry the child to term and then give it up for abortion.
Wait, give it up for abortion? You mean for adoption?
Presuming you don't want it, otherwise I didn't think you were aborting it.
You mean for adoption?
Adoption, yes.
Give it up for abortion.
Okay, never mind. We'll kill it again.
Someone on a stage is like, "All right, we have our next guest. Give it up for abortion." And Arch walks out onto the stage, bloody gloves on. Okay, so Arch, how do you feel about like the first trimester abortions? Like the.
I don't fucking know.
Okay, all right.
I live in Norway, civilized country. This isn't the problem over here.
All right, fair enough. Let's go.
Abortions take place near the 8th or 9th month.
How many abortions
is that good, Mocker?
Well, how many is that?
I don't know the actual numbers.
13,000.
Okay, but we're talking about less than 1.3%.
Hold on, 13,000. That's the number of people who die from gun violence in the U.S. each year that aren't suicides.
Gentlemen,
so that's
I am
13,000.
not here to justify abortion. When
Okay, that was a good point.
Yeah.
That was unironically a very good point.
13,000 times.
I said it's extremely. There is 338 million Americans. I'm sorry, the numbers are going to be a little daunting. Yes, the numbers will be high.
Well,
I'm not here to celebrate that.
I don't understand your argument then.
My argument is that there's a lot of
13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem, right?
If 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem. Yes, of course.
If 13,000 late-term abortions happen, is that a problem?
These are completely different things.
Well, how so?
Okay, so if someone dies by gun, did they shot? Were they killed? Did they kill themselves? Was it a suicide? Was it a gang violence thing? Who knows?
That's a good question.
Can I clarify? I don't want to argue.
Hold on, I need to answer this. In the case of late, but in the case of late-term abortions, more often than not, when statistics say, and when they are polled, they say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in a death of the mother or the child.
Right. So let's. Can we make the argument then that the use of guns on people are allowed?
The use of guns of people
to end their lives is allowed.
Not a great.
You're describing murder.
So if Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion, is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're trying to compare murdering someone with a gun to a woman having to make a medical decision that could basically preserve her life.
No, I said not a medical reason. That's what I'm saying.
Should she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months, I would say at 9 months, because it only happens according to the stats based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
No. Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and
it's not a trick question.
I know, but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado's specific law says. So if you were saying
Lance is being a bit slippery now because now that we've actually nailed down what the conversation is about. No medical necessity, all right? There's no health problems for anyone. It's a completely viable pregnancy. Colorado has legalized abortions in the 9th month. And Lance's ideas lead to him saying yes, but it's stuck in his throat. He won't say it.
Yes, because he knows that at this point he's in a bad position.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, now you
want to own up to it if that's his position.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I said honestly, he should just own up to it if that's his position. If his position is a woman should be able to make a choice no matter what at any point, then he should just say it and stick to it.
Yes.
And so in Colorado, and
it's not a trick question.
I know, but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado's specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to have an abortion for any reason, they could just decide that they're born.
Yeah.
Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but the stats show that they're not doing that. But they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
So this is what I disagree on. I think
he was sort of saying it, but he's
Yeah. Well, see, at that point, he
From the
moves
woman,
into
he's
saying,
He's sort of
oh,
saying it,
wait,
but
wait,
he's
it's still going,
adding
still
the
going.
caveat that
It doesn't
most
happen.
people with a late term abortion doesn't do it for elective reasons.
Yes.
I guess that's the point he's making.
I think it's right. Hold on, just wait.
Have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
See, right there, he says he moves away from the it's a medical necessity argument, and he moves into if there's no medical necessity, they should still be able to do it because it's their body, their choice. Right. So now he's finally landed on that position that he was dodging a minute ago, and it's the clips from all of this section that went viral because it does not work out well for him.
So this is what I disagree on. I think if the baby needs to be removed from the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like you could just C-section and then put it up for adoption.
I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
But it
does.
But hold on.
Like you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but the stats don't say that.
Hold on. Like, why allow it to happen? I just don't understand. Are you arguing? Wait, hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it? And you think it's morally wrong, but you think it should be legal?
I think that women should have the right to decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own bodies.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking about...
It is her body. We're talking about at 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable
we're
baby,
talking
it's still
about
her body.
the removal of the baby, yes?
The forceful removal of the baby? Or
forceful.
So she chooses to have that. She should have the
woman
right.
says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
I don't think they should do that. I would if they ask me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no, but she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still. That doesn't stop.
So like the woman is pregnant, the baby is viable and capable of surviving on its own.
Sure.
And she says before it breaches oxygen, kill it. Do you think that should be allowed?
This is again the baby guillotines. This is why I brought that up. But what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen. This is not the real world.
But it does.
It does happen.
And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that.
Sure.
What I don't understand is it seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something.
See, and I think he said at least once so far that he doesn't understand the science behind abortion, and he's gonna repeat that at least 2 more times, I think, as we go forward. What's going on here is that, like, Lance somehow doesn't get it that there's a baby. So it's 9 months, pregnant woman, right? There's a baby in there. Whether or not that baby's dead or alive has got to come out of her, right? Like, she can't reabsorb the baby back into her body. That's not how this works. Dead or alive, that baby has to come out of her somehow. So what Tim is saying is, if you're at 9 months, why would you kill the baby and then take it out? Why wouldn't you just take it out? And Lance's argument is, well, it's her body. It's like, yeah, it's her body, but the baby can just come out. So why kill it? And Lance keeps defaulting back to it's her body, because he doesn't understand the conversation. Like, I think he views women's uteruses as like being mysterious black boxes. No one has any idea what's going on in there until the baby finally comes out.
Mysterious
Right.
black boxes.
He's also just denying that these elective abortions doesn't happen at all.
Yes.
Even though he could say that they're statistically like insignificant or not enough for him to care, which is what Tim said. And that's a position to hold. But then he just defaults back into, oh, it doesn't happen, which he's just wrong on that. It does happen.
Yeah, he is just wrong on that, yes.
Even if we're arguing semantics here, semantics do matter, at least when it comes to debate.
Yeah, like
this.
Even if this only happens like once a year, you still have to understand the underlying ethics. Like where do you lie on this? What do you think about this? I've had a few arguments with people over the years where I've brought up increasingly niche scenarios, and they always end up saying, "Why do you care about this niche scenario?" It's like, well, no, it's not about the scenario. It's about getting at the rules. Like what are your ethics here? What is the principle that guides you?
Caused us all to start calling Dev a communist.
Really? Is that the reason? Have you finally discovered it?
Well, that and the fact that you are.
Okay.
The life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
No. If you were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 9 months pregnant, suddenly she got bored with the pregnancy, she doesn't want to have it anymore, but the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body. But bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality. Tim, it's not my choice. Right? It's not my, yes, but that's not my choice.
Why kill it? Why kill it?
That's her choice, not mine.
Why kill the baby?
Ask her. Ask her.
Okay, so my point is simply this. You don't need to be shocked by it. You're allowed to have that moral position. I think most people in America would prescribe that to be, would ascribe evil to that.
Yes.
The idea
you can ascribe evil to whatever you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
The idea that you would say
doesn't mean that she should
the woman
legally be
wants
restricted.
the baby removed, and then in the process, instead of letting the baby live, remove it but kill it, right? There's no reason to do that. You can give the baby up for adoption. You can drop the baby off on the doorstep of a post office.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing
So why
that.
legalize? Even if it's one, why legalize? You see, this is the craziest thing.
Because her autonomy should not be cut off based on your morality.
Yeah,
because you don't think
this is the thing, right?
Like
but the baby's been
oh God. Lance is not understanding that her autonomy isn't actually cut off because the baby's still coming out of her. But the extra step, there's an extra step there that is killing the baby. And Lance,
he doesn't understand.
No, he doesn't get it.
He doesn't manage to get that extra step.
Yeah.
It's painful to fucking watch, but he's entrenched in his bunker position to defend what he has, and he doesn't take a moment to realize what he's saying here. Like, he's saying, "Kill the baby."
Yeah,
it's mildly funny.
He's literally saying, "Kill the baby," when it comes out. Avalon says, the issue isn't that Lance misunderstands. The issue is that Lance isn't used to the punching bag punching back. He's used to posting pithy slogans on Twitter to a chorus of clapping seals. That's probably it too. Like Lance cannot debate worth shit. Every debate I've seen him debate Adam and Sitch and get fucking trounced. I've seen him debate Lauren Southern and get trounced. Like, I've never seen this guy win a debate once.
Moved from her body.
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable, right? And that's where the baby guillotine's coming, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women on the 9th month get abortions with viable living children and then be like, I don't want it, kill it. I don't think that happens.
I mean, you don't have to think it happens, but statistically it does, because your entire argument is this only happens for reasons of the health of the mother or the health of the unborn child.
I said
so you believe
I said the statistics show that at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an abortion, it's typically because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her or the child's life.
And what I'm saying is there are doctors who will justify that by saying
I probably believe Lance there when he says that. There's some minority where they do it electively, but it probably is because, like, man, who actually wants to get an abortion at 9 months? You know, either you're really evil or you have a serious problem, right? Which is why I think they should be two different words for these two things that we're talking about.
medical complication is she is depressed. That is literally one of the reasons given in surveys of women. And another reason that is given is I know a man who I was going to be with.
Okay, but Seamus, I got to stop you because this is a nebulous argument that doesn't get anywhere, and I can respect the point that if you go to if you try and look this up, you're going to find left-wing sources and right-wing sources that will contradict each other. So my question is strictly on the legality of terminating the life of a child. I can sit here and pull up, oh, hey, here's one. Women abort Down syndrome babies late term rather frequently. I think that's wrong. I don't think that someone's life is forfeit because they have Down syndrome. But your argument is that they do.
No, it's not. That's a strong.
No. Your argument is that women have a right to terminate a baby for any reason at any point.
Yes, they should have the bodily autonomy to make that decision.
So what I'm saying is, in the circumstance of Down syndrome, I think it is wrong to terminate a baby's life at 9 months simply for having Down syndrome. But you would agree she is legally allowed to do so.
I think she should be legally allowed to do so. Whether or not I think that's a good idea is irrelevant.
Well, then there's the clarification. I think it should be illegal.
Okay.
I think
so. There are limits to how.
You know what? Mandatory abortions for Down syndrome babies. Let's go full eugenics.
He goes on to say, is there any limits to the bodily autonomy of a woman? And again, the thing is, we are not talking about bodily autonomy because the baby is out of the body. Mm-hmm. The argument he is making is, woman is allowed to commit murder.
Or have the doctor commit murder.
Reasons. Because of her bodily autonomy.
Maybe what he's thinking is that, like, as long as the doctor kills the baby while it's still inside of her, then it's okay. So like, take out baby, then kill it.
Inside.
Yeah. So taking out the baby and killing it's bad, but killing the baby then taking it out is good. That's gonna be the differentiation here, I guess.
I suppose.
Maybe that's what he's thinking. I don't fucking know.
How much bodily autonomy women should have.
So yes, right.
So that's your sense.
The pro-choice argument, because you're pro-abortion, right?
Sure.
Pro-choice traditionally in this country put limits at around like 15 to 16 weeks, meaning if the baby is dependent upon the body of the mother, then it is the body of the mother and she has final say. If the baby is viable, it can be removed in a process that ends the pregnancy but doesn't end the life of the baby. That's kind of like the compromise where the baby gets to live and the woman no longer has to be pregnant. There seems to be this amoral argument where, but just kill the baby anyway, which doesn't make any logical sense. That's the pro-abortion side. So if you go back to the 90s, if you go back to safe, legal, rare, et cetera, if you even look at Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, that's where I'm at. Conservatives are pro-life outright. Seamus would argue abortion in any capacity should be banned entirely. I'm in the traditional Democrat position. But you see, there is a tribal, amoral, illogical position of just let them kill the baby regardless. I don't see any logic there. I don't see how that makes sense morally or ethically or just mathematically.
Right. So you said I'm pro-abortion. What I'm against is forced birth, and I don't think the state should be forcing women to give birth against their will, which is what your position and your position is as well. So I'm against that. I think that's creepy government shit. I don't think they should be forcing them and turning them into these viable wombs against their will.
I completely agree. I'm against forced birth, just like you. Cool. Except my difference is that if the baby's at 8 months and can survive, they can take the baby out as if they would have an abortion, but not kill it in the process.
If it's a viable at 8 months, is it viable?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is viable at 8 months. Dude, they're babies after 20 weeks.
Yes, Lance, Jesus.
Women have a right to kill the baby even if they end the pregnancy, and there's no logic there.
The logic is that I don't think you agree with forced birth at a point. How at 8 months? At 8 months, Tim Pool thinks forced birth is fucking cool and poggies.
Stop making up stupid bullshit.
But hold on.
No, bro. Nonsense statement. Because I already said I agree with you. A woman should be able to end her pregnancy whenever she wants. A woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah, I meant you say giving birth are both ending a pregnancy.
Make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false statement. You're lying. I have already said I believe that.
So what's happening here? I think what's happening here is that at this point, Lance is saying like he's basically saying that women have the right to not be mothers when they're pregnant if they so choose, and if that means that an 8-month fetus dies, then that's how it is. Because he's focusing on forced birth, because that would mean that the baby comes out alive and therefore the woman's a mother. And he's not focusing on the viability of the fetus itself. So I think he's saying like, well, I don't know if he would word it this way, but the natural end result of his idea is that women have the choice to not be mothers if they are pregnant. That's what her choice actually is, and that leads to killing children. That's what I think's going on here. And yet, chat, he said Poggy because he's from Twitch, and Poggy is Poggers from Twitch, yes.
Women have a right to terminate their pregnancy to a certain amount of time.
At 8 months before you draw the line.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you just said that. If the baby is viable, that she shouldn't have the right to be able to terminate it.
To kill the baby.
Yes.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth or aborting the baby.
Or a C-section that keeps the baby alive.
She has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby's viable and they give it off.
So how do they remove the baby?
So hold on, either way the baby comes out of her. You're saying that.
So you literally want forced birth. You literally want the forced birth.
Lance doesn't get the babies have to come out eventually, whether they're aborted or not.
They should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out. Whereas I'm saying they should just take the baby out.
I'm saying she should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay, but either way the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is it okay to shove forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them out? Or should we say, no, that's not an acceptable way of delivering a baby. You shouldn't kill that unborn child. How is that for either way it comes out of her body? Either way the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario, she's being forced to give birth against her will. She's
already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
we're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then endorse that position.
I did.
Stick by it.
I know, I reject the phrase. There's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because she
the left
has the baby
is so fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want, but if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it then. She has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up, is what you're saying.
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay, so that is forced birth, right?
So
she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8 months if the baby is viable.
I didn't say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to understand what you're saying by forced birth. What's birth mean?
You just said when she is at 8 or 9 months. Okay, so she's at 8 or 9.
I said viable.
Okay, so it's viable. The baby's viable. She should have to give birth to it in some capacity. C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Birth, the removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure done by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
An abortion.
But what is that?
What is an abortion?
Yes, like what?
How is it done? Yes. I'm not entirely sure how it's done at 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of tools. I don't know how it's done at 8 months.
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor of forced birth?
Am I in favor of forced? No, I'm against forced birth.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body. I don't need to know.
No, Lance, it's not fine for you not to know what you're talking about. So, have you two been following the descent into madness here?
Yeah.
I have half given up on this point. He doesn't know what he's arguing now, but he knows that he's trapped, and so he needs to continue to argue for it. Otherwise, he's going to look like a retard.
Yes. He's reached the end of the NPC dialogue tree, and he's just repeating the final statement.
Yes, because he can't. He has said that a woman has the right to kill a body, a baby, after it is out of the body.
Mm-hmm.
And
how?
No, that's it.
Okay,
that's where we are.
People perform abortions directly. But I'm not going to lie here. I'm not going to pretend.
Removing a baby from a woman's body is birth.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
No,
it's birth of a different nature.
I don't think you have a definition, and I'm trying to understand what you mean by forced birth. But if you can't define the removal of the baby in a different way, I don't know what you're saying.
Birth, Tim, like the birth of a child.
So it's a C-section of birth.
Sure, yes, it is a form of extracting a living child that is viable to live in the real world.
That's how you define birth: extracting a living child to live in the real world.
No, I would define birth as someone giving birth. They are pushing a baby out of their body.
So I don't think women should be forced to do that, right?
You don't think women should be forced to push babies out of their body?
But the baby is in their body, so it's got to come out somehow.
So you're going to take it out with a C-section?
No, I don't know. Okay. But I'm trying to figure out what you mean by this.
So that would be forced birth. So she's forced to give and make a child, a viable child, live in the real world.
I mean, so when you're pregnant, the baby's going to come out of you at some point.
Yeah, that's
either we rip
no
it
matter
apart
what
or
happens,
you give birth
the baby is
naturally.
coming out of the woman, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So there's no being in favor of that or not. It happens. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So what's your point?
What's my point?
Am I in favor of a natural process by which a woman has to have a baby removed from her, no matter what anyone says or does?
Your point is that at 8 or 9 months, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tim.
You are wrong. Yes, I'll stop you right there. Because when you keep saying 8 or 9 months, that's not what I said over and over and over again.
Viability is after 6 months.
Viability is...
Okay, that means that there's more than a 50% chance
But you're also wrong. It's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby
it's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby is viable, Tim, as soon as the baby is viable, then it's okay for the woman, even if she doesn't want to have it anymore for whatever reason, she should have to be forced to have it extracted from her and then live. Is that correct? Is that your position?
Well, it's not forcing the woman to have a baby live if the baby's already alive. You see what I'm saying? Like,
force it to live.
I got a compromise for you. I got a compromise for you. We'll tell the mother we killed it, but we'll sneak it off and give it to someone else. Does that work for you?
No, because I still think she should have autonomy. She should have the right to do it if she wants to. Of course.
She should kill the baby after it's already born?
I don't want her to kill a baby.
Yeah, see,
because I want her to have the ability to...
That was like the silver bullet.
I want her
there.
to have the ability to kill the baby after it is born, yes.
Yeah. So that's why Tim was like, listen, we'll tell her that the baby's dead, we'll just sneak it away. And Lance still says no. So the actual underlying ethic here is that mothers should be able to kill.
Must die.
Yeah, mothers should be able to kill their babies. That's what's actually here. That's what's at the bottom of Lance's argument, and he doesn't want to admit it, but that's what's there.
I mean, I understand it is a difficult thing to admit that you want to kill babies. It's an unpopular position by and large, but
choose. That's different, and that is a fundamental part of this.
The baby's out of her body, right?
Forcibly.
No. Let's say 24 weeks. The woman goes to the doctor and says, "I want this baby out of me." And
what if she says, "I don't want to have this baby"?
I don't want to have this baby. Okay. And the doctor says, "I will remove it."
Okay.
Oh, the baby's alive. What do we do?
So you forced her to give birth?
No. She said, "Doctor, I'd like an abortion." He says, "You got it." Steps right up.
He's lying to her.
No. He does the abortion and it fails. And
an abortion is terminating a pregnancy. So there's no such thing as a trick abortion. You can't
they're called failed abortions.
Failed abortions?
Yes.
Where doctors trick women into taking
No. Lance, abortions can fail. He doesn't get it. He doesn't know.
Stick metal tools into the brain, scramble it up, and rip its body parts apart, and then pull it out chunk by chunk.
Okay.
When the babies are smaller, sometimes they pull them out, but the babies don't die. They survive, right? So my question is, in the instance of a failed abortion, what should be done?
A failed abortion being that the child is living, it's outside of the mother.
Yeah.
At that point, you cannot kill that child. That would be murder.
Oh, okay.
Agreed on that point.
Right.
Yeah.
So then where does the mother's choice come in to kill?
Before that procedure takes place. So she has a choice to choose what she wants to have done with her body. If she goes to a doctor and the doctor's like, I'm going to perform an abortion.
I think he's finally realized.
The assumption would be that I'm about to terminate the child, but then he just secretly sneaks the child out of there. That's not performing an abortion. You're just being deceptive.
Yeah, and the doctor should go to prison if they did something like that, in my opinion.
I think you should go to prison if you performed an abortion.
Snap.
Yeah,
I heard that. Not
opposite perspective.
So there's also something that none of us know, because I don't think any of us are medical doctors. The difference on the physiology of the female body giving a 9-month abortion, having that happen, or the actual birthing process, whether by C-section or natural birth, it might have vastly different consequences on the female body. So that's something to take into account.
So wait. Remember the Born Alive Act?
Yes.
That was a Republican position, wasn't it? What was that?
Yeah, so there have been a couple of different Born Alive Acts in different years, but what they basically say is that if the abortion fails, it is not legal to kill the child.
Wasn't that Republicans were trying to pass
the
a law?
Republicans were trying to pass that. That was one of the only things Obama voted on in the Senate. He voted against it.
Obama voted against it? But you would be in favor of that?
In favor of what?
The Born Alive Act.
I'm not completely familiar with it, so
if an infant is born alive after an attempted
Lance
abortion,
just wasn't listening.
It has the same protection of law and degree as a newborn.
I am betting right now his head is probably pounding a little bit. You know, that feeling you get when you're like, wow.
That's murder, right?
Yeah,
I'm making
Can I ask
enormous
you,
fool
this is
of
not a
myself.
gotcha.
That's great.
I want to ask in good faith. So,
Yeah, of course.
you believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh, no, I don't think anything's acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But
That means everything acceptable, Lance.
What about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
I guess ECFS would be.
Oh, it's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
And that right there, ladies and
Freaking
gentlemen,
lost himself.
that right there.
Like, that's a very smart thing to say, Lance, in your position.
Yeah.
And the best part is too, like moments that like everyone in the room just kind of looks at him for a second and goes like, hold on.
You see, like
Even he goes like, I know where you're gonna go with this.
oh, you seen this clip, Arch? You seen this clip?
Yes, everyone saw this clip. This was a brilliant little clip.
All right.
Hold on.
Like,
Yeah,
he
I see what
checkbaited
you're-
himself.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's her body.
It's her
if
body.
She wants to do meth. What's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it with a child or
Not,
without a child.
not in Oregon.
Methylendidex, MDMA. It's a
Maybe
type
it's
of meth.
alcohol.
Wait,
then.
sorry, what?
Not crystal meth.
Crystal meth
There's
is legal in
different
Oregon?
kinds-
No,
no,
it's
not
okay.
crystal.
Hold on a second.
I will say that Tim
MDMA,
drops the
methamphetamine,
ball here. He lets him get
ecstasy,
away with
that's a kind
that.
of
But
meth.
that's
There's also crystal
ridiculous.
meth, which is not
Like
legal.
that's
MDMA
that's
is legal in some places.
that is
for
like
therapists.
Lance
I don't know if
losing
it's
the
legal for
debate.
very
It
pregnant
is.
women.
Okay, it is.
Is it for pregnant women? I
Oregon
don't know.
decriminalized possession in
Oh,
2021.
you were right.
But I don't know if
But I'm
that's...
just okay, dude. So like,
Decriminalizing possession is different than legalizing crystal meth. You know those two things are completely different, right?
Well, it's a question of whether you can press charges.
hold on.
Yeah.
What?
So when you decriminalize a small amount of drugs, that means if you're caught with that drugs by a cop, that means if you're arrested, you cannot be charged for 1 gram, 2 grams, whatever
That's
that
what
is.
legalizing is.
No, this is decriminalization, not legalization. We never said
There's no such thing-
legalization.
legalization is a semantic term. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it means
Either a substance is no
that there's no
longer
longer a prohibition on that product.
Okay, so if a woman does meth, she's legally allowed to have it, right?
Is she legally allowed to do it or possess it?
I mean, what's the difference?
Well, two very different things. You can be legally allowed to possess drugs and not be legally allowed to take drugs, for example.
Alcohol.
So she does alcohol.
Can a woman chug a fifth of vodka while pregnant?
Yeah, she can legally.
But do you think she has a right to do so?
I think she has a right to do. Yes, she has a right to do it. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And heroin?
It's illegal.
I don't think heroin's legal. I think heroin actually was legalized. I think it's controlled, but I think that one specifically was oxycodone and other drugs. So
Controlled means illegal, Tim. Come on.
She has a right to do it. Whether or not I agree with her doing it, that's completely different. I don't agree with a woman who would have an elective abortion at 9 months. I think that is like, why the fuck would you have done that? But I think she has the right to do it, right?
But do you think it's ethical that she like?
Oh, I don't think it's ethical. No, of course not.
Because some things are made legal that are unethical, in my opinion. And should those be made illegal?
I mean, that's a very broad question, right?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Personal use of methamphetamine is allowed. It's a civil citation, like a traffic ticket, not a criminal citation. So allowed maybe is hyperbolic. It is a civil citation to be caught using methamphetamine in Oregon. You get a ticket for it, but no crime.
So I just looked up the Born Alive Act, by the way. It says this bill is literally misleading and offensive to pregnant people and doctors and nurses who provide their care. It is another attempt by anti-abortion politicians to spread misinformation as a means to get a warped political end, to ban safe and legal abortion. It's an entry point to try and make abortion illegal.
Where did you read this?
Okay, well, no, hold on, no. I don't care. I mean, who cares about the Born Alive Act? The question was, if an abortion happens but the baby survives, can you kill it? And Lance already said no. So we're done with that.
So he would, yeah, for sure.
So any other political arguments, anyone left or right or otherwise trying to change that? No, it's irrelevant. Once the baby's born, it's a baby. So
it has a.
I will say that's a bad thing for Tim to say. Who cares about the Born Alive Act? You brought it up, like.
Yeah. Tim lets him get away with this. Like that was one of the biggest Lance L's I've ever seen in the history of Lance, and there's been a lot of them. And Tim just kind of lets him get away with it, which is a bit disappointing. But maybe
he could have hammered it harder.
Yeah,
but the charitable interpretation would be that he has his win, and so now he's going to move on instead of just continuing to step on the neck of the retarded child.
Yep. Kneel on the neck, Arch, you mean?
Yep, kneel on the neck.
Right.
This is an interesting. I think this falls in line with the idea of anarcho-tyranny that we were talking about. My view of the modern left is that their positions are nothing but chaos.
I think so.
There's no logical pathway towards preserving life, improving people's lives. It seems to be only it's like yin yang, right? There's one side that's talking about long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving the world, and one side that takes the inverse position no matter what. For instance, 25 people push in front of a subway, nobody bats an eye. Three guys try to subdue a man, and now they want prison. That's like a weird inversion of what the law is supposed to do. The law should stop the people who are pushing people on the trains and protect the people on the train who are being victimized. But the left's position is the inverse of it, right?
Are you asking me for like
an
affirmation of that? Because if you ask me,
no, I'm just saying like that's my view.
So when you say the left's idea are all chaos, I mean, if you really wanted to boil down what the left is fighting for, especially myself, it's expanding freedom. I believe in freedom. I love freedom. I'm sure everyone here likes freedom.
Fuck
Well,
you.
How do you define freedom exactly?
So for me,
Well, to be fair, Arch, if we're going to take like a Sargon position on this, Lance is correct in that he wants to expand freedom. The issue is that you can expand freedom by destroying a skyscraper, because now look, that plot of land that had a giant skyscraper on it, now it's an open land. You're free to do whatever you want on it, right? You can get a lot of freedom from tearing things down and destroying things, but then you're just living in the rubble, right?
Stalin was a tremendously free man.
I know, like, this is not the way that the socialists view themselves, I don't think. But I think when Sargon outlines this, he's pretty much correct, is that you can have too much freedom. You can have too much liberty. And you need some sort of order and stability to counter, to be a counterweight to having too much freedom, you know? When you voluntarily take on responsibility, you're less free as a result, but your life is generally better, you know? You're less free, more order, but it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile order, you know? You have a child, now you're responsible for the child. You can't just be free anymore. You're not free to go out and do whatever you want. You have a child to take care of. But you're better, the child's better, your family is better, society is better, you know? You can't just go for unlimited affirmation of freedom. There has to be something else, right? So when people say, I love freedom, you can only love so much freedom before it starts becoming damaging to you.
Well, I wouldn't even make the personal argument, because that's more of like an aspirational one. I would simply say that at some point your freedom starts competing with other people's freedom. Simple as. Mm-hmm. My freedom to pee on people, for example, is generally frowned upon and therefore made illegal.
Yeah.
My freedom to punch random people in the face is, again, I would be freer if I could do this. But
yes,
it goes
but
against other
Arch,
people.
you could just join an SM club. And
An SM club.
You could just do it consensually.
That's true, but that is exactly it. Like, it is, you have freedoms, but when you arrive at the point where you are forcing things upon other people, that is not freedom. That is the tyranny of one. It's too much freedom for one party is tyranny.
It is freedom for you. See, that's what I mean. I mentioned earlier, Lilith, that libertarianism has an autocratic streak to it, and that this is it, right? Mm-hmm. If you are too free, you can be so free that you're oppressing other people, and there actually is a negotiation between how free you should be and how free other people should be, and so
yes, that's why the libertarian principle is usually you have maximum freedom, so as long as it doesn't infringe upon the freedom of others.
Starship Troopers, indeed.
Well, here's the thing though, because sometimes you do have to infringe upon the freedom of others. Like, if someone is breaking into your house, you must infringe upon their freedom to break into your house, right? Like, there's going to be some level. There's going to be some.
Well, yeah, why. Sorry, it's why libertarians, they usually coincide with like property rights. Mm-hmm. It's a part of that framework.
Yes. Yeah. So there's always going to be some negotiation. Every rule always has its exception. You can't ideologically commit yourself to one value system, because the real world's messy. Things don't work like that.
But that is exactly what I mean too, because he just finished an argument where he was trying to argue that no, my worldview on abortion is absolute, unquestionable, and anyone who goes against it is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And then he goes, "Well, I'm for freedom."
He also spent the entire previous segment talking about how we should protect the life of homeless people who are going wild in a subway car as much as we can. Meanwhile, whatever you do to a child is permissible.
Yes.
Kill the baby.
Kill the baby. I don't care if it's out.
So when Tim Pool says there's a weird inversion of the morality here, I think Tim Pool's correct. I don't think Tim Pool knows why it's happening. I think that might be a bit beyond his pay grade, but he is correct in identifying the problem, that there is a problem with the way Lance thinks here.
Also, to be fair, though, Arch, his position was kill a baby as long as it's not out of the woman's body. It's he did say that if the baby is out,
he
it's
was
no longer part of
I
her
will say
body.
he was eventually chased into that position. Yes.
Yeah, as his other arguments collapsed around him, he had to run into that position. He had to.
He eventually had to abandon the ground and let the child live.
Yeah,
so long as there was a time.
He had to run into the uterus and then be aborted inside of it, basically. Here, we're almost at the halfway point, so let's get to the halfway point, and then Arch, you got to call it, right?
Well, we should do the super chats for at least the last 20-30 minutes, then try and get through any questions for me. Well, because I saw during a certain debate, I earned a lot of money.
Here, we're almost in this section. Let's just finish up real quick then.
I believe in a democratic process where we don't have tyrants, we don't have dictators, we don't have kings or queens. We have the ability as a democracy to be able to vote for who we work for. Or sorry, who our leaders are.
Oh, wait,
right?
hold on.
Like we
want
to be able to vote for our president, our prime minister.
Yeah, this is like the beginning of section 3 here, is where he gets into the workplace democracy conversation. Just out of curiosity, do you two feel like doing this again to do the second half of the stream? I
don't mind.
I mean, we've earned a lot of money tonight. Like, I don't mind if Arch, we do it on your show on Saturday. We can like do the second half, and you can earn the other half of the money. I'm okay with that if you are, and if you're okay with that, Lilith, we could do that. It's up to you two, though. I'm just spitballing ideas here.
Why not do it on both shows?
Well, we could do it on both shows, but Arch just gave up 3.5 hours where he didn't stream on his channel, so I don't mind giving up some time for him.
We'll do this over here. I'll just say that you owe me many things.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. We can discuss when you want to do it then, because yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure that out after the stream. But okay,
we should at least get over the abortion segment, I guess.
Well, that's the end of it. There, we finished it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now there's like the workplace democracy segment, and then I think there's another segment. Oh, there's a trans segment later, where he gives some pretty bad trans takes.
Oh, fun.
Well, it's like
I love my existence being a huge debate.
Wait. Well, you'll like this because Tim Pool says that there is a trans genocide. He agrees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's slightly surprising.
He says that progressives are causing it because the drugs for transitioning sterilize people, and an entire population of people getting sterilized is a genocide.
Okay. It figures. It figures his opinion on this was shit.
Well, hold on. That's like a funny inversion of the usual logic, because forced sterilization is part of a genocide. And
it's not forced though. It's like.
It's true. It's not forced.
Is it a forced genocide when someone chooses to get a vasectomy? Like.
No. But I guess the argument's going to be that
makes his argument retarded.
So, insofar as social contagion is a thing, and it's at least a thing part of the time, if you have somebody who has been social contagioned into thinking that they're trans and they get sterilized, that's probably a pretty big fucking deal. That seems like a huge mistake, and that somebody should probably be held accountable for that. But I guess we'll have to wait for next time for that argument. Okay, Arch, you want me to look up all the super chats that are related to you?
Yes, that'd be great.
All right, and then you can skedaddle if you have to. Come on, YouTube. Let me find it. Oh, flamenco. To be fair, Lilith, I would argue social pressure to sterilize yourself might fit the UN definition, says flamenco. Oh. Maybe. I'll think about it. Someone is reading in the chat, God, Dev just challenged Lilith once on her BS. Lilith, how often do we actually argue over stuff like this?
Constantly.
Constantly.
Like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, there are people who think that like you've somehow like mind fucked me, and I'm now just a drone repeating all of your pro-trans talking points. When you and I actually argue a lot in private over takes. Like we don't agree on this stuff.
I wish you were enthusiastically pro-trans. That'd be nice.
Well,
imagine that supporting your friend.
Hold on, I am enthusiastically pro-trans. I'm just not enthusiastically pro-trender.
Well, yeah, I'm a pro-trender either, but I feel like the trender problem is very often exacerbated by more than the actual amount of trenders that there are.
I have to think about it a bit more.
And of course, I'm a libertarian, so I'm of the mind that people are free to make stupid decisions for themselves that are sometimes wrong for themselves.
I mean, true, yeah. Like if you're 18 or if you're an adult and then you transition stupidly because you got talked into it by your trans friends and you're like, I'm actually not trans, I've destroyed my life. It's like, well, you are an adult. You can make those decisions.
Yeah, it's why I have very low sympathy for like Richie, who was like, oh, I transitioned at 27, but it's the NHS's fault that they allow me to transition.
I mean, informed consent is a thing, and the NHS is kind of bad for that when it comes to trans stuff. But at the same time, like, you are an adult. Like, you should be researching this stuff. You should be figuring some of this stuff out, you know?
Nobody told me that cutting off my dick would mean cutting off my dick.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I have sympathy for Richie, but I'm also like, man, I don't know. I can see both sides of that argument. It's like, at some point, the buck's got to stop with you. I feel that way about so many other things. I feel that way about this thing too. Okay, sorry for the extra conversation there, Arch. $5 from the Ricka. All hail Archchrist. Oh well, thank you. Local Raven for $2. Arch is proving that he's a better friend than most YouTubers. What do you mean? I mean,
that is true.
Well, I mean, like,
I am deigning to associate with Dev.
We're not having a crazy, spacey conversation here or anything.
No, it's just that I'm willing to hang around with you even after all of the stupid shit you've said.
What stupid shit? What do you mean?
Oh, Dev, the list is too long. Let us not.
Okay, hold on. Holtzinator for $5. This should be a fantastic crapshoot. Hi, Dev. Hi, Lilith. Hi, Arch. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Name surname for $50. Thank you very much, dude. Very appreciated. Arch, what are your thoughts on the upcoming Starship Troopers game? Good? Bad? Will Dev be forced to play until he's no longer a filthy, bug-loving communist?
We should educate Dev on Starship Troopers at some point.
I saw the movie when I was a kid and I liked it, but I don't remember much of it. I like Sargon's video of it, though. Yeah.
You need to read the book, Dev.
I think I have
Starship Troopers video game. I mean, it looks good, but then again, we've seen nothing of it, so there's that. It comes out on, I think, the 17th, which is Norway's birthday as well, so I hope that's a good sign. They did treat me like shit, though, because they actually copyright striked, not claimed, outright striked my video talking about the game's release, using their own trailer footage. And I had to go through a whole shitty thing for like 2 weeks with them and YouTube to try and explain, like, no, this is your trailer footage, retards. You're not allowed to do this. And they even denied my strike on multiple occasions, and I could not get into contact with anyone there to explain to them that this was their trailer. They simply told me I had to go through YouTube and that they were in the right to do this. So they were pretty massive douchebags to me.
Did you eventually get the video back?
Shitty.
Yes, going through the legal process of YouTube, I eventually had to send them a actual legal notice saying, I don't care what your evaluation of this is. I insist this goes through, and if you don't, sue me. Because they denied my thing, saying, like, no, I wish to dispute this strike like 3 times until I had to send them the actual legal paperwork saying, sue me or GTFO.
Yeah. I got to that point, too, where it was over a music track in the background of one of my cursed TikTok videos where I end up losing the video, and the owner of the song, just the song playing in the background of like some video, kept saying, nope, we don't accept it, and YouTube kept taking their side. And I was like, listen, this is clearly fair use, but they still wouldn't fucking take it, so whatever. I'll just put it on a side channel and forget about it. It's already kind of done its job. $5 from Lives in Your Walls. EYE, Divine Cybermancy is sold in 4 packs on Steam. Just saying. Dev, you need to buy more yogurt. Hello to Lilith and Arch.
Hello.
What is
And thanks for supers.
What is EYE Divine Cybermancy? Sounds like it's a 4-player game.
EYE Divine Cybermancy is an incredibly janky game, but that has an enormous cult following.
Oh, should I try it?
You should, because if you do end up being one of those people who like it, you will absolutely love it.
I see.
Or you might just look at it and go like, why are stupid people enjoying this so much?
To be fair, I absolutely love janky games. One of my favorite games of all time was Deadly Premonition, and that is the king of janky games. So
then you should definitely try EYE.
Oh, there were so many memes made of Deadly Premonition.
Oh yeah, dude, I love that game. Mr. Bruh for £5, thank you. For Arch, Elon changed BBC's Twitter from state-funded media to public-funded media. Any thoughts on that? Also, God save the king.
I mean, he talked about it in his interview with the BBC, where he basically said that like they're trying to be correct. They're not doing this to be douchebags to the BBC, even if they seemingly think so. And public-funded media is technically correct because it is. The BBC is publicly funded. Now, I would love to have him add on a caveat there saying publicly funded media via enforced government taxation. But
Hello, television tax.
yes.
Oh god, the fucking TV tax.
It isn't like the BBC is like, please donate, and the Brits are doing so willingly. No, it's a government enforced tax where everyone has to pay the BBC license, and it is the government that makes them do so. There's no choice involved.
That's the last super chat that mentions your name, Arch. But I'll keep reading them. At least till you have to go anyway.
Oh. There were others.
Not with your
Have
name.
you done the scrolly thing? Because
Yep. I've scrolled down to the previous stream now, so that's it. Okay, $10 from Terrace. Thank you. When the Ukrainian police came up to arrest Coach Red Pill, the attendant at the front desk gave him a fist bump. Seeing Coach Red Pill's toilet, did the attendant have to keep unclogging it? I haven't seen that video of him getting arrested yet, but man,
I did see the fist bump, and that was.
Was there actually like a weird toilet situation going on?
Oh yeah, they during the arrest montage, they did a montage, and I guess they filmed his like filthy ass toilet that was like,
Jesus.
I guess looked like it had shit in it. It was blurred, but it was like, it's almost like look at this Russian shill and look at the way he lives.
God, Coach Red Pill always seems slimy to me. Over the years, like back during the like the morning Kumite years and stuff, he always kind of seems slimy to me.
He was.
Yeah.
We even have a personal anecdote from our good friend Sargaruni about this.
If you told me, I forget it. I have to ask him later.
Oh, got him. I can retell the story because I'm pretty sure there's nothing secret in here.
Okay.
But Coach Red Pill was in London at the time, and Sargon was off in London too, buying a bribe for his wife, as you do when you're married.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they just ran into each other. And Coach Red Pill was just the most civil, nicest person ever. He was so nice and so civil. And then he went on his channel shortly thereafter and started talking shit again. And I remember this because Sargon came into the super secret conspiracy chat and was like, yeah, no, I met him once. Like he seemed like a decent guy. And then like the next day he was like, so he decided to shit on me like 5 minutes after we parted ways. I think he's a shit. But, yep.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Camembert run for £5. It's wild seeing the Russian Victory Day parade being reduced to the last T-34 dugout of the Gopnik's shed. So
yeah, very few T90s, very few T8s, etc. Like they've clearly taken a ridiculous beating, and they're trying to play it down, but not really working.
So, Arch, does Russia eventually win this, or is this going to be a stalemate that now lasts the next 50 years?
There's a spider hanging from my ceiling.
Is it recording you secretly, making sure you don't give
No,
an answer
I'm just
to this?
considering if I wanted dead enough to sully my hands with it.
No.
So it depends. If Russia is willing to drag this shit out for the requisite amount of time, which is another 2-3+ years, they will eventually bleed Ukraine dry. Like, Ukraine is already starting to have some problems with manpower. They're not going to have material issues because the West is pumping them full of literally everything they could ever ask for. But Russia has an insurmountable manpower superiority. So if it lasts for long enough, Russia will win. But I am not at all convinced that the Russian people have the interest to keep this shit going for the next 4 or 5 or God only knows how many years.
Yeah.
Plus, it seems like the EU is getting more and more aggressive day by day. And I'll give Putin this. So there was a retarded moment where in the Victory Day parade, he was like, the West is clearly out to get us. And at the same time, the EU commissioner, Ursula von der Hitler Deiswey, that's her official name, was in Ukraine being like, we are here to give you all of the weapons you need to kill the Russians. I'm like, yes, this is not good optics for us, frankly.
Yeah. Someone in the chat saying that someone didn't see the Pentagon leaks. Shaker Silver, you watched Arch and I talk about the Pentagon leaks. I'm pretty sure the Pentagon leaks didn't reveal that America and Ukraine are actually like on the verge of collapse and losing and all this shit. I don't think the Pentagon leaks revealed that, man.
No, they're definitely not at the point of collapse. I don't think so.
Willison, $2. Dishonored is not good. Lilith's gamer pass is revoked.
Oh no.
Rip. Emperor Creatine for $5. My favorite part of Redfall was when the edgy ex-army sniper guy shouted, "It's Morbin time," and morbed all over those guys. Seriously, Arch, you gotta get Redfall. It's gonna be a great shit show. Flattercats for $2. Dishonored's actually good. Lilith's gamer pass is reinstated.
Oh yeah, Dishonor is fantastic.
Dracus, £2. Lance seems like a sociopath. He has constant smugness. I don't know about sociopath. I think he's just really dim. Like, there was that stream where Xanderhal got like a 94 IQ when he did an online IQ test. I think Lance might be around that. He's just like a below average IQ fella.
Like, I feel like I would delete that video if I had a 94 IQ, honestly.
Dracus, £2 more. Thank you. I'm an autist and I've never seen Lance before. Well, sorry for ruining that streak for you, dude. Roman Rays for $10. Dev, have you noticed that the most insults or name calling are often ironic or make no sense? Like homo means human and phobic means fear, or nationalist means a person that proudly identifies with nation. Yeah, it's the same thing as like as idiot, idiot and stupid and dumb or moron. These are all words that used to refer to people with mental disabilities. Pretty much every single insult, if you trace back the meaning of their words, they all come out of hyperbole. And that's just how insults work. You can't really get away from that. 11 euros from UVRO. I love the new setup of the Minecraft server. Thank you very much. By the way, guys, there is a new community Minecraft server. I see Viking Kiwi, the 20 Kronor. I'm getting through the list. I'm getting to it. Thank you.
Does that Minecraft community have the same vulnerabilities as the past ones?
I don't know. Probably not.
Hopefully not.
Well, no, we fixed those vulnerabilities when the whole story happened. I don't know if there's any new ones though.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Weird dick pics for €5. Hamas is the elected party in Gaza, not representatives of a Palestinian government. Gaza is an area the Israeli government unilaterally withdrew in 2005. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification.
Xylon Doppelganger for $5. If there was a true civil war, the outcome would entirely depend upon how many Americans were willing to fight. Yeah, it's true. I think like, despite all of our problems, the West is too comfortable to have a real civil war. Like, things are pretty good. People aren't so desperate right now, you know?
And honestly, most Americans are kind to each other. Like, even if I were to go take a road trip to the South, like, I would probably be like, most people would probably be okay for the most part.
Yeah,
like,
I think so too. Rangi, $5. Tim needs to go on a break for 2 weeks without internet. I think he's got a bit too captured by politics and ideology. During the break, Arch, you said that Tim kind of just like moves with his audience. I think that's the case too. I think, you know, the way he's audience captured. So like if his audience shifts, he'll shift a little bit. He'll just like move with the current political climate. Rusta, again, $10. Thank you. To play devil's advocate here, Tim thinks that American Civil War would be fourth or with generational warfare. Today, you cannot take over a country by standing in a building in the West. Maybe, yeah.
By telling that to Russia and fucking Bakhmut.
Civil war is just about convincing everybody else that you're in charge now.
Yep, pretty much. That you're the legitimate government now. That your guys are the real police. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, you hit a tipping point where they actually become the real police, and then the people in the old guard either die or they join you. You know, so a lot of the actual civil servants, like the rank and file members of the government, they'll probably just stay on just because they want to keep their job. You know.
Because why not? Like, they don't fucking care.
Yep. Xylon Doppelganger, $5. We're not going after the soldiers. We're going after the government. If the soldiers stand aside, why would we fight them? The issue is that the soldiers might not stand aside because the soldiers will be told by their leaders in the government that you are not actually representative of the people. You are just like a violent, radical splinter faction that the people need to be protected from. You know.
Upon your march on the government, you will appear to be exactly that, a violent, angry splinter faction.
Yep. Tanushi, €5. Accelerationists and Civil War waiters want a great reset and a build back better on their terms. That's a good way to put it, actually. It's kind of the case, yeah. Emperor Creatine, $10. I highly recommend checking out Razorfist's video on why Lincoln was a tyrant and how the North doesn't need to be good for the South to be bad. In wrestling terms, he calls it a heel program. That video is on my very long list of videos that I must watch eventually, because yes, you can... Yeah, at the risk of playing into the realist narrative of how power works, because I generally don't agree with it, the North doesn't need to be good for the South to be bad. The North can also be bad in its own way, right? Obviously, that's the case. It is not the case that the good guys just happen to win every single conflict every single time, but sometimes the good guys do actually win. Believe it or not. At least I think so.
Like someone said, isn't Lilith being here a direct conflict of interest? How? Like, I'm not friends with Lance, like, or Tim Pool, obviously. Like, I might be a little more left-leaning, but, like, that doesn't mean, like... I've called out, like, Lance for his stupid arguments in this video plenty of times.
To be fair, you've spoken to Vosh a handful of times, and though he might have been a little bit pushy about you associating with me, it hasn't really gone anywhere, you know? And I don't care that you hang out with Vosh. I don't give a shit. It's none of my business.
Yeah. I just think Vosh is funny, and he makes some good points sometimes. And I like that he's enthusiastically pro-trans.
Lilith, that's what it is. You'll just go with anyone who's pro-trans. All right, I'm gonna convert to Nazism, but I'm gonna be pro-trans. All right, and you're gonna come along with me. I'm gonna be.
But you see, that would be based. You enforce trans rights onto all the cystoids.
I'm gonna be 10 times more pro-trans than I am, but I'm also gonna be an unironic fascist. And you're gonna be yes.
We're gonna throw the transphobes in camps, Dev.
Oh God. Okay, hold on. Let me find where we were. Lives in your walls, $5.
And before people get triggered by this, it's a fucking joke.
Yes, it's obviously a joke. Yes. Lives in your walls, $5. The cornerstone speech is really the nail in the coffin of the "it was about states' rights" argument. It was explicitly founded on racial supremacy. I will have to look up that speech. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on.
I disagree. Racial supremacy was simply just a thing back then. It wasn't controversial. It was like saying "in God we trust."
Yeah,
it's just a thing.
People say that racism is this unique evil, and it is. It can be pretty bad sometimes, but also it is the way that humans have believed for almost the entirety of our history. So,
did you know that racism is bad?
Well, that's the interesting question. We'll see if AI will answer.
Oh God. Tanushi, €2. Does evicting napping squatters violate the NAP? Well, no, because you own the property. I don't believe in squatters' rights whatsoever. Like, fuck that. Get the fuck out. Lilith, how about you? You're the libertarian here, so.
If the squatters are on my property, then get the fuck out.
Yeah, awesome. Valorn, $5. They're all doing coffee because Quartering did coffee ads in their podcast via super chats when they got swatted, and they thought it would be fun. Oh, okay, I understand. Viking Kiwi for 20 kronar. I should have coffee. I should call it D coffee. Would you guys buy D coffee?
Nah, decaffeinated coffee is shit. The whole point of drinking coffee is for the caffeine, baby.
I just like the taste of it. If I could have like genuine decaf coffee that tasted the same as real coffee, I'd do it.
This will be the impossible impasse between us.
Yeah.
People will always say that there's going to be one issue that's going to be the wedge that drives between us. That's going to be it.
That's going to be it.
You like decaf?
Artemis Fowl for $10. Thanks, buddy. The funny part of Dev claiming the Texas shooter was a white supremacist is that the Nazi tattoos are only seen on a Russian social media account found by the CIA-backed Bellingcat organization. Okay, I know nothing. I know nothing about that, Artemis. So you got to DM me the information you have on that. Okay, I know nothing about what you're talking about, but I'll look into it. So send me what you have.
Oh, gee, I wonder why a Nazi would use a Russian social media website with very little content moderation compared to Western mainstream social media.
I mean, yeah, but
Total
also,
mystery.
If
must be a conspiracy.
If the civil service wanted to push their own agenda, they would have the CIA do it, though. So I don't know. I'm keeping an open mind about this. I don't know just yet. I'm gonna think about it. Holtznader, $5. Lilith, have you ever tried to put someone in a chokehold? It's hard. It's hard to maintain pressure, and it's hard to control the pressure.
Yes, I have, but there's usually a safe word and or a safe gesture when it comes to that.
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
I will have to excuse myself now. The spider has violated the non-aggression principle in my room, and I'm going to find and murder it.
Don't kill the spider. Put it in a cup and take it outside, please.
It's Norway. There's still snow outside right now.
They put it in a
whether it's outside
corner
inside,
where it won't bother you. Don't kill spiders, Arch.
The spider.
They're good.
Wait,
they kill bugs. They kill buggles.
But hold on. Do you have a thing for the spider GFs of the world then? Spider girls?
Oh, it's not just the spider girls. I just save spiders out of a habit because I like spiders.
I sometimes do.
Like, if there's like a spider, if I cannot kill it, I would usually try to put it in a cup, put a paper underneath it, and then take it into like a dark corner in the garage where it won't bother anyone.
Well, thanks for being here, Arch. I appreciate it. We'll talk about part 2, I guess afterward. All right. Thanks, man.
Yes.
All right,
been
thanks
fun.
for being here, Arch. Please don't kill a spider.
Oh, and also,
I'll
I mean,
see the both of you.
well, yeah, we'll see you on Saturday for Barotrauma anyway. So there you go. Arch is gone.
Yes.
Let's finish up. Because Naomi's making chicken and shrimp Alfredo, so it's time for. Actually, hold on a second, real quick. Wait. Naomi, how's the Alfredo going? God damn it, Naomi. Okay, we'll be done in like 45 minutes probably, so it's time. Okay, thank you.
Lilith maintaining her goth credibility. It's not my fault. I just like them. They're cute.
They're cute.
And
Okay.
well, so I guess your mileage may vary, but at least I think spiders are cute.
The community policing crew finding out community policing means choking out schizos on a train. All right. Naomi forgot to start the dinner tonight, so I went and beat her with a belt. We're good to go now.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You're asserting your toxic masculinity.
Based. Okay, Willison, $5. The MJ impersonator, that's the guy who was choked out, has been arrested 40 times, including assault and battery, attempted kidnapping of a minor. This guy has been a something for years. I'm going to do a video on this separate from this stream because I actually want to describe in real detail what anarcho-tyranny is. Because I'm a political theory guy. That's kind of my basis at this point. I've read a lot of books, so I want to actually go into it for real. Artemis Fowl, $10. Dev, don't let Lilith lead you astray. Artemis and Lilith are going to have to fight on Barotrauma this weekend. If he was actively applying pressure in the choke, he would have went limp within 15 seconds. The Marine only had positive control for most of the encounter. Yeah, it does seem strange. Like yeah, if someone's actually in a real chokehold, they get knocked out quick. The fact that he kept fighting the whole time, I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Like maybe he actually had some drugs in his system and the struggle just killed him the same way that it did with George Floyd. Maybe it's the case that he actually held the choke for way too fucking long. Maybe it's the case that like he held the choke only kind of, and the constant going in and out of consciousness was what fucked him up. I don't know. What I do know though is that ultimately, like, if you're defending yourself or you're defending somebody else from somebody going psycho on a subway, you do what you got to do. That's just kind of how it is.
I feel like it really just goes. It's really up to forensics to decide.
Yeah.
Forensics and a jury.
Sinuev says, didn't the toxicology report indicate he was high as hell at the time? I haven't seen a toxicology report. If you have one, send it to me. I want to see. Holtznader for $10. Lilith, he's saying that murders happen all the time, but we never hear about it all the time unless it's against the left. And you know that's what he's saying. Ooh, that's spicy. That was Lance saying, how come you guys don't talk about the 25 people getting pushed in front of the subway? That's the whataboutism. Murders happen all the time, but we never hear about it all the time unless it's happening against the left. I think that's a fair argument. I think the left does tend to ignore crimes that don't help their politics, you know? But here's the thing. We've also seen the right wing do that, you know? Fuck. There have been times where like libs of TikTok, for example, only focuses on trans people doing bad things, but when a trans person dies or is killed, or is a victim somehow or something, libs of TikTok is silent. And on the one hand, that's because that's not what they talk about. That's not their wheelhouse. On the other hand, the reason why it's not their wheelhouse is also up for debate. Like you can see the legitimacy in both conversations. Like one conversation is, I will do whatever I want with my platform. Completely fine. The other conversation is, why do you choose to focus on the things that you focus on? Okay, well, like both of those lines of argumentation are legitimate. At the end of the day, though, the individual can do whatever they want, you know?
Yeah, There's also just the fact that people will focus on what they focus on.
Yes.
There's no real like standard unless, especially for an average person, to be like, oh, if you talk about this, you must talk about this.
Mhm.
But if
See,
if you're like a pundit, though, that's a little bit different, I guess. Like,
I mean, this is why I talk about like why, to some people's chagrin, I do talk about things that the left and right both do, because I will focus on whatever I feel like focusing on. That's the standard for me. What do I feel like talking about? That's my standard.
yep, we do talk about things that, like, for example, I talked about the Nashville shooter that was trans.
Exactly.
Even though, yeah.
And there's absolutely some trans activists online who wouldn't touch it. Some of them were saying shit like, we have to understand that the trans shooter's also a victim. And it's like, nope. None of that fucking nonsense. Dean Domino for $5. Anarcho-tyranny means that we must crush anti-lockdown protests, but we're okay with burning down cities for St. George Floyd. Yep, that's pretty much it. The double standard there, where some types of protests are allowed and some aren't, based on who the target of the protest is.
I do remember seeing some weird fucking takes from people going, "Oh, the protest doesn't actually spread the virus."
Yeah, remember that shit?
They're wearing masks or
it's so
whatever.
stupid. It was so dumb.
Then, if that's the case, then like, why can that be applied to other protests or other gatherings? As long as they're wearing masks, it's okay then.
Yep. Dracus Luthos, £2. Rotherham was a prime example of anarcho-tyranny. I don't know what that's in reference to. Rotherham. Oh god, there was some kind. No, it was the grooming gang situation in the UK, right? Yes, the Rotherham grooming gangs, where you had like a bunch of there was a bunch of Muslim immigrants who had outright said they were just raping and pimping out these underage British women because they were white sluts. They were white atheist sluts, and they could do it, and it was moral for them to do it because they were atheists. Yeah, and basically the cops didn't enforce the law because the cops didn't want to be called racist. Right. Ethan Rogers, $5. To paraphrase AJW, leftists in criminal justice are basically unconcerned with crime, leaving these incidents effectively unaddressed. I don't think so. I think he's wrong on that. It's not that they're unconcerned with crime. I think anarcho-tyranny describes it better. They are concerned with crime that affects them. Yeah.
To go back on the previous point with like, why isn't the left talking about this? I feel like Temple bringing this up feels a bit like whataboutism. Like, if the what the Marine did was, if the Marine did was excessive and like disproportionate force, you can talk about it without having to also talk about a bunch of other stuff.
Sure. The thing is that, though, is that like I mentioned whataboutism earlier, where I said that even though whataboutism is a point you can bring up, whataboutism is meant to point at the other person's hypocrisy. So it's like, well, you talk about issue A, why don't you talk about issue B? Well, that's whataboutism. Okay, fine, it's whataboutism. But why don't you talk about issue B? That's still a real question you can ask, you know? So what about I understand the urge to point at whataboutism, because sometimes people do whataboutism just to derail the conversation. It's like, well, I want to talk about A. Well, let's talk about B, C, D, E, F, and then get nowhere. Okay, fair enough. You have to actually get, like, you should have a real conversation about something. So sometimes whataboutism can be used to derail conversations, but other times it can be used to point out very real hypocrisy. So it's important to understand what we're talking about, you know?
Fair enough. I just feel like some people use it in a very annoying fashion.
Oh, they definitely do. Yeah.
Whereas it's just like this case can be bad without you also having to talk about a bunch of stuff that's at least semi-tangentially related.
Yes. Well, also, I mean, some people kind of whataboutism themselves, where they feel the need to virtue signal, right? Like they'll say, we're talking about topic A, and topic A is kind of a spicy topic, so I disavow, and then they disavow like every 10 minutes, and it's like, okay, do we get it? Like, okay, Like you can have a conversation about, to use the most spicy example, you can have the conversation about what Nazis might have gotten correct without constantly disavowing the Nazis. Though people on Twitter will probably like lynch you for it, but still it becomes annoying eventually, to be like disavowing every 30 fucking seconds.
Did you know that Nazis built highways stuff?
Yes. And they were great highways. The best that Germany's ever seen. They still use them, in fact. V's Flat Desk Pepsi for $2. Thank you. That's quite the name. There were 3 people retaining him, and only one of them was white. Okay. All right. Tonushi for €5. There's a saying in Finnish, let all flowers bloom. It seems the left takes that stance not just with lifestyles, but also mental health. I think I know what you mean. I think I get it. Bomb Voyage for $5. New York resident here. The main problem is that our asylums are closed. The prisons are closed. And now the nuts are free and homeless, so they have no help. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I said this earlier. Leftists want to see the asylums and the prisons closed, and now they're like, why are all the bums running around being insane? It's like, well, they should have been fucking arrested. They create their own problems, essentially. Sapient Green, what is this, 50 something? Thank you. If you're only interested in outcomes, maybe that's all that matters, not intentions and not reasons. I don't know what that's in reference to. It sounds like something in reference to one of Lance's weird tangents, I think. Sean Cosgrove for $5. Using violence as a response to the threat of violence or robbery is justified. You don't have an obligation to take a beating or lose your property. Of course, obviously. Like, I know that some leftists disagree, but they are thankfully a minority even now. Is it Cloaca for $11? Thank you. They will never attack mental health, drugs, homelessness, right or left. They make too much money off of it. If the problem gets worse or remains the same, they get more money to launder. It could just be me, though. I mean, it's possible. Like, there's definitely still some perverse financial incentives, but I don't think that's something that we can't handle. Like we've Western governments have broken apart cartels before. They always come back, but you can always keep breaking them apart. Like, this is a problem that we can solve. Holtznader, $5. There's an overlap between crime and mental health problems, obviously. There are details that need to be worked out, but obviously there's an overlap. Yes. Yeah. Completely agreed. $10 from Artemis Fowl. Let me explain this to you, Lilith. Okay. It's called escalation. The Marine didn't just start choking out the homeless guy. They tried to restrain him, and he started fighting back and escalated the situation.
Well, when a bunch of people are, like, gang up on you, it's probably the first response for a person, even if they're not mentally ill, would probably be to, resist.
I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the issue, though, was that he started it, right? That's the thing, is that he started the problem. Laginape for $10. If somebody robs your house, don't use a gun. Use a cannon with grape shot. Lilith, the tally-ho meme?
Yes.
Where the 4chaner, he's like, I can only use guns that were used back during the time of the Founding Fathers. So he has, like, these massively destructive...
a musket and then moves up the stairs to use the grape shot cannon mounted at the stairs.
Oh, fuck, that's great. V's Flat Desk Pepsi says the guy was on drugs. He didn't care if he was arrested or killed. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see, but thank you. Deadeye Max for $5. I hate the X is a grifter discourse, but I really get the impression that Lance figured out he can make money by just repeating Prague talking points. Oh no, I think Lance is a true believer of this stuff. Lance isn't a grifter. He actually believes what he's saying. Like, he's been
I don't think a grifter would go all the way to Tim's compound.
His compound?
When he could just be tweeting.
Yeah. Like I've seen some people that I think are grifters. I don't think Lance is a grifter. I think Lance truly believes in this stuff.
It could be
CDS.
stupid things, but
Yep. CDS $2. It is assault. It's not battery. Okay. Thank you. Artemis $5. Lilith. Artemis is just Artemis. I appreciate your money, Artemis, but you can just wait until Barrow Trauma and tell Lilith directly. Artemis.
No, don't give up the game. Just keep letting him give money.
Lilith, do you need somebody who has had military training to explain this to you?
No. Like I said, I'm not an expert. I'm waiting for the forensics. I can only go by what I think, and yeah.
So Artemis is gonna call up one of his friends, and he'll be some 6'6", chiseled Giga Chad, who's a Marine, and he knows 50 different ways to kill you. And he's gonna
tell me how 15 minutes of a chokehold was okay.
And he's gonna have a 6-foot cock, and he's gonna come and explain things to you, Lilith. Okay?
Oh no. oh my.
Mr. Personality for $2. It takes 3 seconds for a Marine to snap a neck. I mean, that's true. Like, if he actually wanted to just kill him, he could have just snapped his neck, right? He had him in the position.
Well, I could definitely believe that it's not intentional for him to kill him.
Mm-hmm. It was clearly an accident, yeah. Marksman for $5. Correction, it was proven that
I can still say it was bad that he died, and I can perhaps criticize what he did, but that really is ultimately up for forensics people and the jury to decide.
Yeah. Marksman for $5. Correction, it was proven that the knee was not on his neck and did not strangle Floyd. He failed to render aid as Floyd OD'd under him. I'm pretty sure it was on his neck, but it is true that the overdose is what ultimately killed George Floyd. That part we know. The knee on the neck didn't fucking help, but I have a feeling that if he wasn't overdosing and he had the knee on his neck, he'd probably be fine. I think the knee on the neck was an exacerbating factor. Holtznader for $10. Lilith, have you ever been in a fight? Have you ever done any combat training? Have you ever had to choke someone? Do you actually know what a Marine is trained in, or are you just making a bunch of assumptions? Oh my God, everyone's going in on you today.
Oh my. Oh no, don't hang up on me. Don't circle me and do horrible things. Oh my.
I assume you've never been into an actual fight though, have you? Like a real street fight?
Not for years and years and years.
Yeah, it was since high school for me.
I am smart and I don't like to get myself in brain damages.
Yeah.
And for stupid reasons.
Mm-hmm. Marksman, $5 again. The full video's out. The Marine and others provided aftercare, moved into recovery position. Man was still breathing, seemed okay to all. We saw that video, yes.
Where is the full video? I have not seen the full video. You might have to link it to me.
Well, we watched the second video on stream where he was it was after the chokeout. He was lying there and they were trying to move him into a recovery position. We watched that on stream.
No, but a full video, I would imagine would start before the confrontation, I guess.
I'm not sure if there is one.
Or is that just not out yet?
I'm not sure if there is one, yeah. Let's see here.
Artemis... I think at the beginning of this video, you said there was a full video where it showed he was threatening everybody.
There was a video showing him threatening people, and then a video showing him getting choked out, but not. It's not like one consistent giant take. It's like that. It's like pieces of videos. Hold on here. Hold on. Artemis Fowl, $5. All caps this time. Lilith, Wikipedia is not a legitimate source. Listen, guys, all right? There are definitely times that Wikipedia can be biased, right? But it also tends to be okay. If you see a weird section in Wikipedia and it's not cited, don't trust it. If it is cited, go see the citation, all right?
Wait. For the 15-minute segment, there were 3 citations to 3 different articles and statements.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I don't I'm not saying Wikipedia is like a super legitimate or like the be all and end all authority. Respect my authority on this area, but like, they do cite things.
Yep.
There, it's not just someone pulling out of their ass.
Morse Apple, $5. He was choked for a few minutes after he was out. The Marine put him in the recovery position. Yep, we saw that video. Yep. Stug, $2. A chokehold is not a choke. True. Slavkai Niki, $2. The Marine's last name is Penny, not the V Latino name that I named earlier. True. That was my mistake. Sorry. Holznader, $5. Do we know what actually killed him? Damage to the throat, lack of oxygen to the brain, drowning from blood and mucus in his lungs? What specifically? I did see this, actually. It seems to be the case that the coroner's report said that he died from the choking. Yes. It was lack of oxygen to the brain from choking. Holznader, $10. All the news said that Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines illegally with a gun and killed black people, and he was a white supremacist. Dev, why are you accepting this? Listen, sometimes the news is wrong. Yes. All right? Yes. But the reason that we know that the news was wrong in the Kyle Rittenhouse case is because there was a video, there was other testimonials, and it all came out in court, right? However, we don't have that here. We know that it wasn't just three white guys choking out a black guy. We know that it was the three white guys were all different races. Okay, like we have people's eyewitness reports. This is not the same situation.
Yeah, and the 15-minute was also from the words of the
one of the guys. Yeah,
himself.
One of the guys. Yeah. Holznader says for $5, what if the Marine meant that he grappled with him for 15 minutes? That's actually a possibility. That's true. Like he says, I choked him for 15 minutes. That could mean that like they were struggling on the floor for 15 minutes, and only part of that was choking. That like part of that was in the chokehold. That's possible. That is a possibility. Yeah. Holznader for $5. There's a video of the Marine stopping and putting him in the recovery position after. Yep, we watched that. Yep. Blaze Aiden for $5. Is it Aussie dollars? Thank you. It's funny that Lance uses Flatbush as his example of a rough New York neighborhood because it's full of hipster faux pores. Yeah, I know. That's what Lance is, right? Like Lance spends like $5,000 in a fucking downtown Vancouver apartment, and he's like, man, I'm living in the poor section of town. Look how expensive everything is here. I have no money. And it's like, dude, you don't live anywhere near Tent City, Vancouver. All right. These people don't know what actually being poor is. These people think poor is? These people think poor is like, I can afford everything, but I'm not like living high, I wish I could like go on trips every year, but I fucking can't. Fuck, I'm poor. But what actually being poor is like skipping meals to fucking pay for your basics. Kaleka for $5. 1 or 2 days of interacting with the homeless is all the argument you need for why giving these people free government gibs is a mistake. It makes it worse. Yeah, like there's obviously some people that could benefit if they just had a chance. But I think a lot of them are not like that at all. Yeah. $10 from a wonderful galaxy. Just because you have public health care doesn't mean that people will actually use it. Some people don't want help. That's completely true. Yes. Alistair Blue for $5. Mental health is broadly effective, but it doesn't stop extreme circumstances. When these occur, you need the right to proactively protect yourself. Completely true. Completely true. Like, even if we funded more mental health stuff, you'd have less of these subway encounters, but you wouldn't have zero. And at some point, you just have to be able to use force. That's just how it is. Lives in your walls, $2. Canada won independence from monarchy on money. Thanks, man. Snafu, $2. Apple marginalized American culture is violent. I have no fucking clue what that means. But thank you. Alexander Rawl for $5. The American versus Canadian culture debate is like Athens thumbing its nose at Sparta until they need Sparta to fight the Persians for them. Yeah, kind of, to be honest. Artemis Fowl, $5. America doesn't have a mass shooting problem when almost all of them are by and against other gang members. That's actually true, Artemis. I remember seeing, like, if you take out, like, the 5 most violent cities in America, take the mass shooting stats out of those cities, just like delete them, America's mass shooting problem are like on par with the rest of the world. So it's just gang violence that's fucking America up right now, I think.
I don't disagree. Like, there's a lot of, like, we hear a lot about, oh, there's been 50 mass shootings just this week alone. When, like, most of it is just gang violence, which, still bad. It's gang violence. It's not good at all.
Now, Lilith,
So, like,
Lilith, describe the race of the gang members.
I don't know.
God.
Probably they probably look like gang members.
Wait, what does that mean?
Okay.
What?
I don't know.
Lilith.
Whatever it means.
Lilith, what's the skin color?
Purple. What to keep
Wait,
out the district age.
Is it purple from having so much purple drank?
No. Purple because they're aliens. And
Lilith is like trying desperately to not say it. Okay.
Or green.
The DCV Titan. Dev, where are the mass shootings happening? Yep, we've gone over that. Thank you. Texas P12 for $5. America's big. I live in Oregon. I'm Texan, not Oregonian. Okay, fair enough. The new GM, $5. If you eliminate 7 cities with heavy gun control from the stats, then the USA's gun crime rates are crazy low. Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, man. House of Haas for $10. Thank you. In the U.S., would you say the Wild Wild West was never tamed? It just transferred to the drug gang wars. That's why people have guns, because of defense against criminals and government abuse. I mean, maybe. America is definitely less of a Wild Wild West than it was, though. For sure. But I can see your point, yeah. Holtzner, $5. If a healthy adult man broke into a school with a 1-pound ball pen hammer, I promise you there would be plenty of death. Yeah, probably. Yeah. You can still kill people with other weapons. Like the UK is finding that out with their knives right now. Marksman for $2. Lilith, in Sweden, they build the grenades. They're homemade and home blown.
Interesting. I guess you can always 3D print the grenades.
Yeah, I guess. He says you could be 16 and buy a cannon or hand grenades back in the day. And the military at one point borrowed civilian cannons. Oh, that's probably during the Revolutionary War, yeah? Artemis for $5 says the nuclear material is also made by private...
do own cannons.
Yeah, for sure. The nuclear material is also made by private companies. It's just that it's highly regulated on who can manufacture it. Okay, I understand. Thank you. $5 from Niz. Lance, a lot of people can hear if you say derail a discussion on retributive justice on what turned out to be a hoax. Is that like a Kyle Rittenhouse situation, maybe? I think that's what you're getting at. Soupy Cappy, thanks, man. Hey, Dev, I'm trying to make a TikTok Tuesday intro. Can't wait to show you. Also, I made it to my first Tubcast live. Thanks, Soupy Cappy. Soupy Cappy does a lot of Soupy does a lot of fan art. Have you done any Lilith fan art yet, Soupy? I guess we'll have to see. Artemis says for $5, if you remove alimony responsibilities, you will see how quickly divorce rates fall. This might be the case, maybe. Possible. Apache, $2. Here's the libertarian argument. The government shouldn't be involved in marriage at all. I've heard that from a lot of libertarians.
I would have no problem with that. If it's just a personal contract between two people, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Or a church. Or why not?
Yep. Artemis Fowl, $5. Lilith, you justify it to the government because the government gives you monetary benefits for getting married. Yeah, there's like the tax thing. Yeah.
Paying less taxes is based.
This is Artemis and Stug both had comments that are similar. Dev is a gigapopulist and leave it to the communists to hate populists. I'm not a communist. Listen. I think the real divide right now isn't left versus right, considering how much that like Tim Pool and Lance had the same diagnosis of problems. They just had different solutions, right? The political divide right now is populism versus institutionalism, right? So the populists believe that like the normal mode of politics is inherently broken. Everything and everyone is inherently corrupt, and that you need outsiders to fix the system, and that you can't trust any institution. So when the food safety inspection team, labels that a food is safe enough to eat, you can't trust that, because a populist wouldn't trust that. They'd say that no, the institution is corrupt. It's a power center, and I don't believe that. All right, I believe that you can definitely have corrupt institutions, but I also believe that you can have non-corrupt institutions, and in fact, we need non-corrupt institutions. If we have no more institutions, then we return to monkey. There is no civilization. There's nothing left, all right? All the good things you like are gone without institutions. So I am very much of the opinion that we cannot abolish institutions. We must reform them. And we need, various institutions that regulate certain things for general safety or whatever the fuck. We need that stuff. We can't just have nothing. Hurry up, you pube-covered jelly bean. Thanks, buddy. Marksman for $5. They had it right with gay people. Make it all civil unions under the government. Marriage should be a spiritual ceremony. Separate the two. Yeah, I'm okay with that, to be honest. Galaxy, $5. Dev, you're not fence-sitting enough. Impale them with the fence. Nice. Shaker Silver for $5.50. Tim agrees with you far more than Lance, but he doesn't trust that the state is acting liberally, hence the anarcho-tyranny, yet you do. You are a liberal populist. I don't know about that. I don't inherently trust the state, but I also don't inherently distrust it either. The fact that
I feel like with
Sorry?
most things, you should take it by case basis.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that things more or less function when you go outside means that something has to be working correctly,
Not getting schmecked
Yep.
in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're maybe in Birdsong Lane.
Yeah. The Real Holtznayer, $5. Bring back social shaming for no-fault divorce. Just treat those people like human garbage. Yeah, fair enough. I don't like no-fault divorce. I'm not like a no divorce person. I think there should be a reason, though.
Do you feel like Steven Crowder's wife should have been allowed to divorce Steven Crowder?
Of course.
Then then that's a case of no-fault divorce, though.
I don't think so. There was a fault there.
Yeah, but no-fault, like, with countries without, like, a no-fault divorce, she wouldn't have been able to divorce him, like, unless she proved that he was,
hold on,
like, beating her or cheating on her.
No-fault divorce is the dissolution of a marriage that does not require a showing of wrongdoing by either party. I'm pretty sure you could make the argument that Steven Crowder had some wrongdoing in that video, so that's how I view it anyway.
You still have a lot of people on the right saying, "Oh, but they're just regular arguments between married people. That's totally normal for a husband to treat his wife that way."
Well, let's swing it around the other way. Do you think that you should be able to divorce a partner after one argument?
It depends on the argument, really. Like,
I don't know, because here's the thing.
If you say some really fucking verbally abusive shit in that argument, and there's no reconciliation, then there's an argument to be made.
I don't know. Like there are definitely like there are some people who have very strong relationships who had some really bad arguments, and I'm sure you and I both know in our personal lives, like sometimes you can have some very bad arguments, and yet you shouldn't break up over them, So I don't know how I feel about it.
And more power to those people, but like What happens when you can't reconcile?
Well, at that point, I think it's gone beyond just one argument. Then I need to think about this a little bit more. I don't know how I feel about it yet.
Fair enough.
Spawn Freak, $5. Hot take: the people doing the violent subway crimes aren't mentally ill. Mental illness is a leftoid excuse for a certain demographic. What's the demographic, buddy? Yeah, I don't know. There's probably some like misuse of psychiatry for political purposes that exists. You know, oppositional defiant disorder is probably a big one right now. But I need to think about that some more. That's like I said, like the therapeutic state is the next book on the list. I got to think about it. I got to read. Dracus Luthos for £5. As someone who came very
sorry, I saw some people saying no. Like, I don't know if they're saying no to like if Steven Crowder's wife should be able to get a divorce from him. Like, it's pretty fucked up if they say she shouldn't be able to divorce him. But yeah, go ahead.
Dracus Luthoth, £5. As someone who came very close to stillborn, a late-term abortion really makes my stomach churn. I can't help but call them evil. Yeah, so that's the reason why I stopped. I gave that story earlier in the stream of I knew a friend from university, and she was 8 months pregnant, and the guy dumped her, and then she shopped around for a doctor and she took her a while to find one, but she eventually found a doctor who would abort her child, and she said it was because the guy had dumped her. She didn't want to have any connection to him, and she didn't want him to have her child. And so she had this 8-month abortion that was completely elective, and I thought that was
but
more.
She wouldn't have had to give that child to him, though, right? She could have just given it up for adoption, and he wouldn't have any power over it, right?
Well, that's actually not true in America or Canada, and it shouldn't be, because here's the thing: if the father wants the child, the father should be able to get the child and then go after the mother for child support, the same way that a mother goes after a father for child support when only one partner wants the child. So I think she just wanted to bypass all of that and just abort it. And she did. She went to like 5 different doctors. She eventually found one that would do it, and then she had it done. And I basically cut contact with her because I thought that was absolutely disgusting. I was like, I'm not going to hang out with you anymore.
So she wouldn't have been able to give it up for adoption without him having some power over the child?
No, legally. And she shouldn't be. Like, think about it. Think about it, Lilith. Like, if a child is born and the guy steps out and says, I'm out, fuck this, the woman who now has the child can go after the guy for child support, right? Well, if you reverse the genders, why shouldn't it be the same way? If the girl says, fuck this, I don't want this kid, and she leaves, now the guy has the child, shouldn't the guy be able to go after her for child support? It's the same thing.
I feel like it complicates things a little. I'm gonna have to think more on this, because the whole argument of give it up for adoption is supposed to be so it's not a burden on the person having the child anymore. And if having the child is going to have a significant burden on that person, that's a little bit different. I will have to think more on this.
I understand, but I see. Fair enough. I like that you're taking my I have to think about it position, because it's a good position to have. but here, I'll give you my logic though. So when a woman is giving birth and the dad's just like gone, he's out of the picture entirely, and then she's like, I can't take care of this child on my own. She gives it for adoption. At that point, like, both parents have kind of walked away, right? But if one parent does not walk away from the child, and then we allow that parent to drag the other parent back into the child's life on some level, usually just through money, but on some level, that has to be something that works both ways. It can't just be that women get to walk away from their children and men don't. Like, for equality's sake, it has to be both ways.
I feel like if a person wants nothing to do with the child, they should have the ability to walk away or give it up. And, like, with the caveat that they'll they will never have anything or no power over the child for forever.
So
I guess.
are you going like the men's rights argument where like they believe that there should be no child support at all because women can walk away, then therefore men should be able to walk away too?
I feel like both parties should be able to walk away if they so choose.
Okay, fair enough.
As long as the child is taken care of in some ways.
Nope, fair enough.
Because like,
by the way, you don't have to give a take right now. It's like you said, you want to think about it more.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you my logic. Yeah. Okay, Zero for £5. Memes aside, it's really important that these conversations are happening. Open conversations on these topics are vital for the future of our society. I completely agree with you. Holtznader, $10. Speaking of weird incentives, I got a bone to pick with you over the welfare thing, Dev. Yeah, I know there's a weird incentive regarding welfare. People become less productive when you give them welfare. I know. Also, over 80% of the population are okay with at least some form of abortion, and we have legal carve-outs for exceptions. Yes, right. So I think it should be easy if people just stop being hyperbolic and come to the fucking table. Hammering out a decent abortion law should be easy.
Also, I want to set the record straight that I don't think it was good that she got an abortion at 8 months. Like, I don't think that's good at all, even if it would have affected her financially.
Yep.
Whether she wanted anything to do with the child or not.
Mm-hmm. Deb, did your friend's ex-boyfriend want the child? No, he didn't, from what I understand. I didn't. Here's the thing. I only knew him through her, so I didn't really know what he did afterwards, but I'm pretty sure he didn't.
And then she should have just been able to just give it up for adoption.
Yep, but here's the thing. She didn't want to. She specifically wanted that kid dead because she didn't want his son to go around in the world. She was very bitter about this breakup.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. That's not the son's fault or the kid's fault.
Yeah.
That they had a breakup, or even if the person she broke up with was a piece of shit.
Yep.
Like, that's not the kid's fault.
Holsteiner, $10. Oh wait, hold on. No, you already did that one. Alexander Rawl for $5. I demand to be quoted on this, LOL. If a law can be abused, it will be. If it's politically charged, it's guaranteed to be 10 times over. That's pretty much true. Yeah. There's always going to be people trying to do that. Holtzinator, $5. She can't reabsorb the baby. I'm literally crying here. Yeah. That was when I was ranting earlier, and I was like, dude, the baby's inside of her. Like, whether it comes out of her alive or dead, she, like, it's coming out. She can't just reabsorb it. So, yeah. Fuck. Ballistic Zero, $5. One thing I've not heard is what about the father's rights? If she doesn't want the turd, why not give it to the father? No wonder men are walking away. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I know what you mean. Like, but still, the idea of abortion is that the woman doesn't want to carry the child anymore. And abortion incidentally kills the child, right? So here's the thing. The woman's like, I don't want to carry the child anymore. Doctor's like, okay. So the doctor performs the procedure and the woman doesn't carry the child anymore. But the baby dies as a result of that. But if the baby can live as a result of that, then it should live as a result of that. That's the argument. Which is why Lance's "we should kill them at 9 months" argument is just so absurd. Holtzinator for $5. What's happening here is Lance is getting BTFO'd, literally being lanced like a boil. My video on Lance was actually called Lancing a Boil, yeah. Local Raven, $2. Forced birth sounds like the baby is a disease. No, he's trying to appeal to, like, was it Romania? What was it, like Order 13 or something? Hold on. Romanian forced birth. No, it was, yeah, Decree 770 was a decree of the communist Romanian government of Nicolae, was it Ceausescu? Signed in 1967. It restricted abortion and contraception and was intended to create a new and large Romanian population. Basically, right. Abortion and contraception were declared illegal except for women who were over 45, women who already had 5 children, women whose life would be threatened by carrying to term, and women who were pregnant through rape or incest. So basically, Decree 770 was the most notable form of forced birth in human history. And it created an entire generation of Romanians that were basically dysfunctional because the state cared for them. And the state did not give a shit about raising them. They simply gave them food and water and clothing, but didn't actually like socialize them. And so an entire generation of just ruined people came out of Decree 770. And so whenever people, whenever people say forced birth, they're appealing to this idea. And like clearly that's not what Tim Pool's talking about, right?
Yeah, if a baby would be viable outside, like they're gonna take the kid out anyway. So it's like there's just a question of, do you take the kid out through a C-section, natural birth, or do you kill the baby and then let it flushed out? Which, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think killing a viable human is a good thing. No.
Yep. Same. Artemis Fowl, $10.
I'm very, very much pro-choice, but I don't think killing a viable human is good.
Yeah, you are what most people believe, I think. Artemis Fowl, $10. Reminder: babies are wholly dependent on their mother and caretaker from conception up till they move out of the house. Lefties just want to kill with an unburdened conscience, to shirk the responsibility. I mean, I think that's what's at the bottom of Lance's point of view, right? Is that he wants women and men, but women, to have an out of the responsibility of being a parent. And I think everything else is kind of like smoke and mirrors hiding that view, I think. Hold on. Someone in the chat is saying that Decree 770 is obviously good. Dude, calm the fuck down with that.
Oh, shut the fuck up. It's only good if you think like humans are chattel for the state.
You know what it is? Okay, Japan, Japan, get on this. Make me a Decree 770 hentai.
Oh god.
Every type of hot anime woman you can, just getting forcibly bred by the state. Do it. Go.
And it's just a ghost of Shinzo Abe in the sky. Semi-transparent. Go and have babies.
Kaiser Declan for $7. From one big guy to another. What's the most yaoi-ish TV show, movie, anime, game you've ever seen? For me, it was Code Geass and The Walking Dead. Yaoi-ish? You mean like yaoi adjacent? I think for me it was Gundam Wing. I don't know if you saw Gundam Wing, Lilith, but man, every single male in that show was a pretty boy, and even though they all had token female love interests, they were all way more interested in hanging out with each other than the girls.
I see. Kogias is up there. For me, it would probably be like either the new Trigon is fairly yaoi-ish. It's full of like hot guys, and other one would probably be Black Butler. It's like I think that's actually drawn by like a yaoi artist who like tries to draw like shonen, I guess.
Okay.
Or,
what was that?
Or shoujo. I guess it's a little bit of a mix between shonen and shoujo for that one.
What was that one? Fuck, it stars like the femboy with the bright green hair. I see that one fucking everywhere. And like the love interest / like opposite, like opposing side is like that dude with spiky blue hair.
What? You gotta have to narrow it down a little more. There's a lot of like green-haired and blue-haired anime characters.
Here. This one, you'll know what I'm talking about. I just posted you an image. Like I see this shit everywhere on like femboy Twitter.
Wait, that's a femboy?
Yeah, that's a guy.
Huh. I have not watched that one. It's
I forget what it's called.
Just first Google search it.
Promare says H250. Yeah, Promare sounds about right. Also, they aren't gay. I don't fucking believe you. Everyone on femboy Twitter makes them gay, so they got to be gay. Okay.
I thought the green-haired one was a girl.
Nope, that's a guy.
I guess. Okay.
Show it, you coward. Okay.
Okay, I might have to watch this one.
Really? You only watch things about femboys? Okay, here. I'll bring it in real quick. Here's the image. Like, green hair, girly looking guy is the antagonist, and blue hair is the protagonist. And he is like a femboy
Golden
twink.
Kamui. Golden Kamui does give off a little bit of that. It's got lots of decent looking guys there. So maybe. I have a lot of good cooking in that show too.
Let's keep going. I think dinner's actually almost ready now, so I gotta keep going.
Yes.
V's Flat Desk Pepsi, $2. Would Lance be for my freedom to say the N-word? No, he wouldn't. Lance does not like slurs. He's very cucked about slurs. Holtzinator for $5. The freedom to swing my fist stops where another man's nose starts. That's a Ben Franklin quote. Yes. Ballistic Zero, $2. Your freedom stops where mine begins, I'd say. Yeah, there's some negotiation between the edges, but that's mostly right, yeah. Real Holtzner, $5. Please do a second half later. My brain is fried, LOL. Here, let's do a quick refresh to get the new ones. We're nearly at the end. Kaiser Delcan for $2.79. I meant gay undertones. Dude, rewatch Gundam Wing. There's a shit ton of gay undertones. Rewatch any scene between Zex and Treize, alright? Those two guys, they might as well just be rubbing their dick heads together in every scene they're in. It's a very gay show. Adherent of Lady Columbia for $20. Thank you. If you want to divorce someone, besides allegations, it should be somewhat simple. Ultimately, it comes to a matter of association of two individuals. The legal aspect of separation, children, and property is what needs help. Yeah, I agree with you on that, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Like, once you're, like, entangled in a more serious way, then it shouldn't just be like, oh, you can just leave whenever you want and whatever. Like, no, you gotta negotiate this shit. Holtznader, $5. If you can get into one bad argument that is so bad that you cannot reconcile, you shouldn't have gotten married and you deserve to be miserable.
To be
fair,
I don't think I agree with that.
People, it's like I said before, people are getting married too easily nowadays, I think. Here's the thing. They're not getting married enough, but they are taking marriage not seriously enough. So, like, the idea, I'll just be married because there's social clout in being married. That's no good. That's no good. No.
Yeah, I don't think you should marry for flimsy reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't think people should be... I don't think people deserve to be miserable because they made the mistake of being with someone that's not right for them.
Amazing Mr. Fox for $2. What demographic, Lilith? Did it just get dark in here?
I think.
Frog Jupiter, $5. The point of a gun is so a man in a wheelchair won't be tyrannized by a 500 pounds of muscle brute. Yep. It is a force equalizer.
Yep, it's a great equalizer. Mm-hmm. I believe a tiny girl should be able to defeat a 600-pound Giga Chad rapist.
Are you sure about that?
Fuck rapists.
Are you sure? Are you sure there's not some Coomer-brained part of you that wants him to overpower her?
No, kill him. Kill rapists.
Marksman for $5. Dev, to describe the gang colors, it's brown. It's the brown Latinos asserting dominance over the darker shades. Brown supremacy. Look up our civil rights leaders. They believe that white was brown, but both are above the really dark people. Jesus. Colorism, guys. That's what we're talking about. Holsteiner, $5. Peen is pronounced peen, okay? It refers to the back of the hammer. Yeah, like the ball, right? For instance, carpenters have claw peens. Others include straight peens and cross peens. Right. So, like, you have the hammer. Then on the other side, you might have the claw to pull up nails. You might have the ball. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
The existence of a straight peen implies the existence of the gay peen.
Cloaca, $11. I agree that Western governments are able to break apart perverse financial incentives and cartels. I just think that in this case, perhaps a significant portion of the government is the cartel. I hope I'm wrong. I think you're probably wrong on that. I understand, though. Amazing Mr. Fox for $5. Hey, Putin, I would not be opposed to you deleting our most violent cities. Jesus. the Metal Gear Rising clip. San Francisco is gone. That was for the good of all Americans.
Oh, that was in Metal Gear Rising. That was.
Oh, I thought it was. That was Metal Gear Rising.
That was Vanquish.
Oh, okay. All right. That's funny though.
Yes, I gained gamer cred over Dev.
Holtzinator for $10. There is a logical fallacy where someone can read a source where they are an expert and they get it all wrong and then turn the page and assume the same source is correct in something they don't know. Hold on. There's a logical fallacy where someone can read a source where they are an expert and they get it all wrong and then turn the page and then assume the same source is correct on something that they don't know. Okay, so we're talking like an expert reads a source. The expert misunderstands point A and then believes that point B is correct because of their misunderstanding of point A. I don't know what we'd call that. It's some variation of fruit of the poisonous tree. I don't know what you call that though. Jezter for $2. Lilith is based and Dev is cringe. Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it, but Dev isn't a cringe. Nah, you're fine.
Yeah, thank you. Viking Kiwi, 20 kroner. It's way past sleepy time. Good night, people. Good night, Viking. Adherent to Lady Columbia, $10. Since you are the local degenerate expert, Dev, what the fuck is with... Well, hold on. Lilith's more degenerate than I am. But, what the fuck is with all the NTR and cuck stuff?
That's debatable. I would say you're a bit more Coomer brain than I am in many aspects.
You do porn.
Yes, but that's a job.
Okay. What the fuck is with all the NTR and cuck stuff? Post 2019, it's popped up everywhere and it's creepy. Seriously, everyone get some help.
Well, that coincides with cuck being used as a slur. It's like people learn what being a cuckold is, and they're like, Well, why is my penis tingling?
Well, also, I think like this is more with NTR, less with cuck. I think some people view themselves they get off on the fantasy of being the bull, of being the guy that steals the other dude's girlfriend. I think that's pretty common, actually.
Oh yeah.
Lives in your walls, $2. You gain bro stuff. I don't know what that is, but thank you.
Thank you.
Artemis says, I was literally in the army. So I guess he could probably tell you about the Marine stuff. Artemis also says, I am not wasting barotrauma time on a femoid. Oh.
Okay. Thanks for affirming my gender, at least.
Fistfight Caleb, $20. Prison, asylums, forced medication, or death at the hands of the police and citizens. What's the ultimate fate of that undesirable subset of our population? Pick a poison, Dev. If not one, then all of them. Right, so it is a very intractable problem. You have homeless, crazy people. What do? Do you let them tyrannize the entire population? That sounds pretty bad. Should they get arrested and then thrown into jail and then just institutionalized for the rest of their life? That sounds pretty bad. Should they go into asylums and then in vain they try to treat them? And maybe some of them get cured, but most of them just get put on pills and they just suck up money from the system? That also sounds bad too. There seems to be no good option here, but I do think that the options where random innocent people aren't tyrannized by them are better options. Because then at least they're not making more of them.
Dev, you're forgetting the South Park solution.
What's that?
We turn the homeless into tires.
Based. Great Kate for $5. Get a broadsword and end burglars correctly. Just cut them in half, I guess. All right. Holtzinator.
Solomon's solution.
Holtzner, $5. I agree. The right will also ignore crimes when it's politically convenient. Yes, they do. They obviously do. Michael, you should.
Howard else is called psyop.
Yeah. Michael says you should make Almost Coffee brand Almost Coffee. That'll be the Dev Coffee brand. Okay. Holtzner says spiders are cute. In fact.
Yes, based.
Holtzner says it's funny how we haven't gotten the Nashville Manifesto, but the Washington and Texas manifestos came out immediately. I think the difference there is that they published them themselves. They put them on 4chan, they put them on somewhere else. So it's a different situation. I think the Nashville, as they call it, the Tranifesto. The Tranifesto was not actually published online, so it's only in the hands of the government. And I think governments tend to not publish manifestos unless like if they're already out, like they just don't publish them, So, Holtzner, another donation, says Lilith would make a great Lilith would make a great Nyatsi pet. Okay. Holtzner, $5. I agree the realists are wrong, but I think that completely ignoring power games because of idealism is also wrong. Yeah, there's as always, golden rule applies. Insane Hippie for $5. The polite Southern way to call someone below average intelligence is to say, bless his heart. I think that's true, actually. Let's see here. The Real Holtzner for $2. Homo means one. Well, yes, it does. Holtzner for $2. If you had a 94 IQ, you couldn't figure out. You couldn't figure out how. Oh, how to delete the video. That's what Arch said, right? Holtzner for $5. There's lots of Holtzner donations. Thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. Also, did you see that 77% of young Americans are ineligible for the military, according to a new study by the Pentagon? Yeah, they're all like overweight, I think. Oh, there's a question for Arch. Here, you know what I'll do? I'll post it. I'll just at Arch.
Well, it's a question. Maybe we can answer it for him.
Arch, thoughts on Leviathan and 10th edition? So some game. If Arch replies before before we go offline, I'll read the reply to you. Holtzner, $5. The reason people disagree with Lilith's take is because when she transitioned, she lost all of her reason and all of her accountability, just like any other woman. Well, there you go.
Yes, the estrogen bimbofied me. It's a very common effect.
I'll give it one last refresh.
I just do a Julie face and with the double thumbs up, the victory pose.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Lilith. Lilith has OnlyFans, all you fucking coomers. Okay. Kaiser says, I've never seen Gundam. Honestly, I think maybe it's because I grew up with Gundam Wing, but I really liked it. I don't know. I couldn't really get no. You know what? Turn A Gundam was my favorite Gundam. That's right. Turn A Gundam.
How do you feel about the new lesbian Gundam series?
Haven't seen it.
It's actually really good.
Oh, you should. I don't even know what it's called. You should send it to me.
Sure. It's called Gundam: The Witch from Mercury.
Oh, okay. They weren't gonna call it like Gundam Lily or something very lesbian.
Yes, the Gundam: The Legend of the Carpet Munching.
Holtzner, $2. Black Butler was extremely yaoi. I haven't seen Black Butler, so
yes,
but I guess it was. Marksman, $5. A new isekai. The main villain is a yandere gay dude and the former friend chasing after the main character who isn't gay and willing to burn the world in the process. Isekai, summoned to another world for a second time. Oh, Jesus. Is that a real show or are you just making that up? Fondue, $5. Dev, the idea is that people will recognize the source is wrong in the things they know, but will still trust it for the things that they don't. Okay, that makes sense, right? So if you're very educated on a topic and you read a source, you will have the education to know whether or not the source is correct. But if you're not educated on the topic, you won't know if the source is correct or not. You'll just be flying blind, and you'll have to trust the institutions, which is, by the way, a reason why the institutions need to be uncorrupt and not abolished, just uncorrupted. Yes, Titanium actually sent me a copy of the Blu-ray reprint of Turn A Gundam. I have not yet shown it to Naomi. Listen, Naomi doesn't even know what Gundam is. I gotta start her off slow, okay? We're currently watching through a different anime series, though, but I'll probably get to Gundam. But thank you, Titanium. I loved the shit out of Turn A Gundam when I was a kid. Right, Holtzner, $5. The expert reads a source and sees he's wrong because he's an expert. Right, okay, the same explanation. Thank you. Marksman, $2. Fondue is referring to the gel man amnesia effect. What the fuck? Oh, right. Okay, you know, I'm going to copy this effect and look it up later. The gel man amnesia and its opposite. Describe forgetting how unreliable a source is in one area when you trust it in another area. Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep that tab open for later. All right. Well, there we go. That's all the super chats, guys. And Naomi is mad that I can't come to eat dinner, so I should probably go eat dinner.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, Lilith. Thanks for being here, Arch. Arch is gone, but thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So, Lilith, two things of note. One is that we're going to try to get Arch back for a second show. We might even do it on Saturday. I don't know. If we don't do it on Saturday, you want to do the Latino white supremacist shooter on Saturday, right? We can do that. I just need to I have to arrange to make sure that we have enough time to do that, and also still do Barrel Trauma that night. So
no problem.
Because Barrel Trauma tends to go from 8 till 12. We do like a 4-hour. So here's the thing. Like, I know that you kind of get burnt out after many hours of streaming, so I also don't want to burn you out either. But we can probably do it in the morning if you're okay with doing it in the morning, and then like take a break and then come back for Barrel Trauma later. We can do that. Or maybe like I'll see if here's the thing. If we're not doing Barrel Trauma, I would love to play more Tears of the Kingdom, because that game's coming out. I'm gonna soy face so hard for that game. Fuck. I'm a pure Nintendo cuck at this point. I don't even care. Anyway.
Yes.
We'll figure out what we're doing. We'll talk about it. I probably like later on tonight. I gotta go eat like right now. But listen, guys, we're gonna go. We're gonna go raid Stardust. Everyone, get your coffee cup emojis ready. Where are they? Get your coffee cup emojis ready. We're gonna go raid Stardust and just spam her chat with coffee cups. Okay? Spam them like crazy. Stardust is a good friend of mine. Okay, we're getting out of here.
All right.
See ya.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.